Oke, Ntar lagi guys, mulai. Tapi turninya masih lama kok. Masih belum mulai. Masih 31 menit lagi. Masih lama. Dan pas mulai pun pasti opening dulu segala macam bla 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 kayak waktu tahun lalu dan tahun lalu dan tahun lalunya. Halo Putri. Halo Mami. Hai Mami. Hai Mami. Hai Mami. Tapi yang jadi pertanyaan adalah nanti di saat mulai dan pasti kan ada opening dan segala macam ya. Apakah tidak kena kena kopi kanan kah aku? Maksudnya nanti yang nyanyi Linkin Park nih masalahnya. Dan kemungkinan bukan cuma Linkin Park yang nyanyi kan pasti banyak kan. Ada yang lain-lain dan lain-lain. Mudah-mudahan nggak masalah sih. Mudah-mudahan no problemo. Wah, oke. Let's go ngasih. Wow, 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 wow. Hai guys, balik lagi sama gue. Welcome back to my channel and this is your boy Kronegi. Halo, hari ini cukup berbeda dari yang biasanya gue live. Saya buat notif. Gue sambil nyanyi gitu ya. Aduh, tahu bisa bisa nyanyinya apa enggak? Aku kan ya bisa sih, tapi kan kadang Linkin Park tuh suka suka berbeda daripada yang lain kan ininya eh, anunya anunya. Aduh. Oke, sebentar bentar ada yang mau gue lakuin dulu sebentar. Sebentar. Gue mau atur ininya window si browsernya. Bentar ya. Bentar. Ini kan. Oke. Jet. Nah, masih 29 menit lagi. Ini audionya gue mute juga sih, audionya si streamingannya, turninya. Cuman ya nanti begitu mulai baru gue nyalain. Masih 29 menit. Gue kaget tuh tadi pas pas jam berapa? Jam 7. Pas jam 7 tuh langsung kayak sudah mau mulai lah intinya, lebih tepat ya. Bentar, ada yang mau gue lakuin dulu, bentar, mau gue coba. Set. Oke, kan gini kan. Mau gue atur windownya. Iya. Nah, sip. Gini aja. Biar gue bisa gini. Jadi naruh live chat gue di sebelahnya prediksi. Prediksi gue itu ya yang pasti sih gue berharap T1 menang ya. Cuman seperti yang gue bilang kemarin waktu itu, kalau gue tidak terlalu yang berharap mereka menang, tetapi ya hmm, berapa ya? 3-2. Kalaupun menang 3-2 mungkin. Gue cukup yakin si BLG-nya sendiri cukup kuat ya, cukup strong, cukup ada perlawanan lah lebih tepatnya. Ya itu yang gue perkirakan. 3-0. 3-0 aku pergi. 3-0 yang mana nih? 3-0 si T1 atau 3-0 si BLG nih? 3-0 T1 sih. Ya, apa-apa sih. Waktu yang tahun kemarin 3-0 T1 menang kan, kalau nggak salah. Iya nggak sih? Gue lupa deh. Aku lupa. Keduanya nggak seru kalau game cuma 3. Oh, maksudnya iya, iya. Gue ngerti sih kalau maksudnya kayak menang 3-0 gitu ya. Keduanya lah gitu maksudnya. Ya, make sense sih. Maksudnya eh, kayak dari pihak lawan antara T1 atau BLG-nya tuh kayak nggak ada perlawanan ibaratnya. Gue yakin sih sebetulnya BLG cukup ada perlawanan karena mereka kan cukup cukup ini kan cukup yang uh, rival lumayan. Bahkan sampai julikannya kan bukan apa LCK versus eh, L, LPL apa gue lupa deh kalau yang itu. Ini justru T1 versus ini gitu loh, versus regionnya. Iya, makanya kalau nggak salah seingat gue. Makanya gue bilang, wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow, 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 wee, wee, wow. Ada yang pengen pengen nonton tapi pengen live. Ada temen, jadi maksudnya dia pengen main Wild Rift tapi pengen nonton turnamennya ini. Terus gue bilangin, ini aja nonton apa kayak gue gini gitu maksudnya nonton bareng gitu live-nya. Terus dia bilang capek duduk. Iya sih emang kalau perjalanan, kalau yang nggak biasa sih pegel sih memang. Sampai katakan 6 jam. Ini kita nggak tahu juga sih. Kalau menurut jadwal dari si siapa itu namanya, yang Liquipedia, World League of Legends 2024. Iya, jadi Wikipedia itu mulai tandingnya tuh jam 9. Mulai tandingnya. Jadi ya live-nya udah mulai sekarang gitu, tapi tandingnya tuh baru nanti gitu. Trailer World T1 versus nangis gue. Nangis aku lihat trailernya itu. Nangis aku nangis. Mewek. Karena ada ininya, ada kayak keluarga yang uh, menyampaikan pesan buat para para pesertanya gitu loh, para para pro playernya gitu kayak si Faker, semuanya lah nggak cuma Faker gitu loh. Dia sampai 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 orang-orang tuh komennya gitu. Ya, this is supposed to be hype, not make us cry. Apalagi terus yang terakhir kata-katanya Faker. Kata-kata terakhirnya Faker tuh pas di trailernya itu, bikin makin nangis lagi gue. Kata-kata terakhirnya Faker bikin gue nangis, bikin gue mewek. Jam tadi sore kan munculnya si trailernya itu. Aduh, mewek gue. Aduh, nih Faker, kamu membuat aku ini berderai air mata. Sih, bener-bener. Papa. Ntar openingnya apa dulu ya kira-kira? Nggak tahu sih. Kalau nggak salah pernah ada kayak kabar tentang kontraknya si Faker di T1 itu gitu maksud gue. Kayak sebetulnya tuh perjalanan, maksudnya dia di T1 itu masih lama gitu loh. Kalau nggak salah ya, seingat gue. Yang gue inget tuh kalau nggak salah ada kata-kata itu. Cuman gue lupa. Maksudnya tuh untuk berapa lamanya gue lupa gitu loh. Berapa lama dia di T1-nya itu sendiri gitu loh maksud gue. Gue nggak tahu ya maksudnya apakah bener-bener bener itu kode dari Faker untuk dia udahan apa turnamen world, pokoknya per turnamenan League of Legends, atau memang ya memang buat mempersembahkan ke kita aja gitu loh, para para pendukungnya. Dari waktu yang piala keempat, piala ketiga untukku, piala keempat untuk timku. Dan sekarang begitu mau piala kelima dia bilang, untuk kalian yang masih mendukung kami, piala kelima ini untuk kalian. Aduh, gue ngomongin pakai bahasa Indonesia aja pengen nangis nih dengerinnya. Aduh, bapak, bapak. Bener-bener ya, Packer tuh, Packer nggak tuh gue nyebutnya. Nggak enak banget ya Packer. Sorry, gue scroll turun. Kalau gue scroll turun turun nih. Sorry sorry. Kalau kan untuk tahu deh nih. Mudah-mudahan nggak terlalu burem ya, karena resolusi gue turunin untuk streamingan gue turunin di 720, nggak di 1080 kayak kemarin, kayak biasanya, karena takutnya gue berat gitu untuk streamingan gue. Karena kan gue sambil nonton live stream gitu kan, jadinya takutnya berat, takutnya nggak kuat, takutnya patah-patah gitu, streamingannya patah-patah, nontonnya pun patah-patah gitu loh, khawatirnya. Jadi mudah-mudahan nggak ada masalah untuk streamingannya. Begitu tuh yang apa ya, dulu tuh waktu yang dia kayak bisa sampai berani dan apa ya, mengatakan kalau semua jalan tuh menuju ke gue gitu loh, sampai segitunya, sampai ya gue nggak tahu ya apakah itu apa namanya, untuk di trailer itu doang, maksudnya buat orang-orang kayak bikin suasana jadi makin hype gitu, atau memang dari fakernya sendiri juga merasakan kalau sebetulnya tuh semua semua jalur, semua semua ini tuh menuju jalannya tuh arahnya menuju gue gitu loh, kayak nggak tahu ya, maksudnya apakah dia sendiri juga yang merasakan seperti itu, atau ya untuk di trailer itu dan akhirnya jadi quote buat faker, terkesan kayak bener-bener uh, all road leads to him gitu loh. Itu yang gua nggak tahu. Iya, maksudnya memang 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 sudah diatur untuk terlihat seperti itu, atau memang dari pihak fakernya sendiri juga, uh, dia merasakan kalau ya memang seperti itu gitu loh. Itu yang gua nggak tahu. Tapi memang ibaratnya kalaupun akhirnya scripted, tapi kenyataannya pun memang seperti itu gitu loh. Kayaknya bener-bener yang kayak apa namanya, eh, nggak ada tuh yang kayak orang-orang terus menganggap faker itu udah jadi turun, sudah menjadi lemah daripada yang dulu, atau sudah tidak seperti yang dulu, sudah tidak seperti yang dikatakan unkillable demon lord gitu. Padahal maksudnya tidak terlihat seperti itu gitu loh. Masih yang benar-benar masih judul-judul yang Unkillable Demon Lord itu masih masih dia pegang gitu loh. Title itu tuh masih dia yang pegang. Biarpun bukan dia yang buat, tapi orang yang buat gitu loh buat dia. Unkillable Demon Lord. Sampai dapat title kayak begitu nggak tuh dia tuh. Goks. Dia udah berapa tahun? Ingat ingat gue waktu yang 2023 tahun kemarin aja bilang, Udah 10 tahun. Sudah 10 tahun. Gila, 10 tahun anjir dia bertahan di League of Legends. Ya, gue juga sih ya. Maksudnya, ya biarpun bukan yang terus tiap hari main itu gitu ya. Tapi eh untuk apa namanya? MOBA sendiri gue League of Legends gitu. Tapi tidak yang kayak tiap hari main itu, gitu maksud gue. Kalau dia mungkin kan bisa dibilang tiap hari main itu. Sampai ada meme-nya tuh yang karena kan dia kan saking apa cepat banget untuk kayak mencet ke mapnya kan ya, kayak ngepick ngecek map landline temen-temennya gitu. Itu sampai ada yang buat meme-nya tuh dia lagi main Wild Rift, Wild Rift, lagi main LoL sambil jalan, dia sambil kayak alt tab main game yang lain. Ada yang gambarnya tuh sambil main Fortnite atau main apalah dan segala macam. Sampai segitunya anjir, sampai terkesan kayak saking jagonya. Poppy. Chofi. Kenapa maksudnya? Cho cho chof chof Chofi sih bener. Oh, maksudnya ininya di timnya dia. The Killable Demon Prince. The Killable Demon Prince. Serius itu title-nya itu? Maksudnya disebut itu? Pobi. Pobi The Killable Demon Prince. Ko Pobi. Pobi. The Killable Demon King. Oh iya bener ada. Killable Demon King. Maksudnya tuh kenapa dia dapat title itu gimana tuh? Pobi. Chovy kan yang tim musuhnya kan yang kemarin. Pobi Bryant. Some roads lead to me. What? Sampai ada kata-kata itu anjir. Some road leads to me. Goks. Lagi pengen, lagi pengen Pak. Lagi pengen udah bisa kuat karena main di Midland. Dia ini juga T1 juga kah? Who is the killable Demon King from T1 Academy? Oh iya bener. Pengganti. Oh, oke. Okay. Anjir. Holy F, we didn't know it, but Bobby was one of Faker's road. Some roads don't lead to him, some roads pass through him. Bobby, my god, the killable demon prince. Maksudnya dia yang dibunuh, dia yang dikill atau dia yang tukang kill? Kayaknya kalau kalau enggak, gue soalnya kalau ngeliat dari namanya The Killable Demon King tuh kayak kesannya eh merendahkan gitu loh. Terkesan kayak begitu. Gue ngeliatnya gitu ya, gue nggak tahu sih. Terkesan kayak namanya tuh justru kayak tuh paling gampang dimatiin gitu loh. Paling gampang matinya. Makanya Mak- Makanya dari namanya tuh biarpun terkesan kayaknya oh keren bahasanya gitu ya, the killable demon king, cuman kalau diartiin tuh kesannya kayak dia yang paling gampang dimatiin gitu loh, sampai akhirnya tuh dapat julukan itu. Gue nggak terlalu nontonin itu sih, nanti deh gue kalau ada turnamen gue bakal nonton lagi. Sumpah gue udah lama banget gak nontonin turnamen-turnamen apapun lah, LOL ya terutama. Justru itu yang gue masih penasaran tuh, belum nonton total secara keseluruhan tuh game Battle Royale. Maksudnya kalau kayak MOBA itu kan kelihatan ya, maksudnya kita udah tahu kesannya tuh kayak game-game kayak kayak basket, kayak bola gitu kan, maksudnya kayak nanti babak pertama dia menang. Terus di babak selanjutnya ganti ya apa menang berapa kali ya kan kan kayak yang kayak BO5 atau BO3 gitu kan. Maksudnya masih masih gampang ngeliatnya gitu kan. Nah, kalau kayak Battle Royale gue yang masih belum paham untuk penilaiannya gitu loh. Karena jarang hampir nggak pernah nonton turnamennya gitu loh maksud gue. Jadi yang tidak bisa kayak melihat oh gitu toh, oh gini toh itu tuh belum belum bisa melihat kayak gitu banget gitu loh. Hmm, belum ininya. Nanti nanti eh, audionya tak tanya dulu ya, tak pastiin. Maksudnya udah pas belum atau kurang gede atau gimana? Megang Lucian soalnya. Main di mana? Main apa Pak? LOL PC Bang? Waltris. PC apa Waltris? Kemarin Waltris, waduh. Ceritanya cerita main di luar stream kan, main uh, awalnya satu game. Iya awalnya satu game. Pas satu game ternyata oh biar oke. Awal ya pokoknya main awal main satu game, pas main satu game tim normal gitu tim pada umumnya ibaratnya ya midnya siapa, midnya champion mid, jungle jungle, baron baron, ini pokoknya sesuai dengan lane-nya lah gitu. Kalah nih, terus next game main lagi sekali lagi gitu, next game main, terus tiba-tiba ada yang nyaut di, kalau nggak salah jungle deh yang ngomong, jungle apa siapa gitu ngomong, nyok kita semua baron nyok gitu. Semua baron sorry, nyok kita semua ADC yuk gitu. Gue dengan polosnya dan spontannya langsung bilang hayu semua ADC, langsung semuanya ADC bener, di baron pakai Draven, di jungle pakai si Kindred, gue di mid pakai Miss Fortune, ADC-nya pakai Ezreal, supportnya pakai Senna, ADC semua. Biarpun gua bukan yang, gua sama Draven bukan yang ibarat uh, hero yang bisa di Baron dan di mid ya, teman gue masih pakai gitu loh ya. Uh, menang bu, menang, menang. Gua skornya menang bu. Skor saya itu di apa? Skor saya itu 13-2, kill 13, assist 2, sub as tiga sorry. Kill 13, mati 2, assist 23. Baronnya si Draven 15, 1, 13. Menang, Bu. Dan yang bikin bikin kocaknya lagi, ADC-nya DC, si Ezreal DC. Jadi kita cuma berempat mainnya sebetulnya. Gara-gara waktu itu sempat ada yang bilang, si supportnya si Sena bilang kalau ADC-nya DC lagi gitu. Oh, gue pikir cuma di saat itu doang. Ternyata begitu next game, begitu sampai kelar baru kelihatan tulisannya. ADC left the game. Menang, Bu. Nih gue kasih lihat ya. Nih gue kasih lihat deh. Nih gue kasih lihat. Ntar ya. Ntar. Oh. Sebentar. kalau nggak percaya. Menang Bu saya juga kaget. Di early game tuh kelihatannya kayak udah kelihatan menang di early game sendiri. Di early game sendiri udah kelihatan menang. Eh, apa ya? Oh ini aja. Nih, sorry. Tuh. Menang, Bu. Lihat tuh skornya. Skornya. Nih 13-2 dan MVP-nya gue lagi. 13-2 2-3. Ini ADC-nya DC. Gue pikir memang parah gitu mainnya. Ternyata emang DC. Dia DC 3-10-14. Sup- Supportnya lihat tuh, menang. Lihat skor musuhnya 46-25. Gimana nggak jauh? Gimana nggak bilang kayak wah menang, kayaknya nggak mungkin. Masalahnya yang bikin bikin kayak gue juga, aduh kayaknya kemungkinan bisa kalah nih. Karena ada dia yang bikin slow, ulti gue bisa ditahan sama dia, ultinya Ezreal juga sama, ultinya si Draven juga sama bisa ditahan. Ini juga sih Sena. Tapi ternyata aku masih bisa menang. Kebetulan untungnya gue lawan si Aksan menang, bisa gitu gue ngelawannya. Jadi ya aman dan aku menang. pas pas udah gue udah khawatir pas di mid game udah agak khawatir karena sempat ada yang bilang kalau kita late game kalah ini bener sih memang gue juga mikir gitu kalau kita late game kalah cuman ternyata diriku masih menang tak terduga menang goks and go gue juga udah agak khawatir sebetulnya tadi yo semua ADC gue kayak udah gitu sempat kalau nggak salah sih saya nanya ngomong "Eh, ya udah gue ADC juga sebetulnya tadi saya nanya nggak boleh saya nanya juga tadinya nggak mau kayak bukan yang mau pakai ADC apa support Sena gitu terus dia bilang ah gue pakai Sena deh. Kalau kalah gue ada protection ini ngomongnya gitu aduh udah pesimis amat nih orang gue dalam hati gue mikirnya kalaupun kalah gue ada protection gitu. Kalau gue pas pas dia ngomong gitu gue mikir ah kalau gue kalah ya bodo amat dah turun yang main cuma main doang yang seru-seruan gue pikirnya gitu udah di early game pas creepingan dan bisa dapat kill di awal pas lawan si Aksan kok kayaknya cukup bisa menyaingi musuhnya gitu loh bisa gampang halo kucing bobo halo kucing bobo kucing berisik ingat iklan dulu tuh iklan apa dulu ya Fox ya permen Fox yang ceweknya tapi suara ceweknya tapi kayak suara kucing gitu sampai akhirnya orang di situ tuh kayak saking keselnya bilang kucing berisik gitu. Disiram air terus embernya pun dilempar gitu singkat gue gitu deh udah mulai touch kunyalakan ya audionya ya. Kalau audionya kurang kenceng kabarin ya. Musiknya kurang jelas gitu, audionya kurang bagus gitu. Kabarin. Nanti gue gedein. Soalnya sulat gitu ya. Ini di mute dulu gak sih? Gue khawatir kopi kanan soalnya. Di mute dulu gak ya kira-kira? Masih 2 menit lagi. Anjir di troll kita. Di troll kita. Masih 2 menit lagi ternyata. Gue mute lagi dulu, gue mute lagi dulu. Anjir dikerjain kita. Kirain udah mulai. Ternyata intermezzo doang, intermezzo. Intermezzo gak tuh? Intermezzo. Ntar ada 3D 3D-nya juga nggak ya? Pas live-nya si Linkin Park. Sayang ya. Sayang banget itu gua. Apa namanya? Si Chesternya nggak ada, sumpah sayang sekali gitu. Tapi gue nggak yakin sih, maksudnya kalaupun Chester ada, belum tentu dia bisa sampai yang kayak sekarang gitu. Maksudnya sampai di titik yang akhirnya dia buat jadi finalnya League of Legends gitu. Gue nggak tahu ya. Ya di satu sisi mungkin iya Hartzell nggak comeback. Waktu KDA sempat lanjut ya, masih comeback, tapi Hartzell enggak. Itu juga enggak, True Damage juga enggak. True Damage enggak. Pentakill kan sempet kan. Pentakill kan sempet muncul lagi tuh yang ada skinnya Kyle sama Viego kalau nggak salah dulu tuh. Si itu juga nggak ada. Si siapa namanya? True Damage. True Damage sih gue seneng. Musiknya enak sih. Musiknya enak. Ngumpulin mungkin yang susah. Ngumpulinnya. Karena kan orangnya kan beda-beda. Negaranya beda-beda. Yang ininya Akali kan orang Korea kan tuh. Yuk kita nyalain dulu audionya. Itu gue di suara situnya tuh khasnya Linkin Park banget itu. Live chat gue geser dulu nggak? Live chatnya gue hilangin dulu nggak? Takutnya ngeganggu. Live chatnya gue geser dulu ya. Kita paker. Let's go. Mukanya matanya. Udah, cukup. Jangan dilanjutkan. Ntar jadi masalah. Biarpun sebetulnya bukan ngarah sana. Kan di London kan. Cek aja di London tuh jam berapa. Kan di London. Singkatku di London. Violanya.
Roger Federer, to me, one of the greatest sportsmen ever, universally beloved, incredible tennis player. So really cool to see. And the entire year we have been
window ininya kurang gede nggak?
And I can't wait to see
kalau kurang gede ntar gue gedein lagi. Cukup tidak untuk segini atau perlu dibesarin lagi?
Runs well here in the O2 and for Worlds in general is going to bring it in for us. Hello everybody, my name is Shox and I'm joined here by Emily, Maurits and Dagda to lead you through Countdown. Azale is also joining us in just a little bit, but we couldn't be happier, Rob.
It's a banger!
Ya nggak apa-apa kalau misalnya kayak kurang gede, lebih mendingan digedein, ya nanti tak gedein.
In the audience I do as well. It's always extra special. I hope we can make it a great show for not just them, for everybody here in the O2
masih,
Arena.
Tadi udah 60 menit, ini masih 60 menit lagi.
A lot of cool moments. Now we wanted to pull up something called
masih 60 menit lagi.
And we're going to need you to cheer to kind of tell us if you think that this moment has a lot of aura or not. And we selected a few that happened this world. So who's going to draw it in?
All right, here we go. I'm going to do my best. I'm great at drawing.
Okay.
We got the full spectrum.
So it goes from Elk
just want to point out, it's Elk yawning in the crowd, and then Faker in the Mercedes.
The get-in loser. Okay, cool. What's our first?
Let them yapping, yeah.
Okay.
Or playing Dread. I'm gonna say what, like 60-70%?
Definitely. This was such a pop-off moment, and it's so sick to see the passion that these Brazilian teams bring in those type of moments.
I was gonna say, this is just an average Cebu all day. They pop off like this all the time, which I absolutely love. It's one of the things I love.
Yang nonton juga masih sepi kok. Yang nonton juga masih sepi. Belum pada duduk. Pada baru masuk. Belum ini. Belum ready.
I'm gonna go with there. Oh my boy. Sometimes you just forget what a champion does. It happens to everyone.
Oh ya, gue inget ini yang gambar orang nguap ini sampai ini sampai kesorot. Ini penonton kalau nggak salah yang nguap itu.
Maybe in hindsight would have
Saya
rather,
crit kan crit sama damage. Dia nggak terlalu main attack speed. Bahkan dia nggak usah bikin attack speed sih, seingat gue. Tapi nggak tahu ya kalau di Wild Rift tuh nggak kayak gitu. Kalau di PC takutnya kadang suka beda.
I was gonna say he does it all the time, right?
So a little bit of points.
Is that maybe a little less?
Tapi lu cobain aja. Kalau gue sih gue cobain aja.
60.
Kayak
It makes sense.
Miss Fortune aja dulu pakai main attack speed, tapi gue
Alas, let's take a look at the next one.
pakai Miss Fortune tuh bikin attack speed.
All these. I wonder if there's one that's not.
Ini cowoknya nih. Ini sampai dibilang ini bukan diulang-ulang, ini memang berkali-kali dia nguap gitu.
BLG had already qualified and then been in Alper watching T1 play, and apparently
Itu sampai dibilang gitu. Dia bukan yang video diulang-ulang nguapnya enggak, tapi memang nguap berkali-kali.
I wanna play. Yeah. Okay.
Sampai
what do we
di
have next? I hope it's a little bit more aura than that because. Oh, yeah.
Oh, ini yang kemarin deh.
This one's pretty good.
I've been going around my house like having a sip of coffee going, it's good! Or like, eating a plate of breakfast, it's good! And you have to.
It's good. Gue nggak nonton sih pas terakhir di sininya. Gue udahan soalnya gue nggak lanjut. Gue nggak nonton karena gue lihat wah yes menang sampai final gitu. Udah gitu sampai pas mereka bangun dari bangku udah gue nggak lanjut lagi nonton.
Merci. I mean,
I think it's good.
yeah.
The problem is
Faker
has
the
so many
goat.
good aura moments that this is like
Go.
not.
We rate it to his standard, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
And if he's doing a tumble and everything in the past, you know, it's
Yeah,
like,
the broccoli
Yeah.
thing.
Dia
Yeah, yeah.
5 kali
Let's see. Maybe he talks in a British accent
4
at some
kali.
point today. Then
I'd be so impressed.
that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Do you guys do a good British accent?
Yes, Suren.
No college, you know.
Kalah kah?
Okay.
Show us how it's done.
Kalah jauh kah?
I will not.
Gua nggak tahu di PC bisa apa enggak. Kalau seingat gua kalau di Wild Rift tuh Lucian bisa di mid. Kalau lu mau nyobain di mid silahkan.
We can't measure it. This was, I think,
Soalnya
the highlight
seingat gua di
of the entire-
kalau di Wild Rift tuh bisa.
Like, it's just so much confidence.
Dilempar gak tuh jaketnya? Kalau gua jual lagi. Bentar.
Explosions.
Kan masih ngobrol kan.
I also think that both Bin and Gumayushi in their respective winner interviews, I don't know, they created an insane aura by the answers because we always talk about kind of how measured LCK and LPL players can be in those interviews, and they were not being disrespectful, but they were wording it in a way that got
Jauh amat aja.
I love the fact that we get
Tim kill 3-2.
letters to say it's true.
Itu
We're gonna make this work. It's all fine. Look, we'll face off against each other. Even when you look back at MSI last year, was them trying to fight off against each other.
It's true. Okay, we're gonna do one last check-in with
Oh,
your
kurang tahu
pickers.
saya.
You've been doing
Saya tidak
okay.
mengikuti Dota.
They're destroyed.
Saya tidak kurang.
Yeah.
Saya tidak
Why are
terlalu
they
mengikuti Dota.
So
Why
I,
not?
so I really,
Gue kalau bisa ke Korea, gue pengen ke ini aja deh, ke Faker Tower deh. Ke towernya menaranya Faker. Gue baru tahu kemarin pas beberapa hari yang lalu. Pokoknya pas yang live yang kemarin deh kalau nggak salah.
worlds thus far with
Apa pas dilihat di short gitu gue lupa. Faker punya tower sendiri gitu. Punya menara sendiri.
Hey, Madeline's got something.
Kirim.
That's game versus game.
And it was a win rather than being the other side, you know, which is the most important part.
Yeah, take the stars that it was a win.
I'm looking at, and we're going to talk about this later, but most unique champions Knight there with 12. He's been pulling out a lot of stuff for BLG, kind of quietly under the radar too, that BLG have picked such a variety of champions a lot of their games.
Also got to highlight that FlyQuest, even though they didn't make
Parah
it,
banget
they
kah
still
itu?
had incredible performance this Worlds and actually
Ini apa?
second in
Jungle
Europe
Div
games
kah?
played, which we saw in that series against Genji as well.
Yeah, it was awesome to see them play. Of course,
Sempat
remember
ke
to lock
situ.
in your pick'ems, and those were the pick'ems.
Oh, sempat ke Korea kah?
By AWS, and we'll head into
Di mana emang
a little
si
bit
towernya
more
itu?
rounded
Maksudnya
discussion, I wanna
di
say,
kota apa?
about these teams. We have an hour, but I
Ada
feel
apa
like
sih di
it's
dalamnya?
enough to
Faker
talk
Tower
about
itu?
all of the
Gue coba
journeys
pengen lihat
that
deh.
we have.
Kalau
Rob,
mumpung
that we
masih
have here, an LPL fan
sesi
for
ngebacot
so
kan. Jadi
long already. Talk to me me about BLG and about their
Sesi
evolution.
ngebaca.
Because when you look at this organization, this isn't the iteration that when they started expected to go the distance. Because when you look back at what had happened like 7 years previously, there were so many different megastars and super teams that they tried to put together throughout the years, and you'll see it in the graphic that
Gue
we bring up in just a
adik
moment.
gue kan
When you
cerita
look
ya
at players like
sama
they
adik
tried to
gue
set up with
soal
Isekka and
si
Amy coming
jadi
through in their first
biarpun
initial
sebetulnya
year,
adik gue juga
which really was
nggak
they're
begitu
trying to
tahu
go, hey, look, we
soal
can bring in some of the big heavy
si
hitters
Faker
into this squad and see if we
sendiri
can
gitu
make
ya.
it work
Cuman
for spring
setidaknya
2021.
kalau nggak salah tuh ada artis Koreanya tuh yang deket sama
So instead, we're going to bring in players like
bisa deket sama
Bobo,
Faker
Roddy
gitu loh,
Hooks,
seingat
and
gue.
Sandy mid-laner Kim
Teman
Yeon
mainnya lah,
at the time.
kalau nggak salah
Uzi
seingat gue.
coming in as well. Adding a world champion in Chris
Terus
to
gue
say,
cerita
hey,
gitu
our
soal
ball is
kalau
going to
si
dominate
Faker tuh
and
punya
take over. But
menara,
again,
punya tower
it was
sendiri
that lack
gitu.
of success that they found.
Terus dia bilang,
And it was really
kayaknya
when they
emang
go,
kalau di
okay,
Korea
you know
itu
what, we're not going to bend the
pencapaian
mega
tertingginya
balls. We're not
mereka
going to
itu
invest in these
punya
super
punya
teams
gedung
anymore.
gitu loh.
We're going to take this up-and-coming
Dan
talent. When you get the likes of
dan
Bin, when you
jujur
get
ya, maksudnya
Miguel,
sejauh yang gua tahu gitu ya,
but the most important part
sejauh yang
was
gua
they
tahu,
invested in a serious coach. They invested in Tabe, a guy who was
gua nggak tahu ya
just
maksudnya
back up
apakah memang benar atau
back-to-back
tidaknya,
MSI wins
tapi
with Orange
setidaknya
G.
yang
We're gonna
gua
take this
gua
group
lihat,
of
yang gua
players and
lihat
misfits
sendiri,
to really
yang
rise up.
gua
And then we
artis-artis
finally
Korea
get
yang
to
gua tahu
what
gitu,
was the last
mereka
little
tuh
bit of
tidak
success
yang
they needed in 19 out of
sampai
this year.
spending
The
money.
man who denied them
Ibaratnya
so
kayak
often in the LPL
apa
last year joined this
mereka
roster,
beli segala
and
macem
suddenly this team has
apapun
found
lah
the
gitu
most
yang
success
mewah-mewah
they've
gitu
ever
segala macam.
found in the
Mungkin ada
organization's
tapi
history.
And
tidak
that
yang
moment from
sampai
Tabe last year at
ibaratnya
MSI when he
beli terus beli
shone
lagi
towards his
gitu.
team as they won was
Tapi
the
mereka
start,
tuh
I think,
lebih
of
ke
their
kayak
career.
yang
Yeah, and the most
punya
impressive thing to me
kayak
is
kayak
how,
gini
again,
gitu
you
loh, yang
pointed out,
Faker
this
Tower gini-gini gitu
initial
maksud gue.
iteration of the lineup, the
Tapi ya
first
gue nggak tahu juga
go of
sih.
it, was supposed to be a budget lineup compared to what they'd done previously, right?
Yang
And
gue
we
pengennya
even
tuh dalamnya
saw like
gitu, bukan
a little
bukan
bit of
masalah
uncertainty from BLG
oh
at the
Faker
very
Tower
beginning
gitu.
of this tournament. They struggled in Swiss
Gue
stage,
tahu.
and that happened in summer. They brought in Wei, that helped things. Then they brought back Shun, and he's looked great with the team.
But I wanted to like show you what they were working with when BLG initially formed, because I brought in some old clips from Suni when both Bin and On were on, and I just want to show you the bedlam that Tabe had to deal with this team.
Let's take a look indeed. I've heard rumors.
Tidak ada. Ini tahun berapa anjir?
想要对一直担心的粉丝们说的话呢？
觉得粉丝们其实没什么好担心的吧，就是如果我们打得不好，那也没办法；如果打得好的话，你就开心就行了。
They're definitely entertaining, I'll tell you that for sure.
I mean, this is
Kata-kata.
off the back of their 2020 finals. This is what you have to work. It's bedlam, and I love it.
It's crazy, yeah.
Lihat
So many
dulu.
stories there also, you know, Bin making
Seoul. Oh di Seoul. Gwangso-gu, Seoul, South Korea.
Today. Let's just pull up the brackets of how Worlds has gone from the Swiss stage to the knockout stage, because particularly for BLG, we already mentioned it, slow start, really ramping up into that knockout stage.
Yeah, and
Gwangso-gu.
by contrast, it
Yeah,
was
Gwangso-gu.
T1 who looked really shaky domestically in summer.
Kenapa emang
then
Google
have
nggak bisa
ramped up
dipakai?
throughout this
Google
tournament.
Maps di sana nggak
BLG
bisa dipakai.
were lights out
Karena
domestically this summer.
beda
They
negara
were
kah? Atau kita
phenomenal,
harus yang
undisputably the best team in
pakai
China,
ini di sana
and
gitu
then
dulu
came
baru
here,
bisa
had a
dipakai.
really shaky,
Maksudnya kayak
Swiss
aplikasi
stage.
sana
Now
gitu
have been
maksudnya.
raising through the bracket stage.
And for BLG, that series against Home Alive, that game 4 is something a lot of people are going to go back to. And it contrasts so strongly to T1, whose story was, and I feel like we keep repeating ourselves, but every summer T1 has some horrible
Kalau ngeliat Faker tuh kayak kaku banget ya orang ya, kayak nggak bergerak sama kayak nggak ada gerakan yang luwes atau gimana gitu loh.
And yet, here we are.
Here we are again.
Lore apa tuh maksudnya?
Consecutive World Final
Lore-nya
for
siapa?
T1. Maybe the 5th title for Faker. These are all things that we're going to dive much deeper into in just a little bit. We are going to take a quick break right now, but we will be back very, very soon with the rest of Countdown.
Kalau countdown lagi tak mute lagi. Kalau countdown lagi.
So, you want to work in esports? Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. better.
Step 2. Apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy, the program created in partnership with G2 designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who will explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Gue pengen lihat turnamennya para cewek deh. Ada gak sih? Untuk apapun lah gitu, nggak harus LOL.
Mid-season Invitational and Valorant Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yeah. Thank you, MasterCard. So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Oh. Terus pakai HP di sana aplikasinya. Maksudnya Google Map itu kan secara keseluruhan toh. Maksudnya Google Google gitu loh. Siapa yang ibaratnya kayak nggak tahu Google? Who doesn't know Google? Who doesn't use Google to search something? Oh gitu. Kalau misalnya kita yang di luar Google, di luar Google, di luar Korea mau pakai Kakao, bikin akun dulu kah? Yang kayak Kakao Talk gitu ya? Kakao Talk. Rempong nih ya kalau dipikir. Untuk para kayak Cina dong berarti ya. Cina kan juga agak begitu kan, agak ribet. Dalam arti nggak bisa pakai ini, nggak bisa pakai itu. Diriku punya waktu itu pernah ke Singapura, terus punya kartunya, cuman nggak tahu deh kartunya masih ada apa enggak. Jadi kartu buat yang naik kereta gitu. Tapi kalau nggak salah itu bukan cuma buat naik kereta sih, kayak pokoknya naik kendaraan umum kalau nggak salah, secara umum. Tapi apa kereta doang gue lupa. Pokoknya kartu untuk yang pasti naik kereta. Karena waktu jalan-jalan di Singapura itu mostly pakai kereta. Karena kayak seru aja gitu naik kereta. Ngomongin soal kereta, inget yang di Cina waktu itu ada. Dia keretanya masuk di tengah-tengah gedung gitu. Dan begitu lu naik ke gedungnya, bisa yang kayak naik ke lantai ini ada jalanannya, ada kayak udah di bawah, tapi ternyata begitu lu jalan sedikit, ada kayak jembatan, begitu ngeliat ke bawah, ternyata di bawah masih ada jalan lagi. Udah gitu naik liftnya udah kayak naik kereta, ada transitnya. Dan lu harus tahu habis naik lift ini lu mau ke sini harus naik lift yang ini, habis itu pindah lagi ke sini gitu. Aduh. Beneran itu, beneran. Ada tempatnya. Beneran. Bukan AI, beneran. Yang lantainya gue bilang tadi aja tuh beneran ada. Ada beneran. Jadi dia ngasih lihat gitu. Nanti kayak ibaratnya lu udah naik ke lantai 5, tapi nanti begitu pindah tempat lihat ada liftnya, ternyata bukan lantai 5, lantainya udah 10 atau berapa gitu. Karena kayak ibaratnya tuh gedungnya dibangunnya tuh di lantai yang berbeda gitu loh. Iya, kota kan, iya. Ada kotanya, ada. Gue lupa nama kotanya apa. Seru sih, maksudnya keren gitu, maksudnya ada bisa kepikiran bikin kayak begitu, yang katanya sih memang awalnya itu untuk naik ke kayak gunung atau apalah gitu kalau gue lupa. Jadi terus buat akhirnya jadi memudahkan perjalanan ke lantai itu, ke dataran yang cukup tinggi itu dibuatkan lift gitu, dan ada gedung-gedungnya juga, dan kalau dibilang bukan cuma gedung biasa, bener-bener yang kota gitu loh. Pusing kalau gambarinnya. Udah mulai lagi ya. Oke. Sorry.
This is definitely on the short list of matchups, which has been awesome.
And I know that the fans have been enjoying Worlds as well, and this is something that we've seen through viewership and the amount of people who connected to watch League.
Yeah, I mean, I have to take a minute to talk
Nanti gue
about
coba
the passion of
gue
League
lupa nama
fans.
kotanya.
Worlds 24 is now one of the most watched events in League of Legends history.
Kota
Our average minute audience outside of China through semifinals is up 30% year over year. And the incredible T1 match versus Gen G reached 4.81 million viewers. It's truly amazing.
I think it's crazy that after all this time of League of Legends and esports, we have more and more people tuning in and even more people watching League of Legends. Keeps the game interesting, and of course we've been blessed with amazing worlds so far. I have to ask you, I think everyone is going to be hyped for the opening and closing ceremony. So have you
Chongqing.
seen
Oh bener ya,
anything,
bener.
or are we just gonna, okay,
I'm going in blind.
so you're
Tuh,
gonna discover
cek
as
aja tuh
fast,
link yang
just
dikasih sama
like us.
Philotes.
Anything we want to be hyped about, we know which artists are going to be headlining, but anything you want to see for the opening ceremony, anything you're expecting here.
So I cheat a little bit. I know there's some great choreography and lots of dancing. So I think that's going to be great. Like to be able to see those shots. I think the ceremony is going to be awesome.
A bit of Linkin Park, a bit of arcade.
Bacanya gimana tuh?
What are you excited
Chongqing.
about?
I'm excited to see all the arcade moment, the
All right.
Paper Town Blues song. Maybe are we gonna get fireworks?
Maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty sick.
Maybe. Let's not spill the beans. Yes, I know that for the closing ceremony, we're going to honor the players and the champions even outside of the O2 Arena. So how is that going to work?
Okay, so we'll be continuing our tradition of celebrating the World's Championship on the Rift by placing the Summoners Cup complete with the winning team's logo right on the Rift. So, but we are going to do things a little different. So next year with
kayak mana tuh ya? Nanti.
15.2, we're introducing
Tapi namanya nggak asing,
special
kayak pernah
features,
dengar.
a championship icon and an emo, and we'll be shipping the Summoners Cup to the winners region. So the champions will start their season with the cup on the display during their opening week of competitive play, and we think that's a fitting way to celebrate their victory and kick off the new season with their activity.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. They'll even get to make some content while they have the Summoners Cup there and like really be able to connect with their fans in region.
Stay tuned for this in-game and outside of the game, of course. But following up on the press conference we had yesterday, if some of you guys at home couldn't quite
Kayak
follow what
macam tembok
happened,
Cina gitu
we
ya, tapi
had news about
kaca atau gimana sih?
international events next year and the future of LoL Esports, Chris.
Yeah, 2025 is going to look a little different for LoL Esports in a lot of ways, and we couldn't be more excited for it.
Aku pengen lihat LOL Wild 3 turnamennya udah mati banget sih nih, kasihan Wild 3. Biar untungnya dari tim developernya sih masih jalan terus ya.
Making strategies on the fly. That tournament will be in March 10th through the 16th at Ballpark in Seoul, Korea, and we'll be using Fearless Draft throughout all of Split 1 next year.
Itu kayak tembok kanan kirinya ini ya. Kalau gambarnya sih tadi kayak kaca, cermin. Saking ini benar-benar yang model futuristik tahun banget itu ya. Kota masa depan. Ibaratnya tuh kayak gambaran, gue ngegambarinnya kalau kayak di game-game atau di cerita-cerita yang ternyata sebetulnya tuh ada tempat yang ternyata cukup masa depan yang sudah peradabannya lebih maju gitu loh maksud gue. Tapi dibuatnya kayak kaca cermin gitu ya. Timo's head, gue mau topping Timo deh. Rusak. Tidak. Oh, Chengdu 2025. Tuh. Next turnamennya tuh. Cina ya, di Cina ya berarti itu. Oke, nice. Ada panda lagi makan.
Yeah, so good. So we're really proud to return to Chengdu next year. The incredible atmosphere, the passionate fan base, the outstanding.
Kapan ya di Indonesia ya turnamennya gitu? Waktu nonton Asian Games e-sportnya League of Legends aja gue kayak dan kebetulan banget kan lagi di Indonesia, terus pertama kalinya di situ lagi kan diadainnya. Dan aku lihat langsung Faker The first time aku lihat langsung Faker di situ, Mbak.
Thank you so much, Chris Paul, for joining me today. I want to hear what the fans think actually
The
on
first
the
time
floor. Hysterics.
ever
What are they thinking for the Massive
see
Cats fan predictions?
the Faker himself.
Yeah, thank you, Law. I am indeed on the floor of the O2. London, where are you? Good. And they're still packing in as well. So who you supporting? Let's go T1. There we go, T1 fans alike.
Let's go T1.
We need some balance. Who are you guys supporting?
BLG!
Itu gak berantem itu sebelah-sebelahan. Kalau ntar anggotanya T1 ada yang KO, dia marah gitu, pukulin, berantem sendiri ntar di situ.
London, T1 fans unite, where are you? What a glorious year to get to this position, right? To get here, they almost lost to KT. And then we go back and we look at BLG, overdefined, what are they? BLG fans, rise up! Shocks.
BLG, T1.
As it fills up and we get into this exciting
Kayak paling gue dong yang kayak, itu
Thank you so
prediksinya
much.
T1
It's
80% anjir.
80% T1 as we take a look at the player
Gila.
arrivals presented by
Gokil.
Mercedes-Benz, but Maritz, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I'm not even surprised then. This is the reality of going up against T1. This team has the home ground advantage.
Kayaknya ibaratnya kalau sampai T1 masuk final, terus ada kayak prediksi T1 atau tim musuhnya yang bakal menang siapa, T1 itu kayaknya paling tinggi ya. Pasti kayak ibaratnya siapa yang nggak pilih T1, ibaratnya gitu kesannya.
And T1, they are massive fan favorites, of course.
Paker!
Which is really lending to that effect. And this man is
Turun-turun bawa ini, mousepad.
50% that fan vote alone.
Turun-turun bawa mousepad gitu.
I did think it was going to be closer in terms of what the people think, but you're right.
Mukanya kaku-kaku amat ya. Maksudnya kayak melambai ke kameranya tuh kayak gak terlalu yang semangat gitu pada orang-orang.
Hey, there's so much to talk about, and I think I want to start
Iya,
us off
prediksi
right.
gue tuh 3-2.
Knight versus Faker. Let's
Siapapun
get
sih
into it.
sebetulnya. Gue gak terlalu yang, ya gue pengen T1 menang. Tapi maksud gue tidak yang se-hype waktu piala keempat gitu maksud gue. Karena perjuangannya mereka untuk sampai akhirnya bisa yang masuk ke final lagi dan ternyata menang gitu di final 2023 kemarin, itu perjuangannya gokil sih. Iya, diriku sama kayak dirimu, Putri. Mami. Itu dia. Kata dia mungkin di LCK oke deh, gue gak terlalu ini, tapi di turni yang sangat besar ini aku harus bisa menang. Kalau ngecek di Wikipedia, cek timnya T1 deh. Atau sambil cek timnya T1 sama cek timnya yang lain. Lu lihat yang megang, yang ada gambar pialanya sampai banyak cuma Faker doang. Yang lain aja tuh cuma satu. Yang gua pengen ngecekin yang ada Mas Mus itu ada yang ada 2 aja nggak ada. Satu semua. Cuma Faker doang yang sampai 4. Teman-temannya aja di T1 sendiri satu semua. Dia doang yang 4.
Picks him off as well, and then is kiting out on Broken Blade, uses the stun into the ulti, waiting for his cooldowns here, and as
Gue nungguin Silas sih masuk di Walk. Seru kali pakai Silas, sumpah.
From Knight goes back, immunes the stun, gets him with the knockup on the E, kites it out, wins the fight. This guy is truly next level with his mechanics.
And I know I've been talking
Iya,
to
sumpah
you
gue pengen,
about
gue nungguin
Knight
Silas.
for years,
Gue nungguin
you used to
Silas.
follow his Syndra for like a lot of your Lean Kingdom.
What else could he play?
He can play a lot because
Tapi
like we mentioned
tadi sih ada yang ngasih kayak bocoran untuk next champion di Wild Rift, Apelios sih. Nah, Apelios yang untuk sekarang karena kebetulan ada Apelios yang keluar, Apelios gue tungguin karena dia yang sangat berbeda dibanding teman-temannya yang lain, player karakter yang lain.
And it would be his time to take that world championship, but unfortunately there's Faker on the other side. Let me just ask you, is Knight better than Faker mechanically?
Maksudnya kayak ya udah, maksudnya nggak terlalu masalah di yang kita kalah gitu maksudnya.
Right now in this tournament,
Yes.
I would say so.
So why is it that we still have that unbridled trust in the man himself?
I'm so glad you asked, because let's return to 2023 when Faker was the mechanical god. This is his first kill in
2013.
Ambition said it himself, 2013. Everyone will always remember his first kill. Ambition was on the receiving end of it.
Dipakai Lulu nggak tuh? Pakai Lulu di mid nggak tuh? Pakai Lulu di mid nggak tuh? Tuh. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Bisa nggak mati nggak tuh temennya? Gokil. Perutnya. Sampai dibilangin gitu. Waktu di tahun 2000 berapa gitu gue lupa. Kalau Faker mati, timnya tuh kayak kacau balau, nggak tahu mesti ngapain gitu loh. Tapi di kemarin di turnamen yang semifinal kemarin untuk dia masuk ke final ini, ada yang komen gitu, sekarang Faker mati, kita tetap bisa bertahan gitu loh. Jadi benar-benar membuktikan kalau T1 itu bukan kuat cuma karena Faker, tapi karena kita semua. Emang kenapa kesantai di Wild Rift? Ada apa? Terlalu broken ya? Yang gue tungguin itu kesantai. Apelios sama si yang kemarin dipakai tuh support si Renata Glass, itu yang gue tungguin sampai sekarang. Renata Glass belum gue coba tuh karena gue belum bisa beli waktu itu. Belum sempat beli karena ininya belum punya.
It's just so cool because it's not just some of the most famous T1 or Faker moments. These are some of the most famous moments in esports period.
Terlalu broken kan dia. Gue belum pernah lawan dia soalnya. Pokoknya gue dari siapa ya, gue lupa. Segmen terakhir di bukan terakhir maksudnya. Ya pokoknya yang akhirnya pas dia keluar gue udah nggak main gitu, gue lupa. Kalau nggak salah Apelios sendiri gue juga belum pernah. Sampai disainginnya sama winnya 75%.
Hi guys, this is Sonny, and sorry I couldn't be there because I have game also, but I wish you, both of you, BLG and T1, good luck for the final. Everybody is very proud of you guys. Being in the final is amazing, but last step is
Kapten Tottenham Hotspur.
Good luck again and enjoy the final stage.
That is so awesome. He mains Lee Sin, by the way. If anyone was interested, plays a lot of League.
Iya, gue tahu tuh dia bisa tembus tembok tuh si Santai. Itu juga bisa kan Skarner sekarang kan. Tembus tembok tuh Skarner.
Because in the same vein as just saying Faker is the greatest of all time and not emphasizing the intricacies of the career, the same thing goes for T1, right?
di LoL si siapa tuh namanya? Cogat gue punya tuh skinnya yang robot, yang jogetnya ada musiknya di bahunya di speaker. Gue lupa lagunya, pokoknya ada musiknya gitu.
I want you to look at how disjointed this team looks. So Keria, he's about to set up a pick on BDD. Or this is the Yone, this is the one target you need to kill. And now I want you guys to count.
Kepikiran dia nge-flash.
Get wasted because of the anti-synergy. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4 ultimates that get thrown into BDD.
He sucks.
No one is on the same page, right? And the reason why we highlight this is because of where they are now. The fight is a complete wash. T1 end up barely edging out this series.
What a flex to run it down on your world skin, by the way.
Insane.
You get a pass when it's your world skin.
And then contrast that to the series they had against TAS, and Carrier's performance in particular is sitting here on the flank with
Gua
one
pengen ngeliatin
squad, right?
di
So
videonya nge-freeze gak
what
sih?
TS tries to do is
Suaranya
get
jalan tapi
him out of there. They try to collapse onto him. He gets the sidestep. That alone is already insane. But here, dodges the chains, charms the first two, then flashes, follows up, denies Jakilov access to the pit, immediately forces 369 his Zonyas. And from that point on, this fight is impossible.
Kepikiran gak sih lu cara main kayak begitu?
From the rest of T1, the fight is broken. The game is done.
Cara mainnya si Keria tadi tuh, kepikiran gak sih lu?
And I really wanted to highlight this because we keep talking about T1 in summer they weren't that good. It wasn't just the meta.
Kepikiran gak lu? Lu sebagai support, lu sebagai support ada di antara busnya jungle, busnya yang di yang sekitarnya Baron Lane. Itu sebagai support dia di situ, bukan nemenin temen, tapi dia mancing musuh ke dia, terus dia pakai ulti, nge-flash nyamperin musuh, terus dia pakai skillnya buat ke temennya, pas maju sambil ultinya kena juga. Pikiran gak lu gitu? Bener-bener kalau pro player tuh kayak cara pikirannya, cara pola pikirnya beda gitu ya. Aman, di YouTube aman, nggak ada patah-patah. Streamingan itu juga lancar kan, nggak ada masalah kan?
I mean, there was a joke about how we couldn't mention finals
Anjir.
because we didn't want to curse T1, right? Because they kept
Gue juga sebagai support kayak gitu sih.
of winning finals.
And often with teams like this, it
We're
is
solo
about when is the
to
dam
bronze.
gonna break. And I think at T1 we were at a point,
Gue sebagai support juga gitu sih. Maksudnya kayak di satu sisi gue bakal maju duluan ke arah musuh untuk bisa biar musuhnya tuh fokus ke gue dulu gitu ya. Gue yang membuat mereka tuh jadi kena bounce kayak atau stun atau silence atau apapun lah, kena CC-nya gitu. Terus akhirnya setelah kena, teman-teman gue lagi sibuk ngambil Baron atau Dragon gitu kan. Nanti kalau udah selesai mereka langsung keluar, bantuin gue, balik bantuin gue. Ya udah gitu. Tapi maksud gue tidak yang akhirnya posisinya jauh dari teman gue kayak si itunya gitu, kayak si Keria tadi gitu maksud gue.
BLG did have their struggles, but at the same time, when it came time to the knockout stage, when it came time for the best of five, they're taking down HLE, the #1 LCKC, they're taking down Weibo. You look over at T1, and they had to beat so many star-studded rosters. They had to take down BLG in the Swiss, G2 in the Swiss, Top, as well as Gen G. All of these tournament favorites have really been knocked out by T1 and by BLG.
I think it's been absolutely incredible to see the caliber of teams that they've had to go up against, and now to showcase that at a one last step is going to be absolutely insane to see these two teams face off.
Hey, you swapped in. What's going on?
No, that was Chronicler's voice.
Was it? In fact, I think
Suddenly became Irish.
all 5 of us are going to be on in
Poinnya
just a second as we
jauh,
find ourselves
bedanya
with a
100
little
tadi.
bit more time. But I feel like we talked a lot about T1 and
ininya mau gue
Faker.
geser.
Naturally so, right? But their competitors deserve so much time as well. And I think the ideal people to kick it over to for a little bit more insight into BLG are Lore and Wendy, who are standing by in the Verizon Game Day interview.
DK itu apa?
Thank
Panjangannya
you
gue
so
lupa deh.
much, Shox, and what a journey it's been for BLG at Worlds and all year, actually, Wendy. Thank you so much for joining me to talk about your team. what can we make of BLG? Because they're the last hope for the LPL, but they're also the best hope for the LPL, considering the fact that they entered Worlds as tournament favorites. When you think of the year they had in the LPL and how they developed at Worlds with the team they faced off against, what stands out for you when you think of this team?
Yeah, I definitely think like BLG is not only the hope for themselves, but definitely the hope for the whole LPL. And LPL, we haven't got the World Championship for the past 2 years, so I constantly like we really have a very strong feeling that we really would like to have this year's title. And definitely for this BLG, this roster,
Tim
they
baru
were
ya? Apa
able
tim
to
lama?
get the championship in LPL for the both the spring and also the summer. Basically, that's the strongest roster right now for LPL, and definitely we can see like maybe from the Swiss stage they will look little bit like underperformed, I must say. They got some fluctuations, up and downs. But after that, they were really able to have a very quick adaptation and be able to really
Is that a
showcase
good
all
thing
the
or a bad
talents in the
thing?
quarterfinals and the semifinals, the 3-1
The
against
Donkey
Hanwha
Kong.
Sports and also 3-0 against another LPL bro WBG. So it's time to see how much talent they can show us here in London.
Yeah, time to shine. And I remember that Elk was actually talking to us about the fact that Swiss stage is always going to be a bit difficult because of best of ones, because of the format, but you really can't expect a team like BLG to shine when it's going to come to series, and especially long series. And I have to talk about what Bin told us when we interviewed him in Paris, the fact that he had memories from the first time he made World Finals. It
ini
was
ya
against
Damwon ya
Damwon back
dulu
then.
ya
He got
namanya
inspired
Damwon
by
Gaming ya, makanya
what
kok kayak
Showmaker
namanya
said back then, the
ingat
fact
gue tuh
that he
Damwon
wants to
gitu.
restore hope for the LPL. He wants to restore the honor of the LPL. What does it mean for them, for Bin, for BLG, for all these players,
Makanya
if
kok
they
nggak
could grab the victory today?
pas dirimu bilang
Could be a really meaningful
apa
title for
di
the whole
plus
LPL,
Kia tuh
especially
gue
for
nggak
Bin, because
tahu,
4
tapi
years
seingat gue
ago
kayak
he was
di
also
kayak tuh
standing
Damwon.
in the grand final stage and got the penta
Kayak
key. We
yang
all
gue ingat tuh
remember
Damwon,
that player.
bukan
And
di
4 years
plus.
later, for now, I must say, Bin really got his growth, his improvements, and
Oke.
for now we can see through the whole journey. He
Segitunya
cannot
kah
really
sampai
have the sharp the
dibikin
sword,
meme?
and he really have the very aggressive play style, and also he showed a lot of respect to Zeus, to
Maaf,
Faker,
ini
to the
cewek
whole
ini roknya
T1,
gimana
and
sih tadi
because
tuh?
of that respect, definitely
Roknya
he's
gimana
going
tadi
to just
bentukannya?
try his best
Ah,
to
yang ini
showcase
kah
all
yang
the
model
talents
kaku
here.
gitu?
And he's a different beast. He's been saying it himself. He gained in maturity. He became even stronger over the years. And also, we know that he wanted this match today. He wanted to face off against T1. He wants to be able to defeat the world champions, the one who won last year. And it's going to be an interesting matchup, especially when you consider the fact that T1 versus LPL, that's a matchup that they usually like. So what do we think about the rivalry between these two regions as a representative of the region, but also for the fans?
I must say, LPL is always the biggest opponent for all the LPL teams, and also based on the past 2 years record, we got 8 times victory in the best of 5s against all the LCK teams, and 6 out of 8 is actually from BLG, and the other 2 is from Knight together with the last year's JDG. So
Itu ya.
who's the team that's going to maybe have the biggest hope to beat such a strong team? T1, I must say,
Oh
could
bener
be
ya,
this
yang
year's
ada
BLG,
meme-nya
and
itu, yang
especially
meme-nya
it feels like 10 years ago the
yang
LPL is trying their best to get the
ADC-nya
title
sampai
from
kuyup
T1
mainnya
from
segala
Faker,
macem,
and 10 years later
lawannya
we're
gini-gini.
still facing
Giliran
this
yang
goat.
di lane lainnya tuh yang
Doesn't
sambil
get more
nyanyi-nyanyi
hype
gitu ya.
than this. Wendy, do you have any closing thoughts about this matchup?
Definitely really looking forward to this grand final, and I must say for all the BLG fans, for all the LPL fans, we like to just how
Ya,
BLG
rame.
they can just show
Pasti
all the talents
rame.
here, just to show their strengths here, but still enjoy the game, enjoy the show. This is your stage, and no matter what happens, you're just the best team. And BLG, let's go!
Jayo, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wendy. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jayo BLG. Indeed. Wow, she dropped some great quotes there about this rivalry, right? Because this is such a through line for this entire day about the LPL versus the LCK specifically.
Yeah, and I think a huge portion of that is, again, as you say, the revenge arc as well. But for BLG, they haven't lost the playoff series against T1 when you look across MSI and that. So there's a huge amount of these rivalries that are starting to grow and starting to beckon.
BLG,
You heard it like
T1,
last year as well,
BLG,
trying to take down
T1.
the LCK teams. I think there are many players here that are trying to show that 5 LPL players can really step up on the international stage and show what Chinese League of
Nggak
Legends
kebayang kalau sampai ada
knowing
yang
how
dream
big
team
League of Legends is in China, how many fans
ngebuat
there are, and I
tim
think very often because we're just so surrounded by a lot of T1 because they have such global fandom and
timnya
referencing.
tuh
But of course, you
bener-bener
have
yang
some trouble sometimes
ya
seeing
roster
things,
ini
right? If they are produced in China or the content or Weibo, whilst we're on other social media forms. But let me tell you, it
yang
is
bener-bener
huge.
yang
I mean, I
katakan
will
pro
always
untuk
remember that moment when
jagoan untuk di
EDG won
setiap
Worlds,
lane-nya gitu.
and there was this famous clip of the dorm rooms and everybody cheering. I think we have it somewhere, but I might have called it up a little bit too quickly. We'll take a look in just a second. Just to say, all of China is watching.
I mean, some of the LPL players are some of the absolute biggest stars, not just in League of Legends, in the entire country. You can see the celebrations after EDG won. It was electric. There was videos like this coming from all across the country.
And it's even when you look at like popularity votes within the
Seru
country.
juga kali ya kalau nonton bareng turnamen gitu ya. Di kita ada nggak sih? Kemarin sih teman gue bilang sih, di si Filotes tadi ngomong, nonton di Senayan lah gitu. Apakah ada gitu di Senayan? Gue nggak tahu tuh.
And why the LPL produces such talent year in, year out.
And the same year that Uzi was actually voted #1, it wasn't like it was just Uzi because, well, he's Uzi. But there was 11 LPL players in the top 50 as far as, against celebrities, against the musicians, against movie stars, against everyone in China. It really is a national sport.
It is, and you talk so much about Uzi. Let's talk about Elk. He's playing today, and I know that Emily, you've been following his career so intense.
Ya kayaknya ada
Right? So do you want to
dulu ya.
So I feel like this is really his breakout on the international stage. This is last year at
Yang
MSI.
dulu pas
These Jinx compositions, I just
LOL
feel
ada
like
di
people
Indo ya,
watch
maksudnya
his
yang server
positioning
Garenanya
in
itu.
these fights and his spacing. He's so good, and the way the team set up for his Jinx in a lot of these fights.
Tapi emang beda banget rasanya.
absolutely phenomenal.
Waktu itu gue
And
main
again, I want to reiterate something that
LOL
Rob brought
PC.
up earlier as we take a look
Yang waktu yang yang waktu itu gue main sama temen gue itu.
many Ezreal highlights.
Yang sama Filotes sama temen gue satu lagi yang namanya Macele lah namanya. Itu gue kan skornya kan jelek banget gitu kan waktu pas pakai S itu 4-11 20 berapa gitu kan, untuk asisnya 20 berapa itu nggak ada tuh yang namanya kayak di toxikin gitu, cupu lu mainnya uninstall aja gamenya bla 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 gitu kan. Giliran yang terus baru mati 4 aja udah langsung dikata-katain lah segala macam. Beda banget emang feelnya orang player. Nggak tahu ya apa karena terus player mobile pada begitu gitu pemainnya, atau game PC tidak seperti itu. Makanya rasanya tuh feel-nya beda banget. Jadi baru ya mungkin beda ya, karena kalau di mobile mungkin mati 4 itu udah banyak banget, karena kan pace gamenya kan sebentar ya. Pace gamenya kan tidak selama kayak di PC gitu. Tapi ya maksud gue mati 04 itu bukan dalam arti terus yang benar-benar tim jadi kiamat kalah gitu loh, pasti gitu maksud gue. Posisi gue itu yang di ranking gue yang sekarang di Emerald 3 ini. Yang kemarin itu yang baru kalah, baru mati. Bukan gua sih yang 04 gitu, tim gue. ADC apa support gitu pokoknya lupa. Yang dikatain noob gitulah, cupu. Pokoknya ditoksikin lah gitu. Tapi ya maksud gue udah di kayak di anjing-anjingin lah gitu. Kasarannya tuh. Goblok-goblokin gitu. Sorry kalau kasar bahasanya, cuman intinya kayak gitu loh maksud gue. Faker tuh selalu gitu tuh. Faker tuh pasti gitu, kayak meditasi, jadi merem gitu, kayak tidur tapi enggak sih sebetulnya. Mute all, iya sih emang di mute all. Gue kalau udah yang bete banget, kesel banget gitu, gue mute all emang. Kayak yang ibaratnya dikit-dikit typing main
talking about
padahal yang jelek
all
dia
this
tapi dia
stuff,
ngatain
but in
orang
different
gitu loh.
iterations of even with
Mantap
iterations
emang.
I mean runs like the 2022 run, the 2023 run, the 2024 run, so the present run. There are different players that have stepped up and that had to step up to cover for others. Owner got a lot of flack back in the day. He had a tremendous world championship. The same goes for Carrier, who for me is the best player on T1 right now, perhaps in the world, but it just goes to show that there's so much more to it.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Kerry has stepped up kind of put a spotlight on towards On as well, where Kerry is going to run away if he's able to play the style he has. And I think
20 menit lagi, guys.
Guma and Kerry
20 menit
maybe
lagi.
multiple different play styles. Like
20 menit lagi juga belum tentu ini sih. Belum tentu langsung mulai. 20 menit lagi opening dulu pasti nih. Mulainya bisa jam 10 sih. Setengah 10 lah, setengah 10 jam 10.
We're going to play elsewhere. It's the fact that they have dominated multiple different styles, and now you get to see this next
Waktu itu
iteration of them.
gue nonton juga nggak nonton di sini sih. Udah yang mulai baru nonton. Jadi nggak nungguin.
Liam, our stats go pulled this for me. The average career of a pro
Flashy-nya
is less than
mana tuh?
3
Gue nggak
years.
lihat. Tadi lagi
This team
ngaltet.
made 3 straight world finals without a roster change.
Timo.
Put that into context. It's insane. Most people don't even
Itu
have
si itu
3
bukan
chances at going
yang
to
kiri
Worlds.
si
True. Wow, you really got
Tibers.
me with that one.
Bukan.
It's crazy.
There's one matchup we
Oh itu
haven't
Eldernya yang
talked
belakang
about
ya,
yet.
yang gini.
Do so right now at length. It is Zeus versus Bin in
Ini Tibers
today's
bukan?
featured
Tibers
match
sama
presented by
Poro.
Mercedes-Benz.
Our final featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of
Eldernya yang
2024.
lucu.
The top lane
Timonya
reigning world champion and
bukan dalam arti gue nggak suka Timo ya, maksudnya pelatih Timo tuh udah banyak gitu, maksudnya udah sering gue cukup sering melihatnya gitu, lebih sering melihat pelatihnya Timo. Kalau Elder kayaknya masih jarang gitu, mungkin masih terbilang langka. Ini dia yang keren banget sumpah.
The claims away from Hans, flashes forward, Zayas flashes away, we'll get the slow with the cast. Hans now in the middle of the minions, doesn't have a ward to play, Zayas can open up and Zayas finds it. The young legend has reached Worlds Finals
Ngaco sih itu.
every year since he joined T1 starting roster. He is undoubtedly one of the best players in the world, but today he wants to put himself at the forefront of the greatest top laner ever at just the age of 20.
Dia membawa namanya Zeus banget ya. Ya di luar yang Zeus itu dewa yang nakal bandel gitu, tapi maksudnya kuatnya hebatnya tuh dia menunjukkan membawa namanya gitu.
Final step to the pinnacle of league accolades, world champion. Bin is hungry for victory, straining every muscle as he pulls out his signature champ, Jax, again and again on his path to finally claim the trophy. He is a player that is more than prepared to take over games.
Kalau lihat matanya kayak orang bukan sipit ya, bukan. Maksudnya matanya kayak orang ngantuk gitu. The real God itself ya. 3 lawan 1 nggak mati coba. Dia masih bisa ngekill. 3 lawan 1 dia nggak mati.
Will today mark Bin's rise to the top, or will Zeus prove once
3 lawan 1 nggak mati.
that Mount Olympus belongs to him alone?
What a glorious featured matchup, and the one that Bin wanted, right? He said, Zeus is the one that I want to play. T1 is the team that I want to play because I want to exact the revenge for what they did to my brethren last year. So there's a lot.
Emang ada juga yang namanya Zeus juga. Tim apa? Main game apa? Oh, Zeus yang itu kah? Zeus yang itu? Zeus yang mestinya diblok. Zeus yang itu kah yang ada maksud? Yang harusnya diblokir. Yang harusnya diblokir tapi nggak diblokir-blokir. Gue pikir Zeus yang mana nih? Gue pikir ada player yang namanya Zeus juga. Ada tidur. Kok tidur? Temani aku lah. Besok juga Minggu. Besok juga Minggu, Pak. Minggu masuk, Bang. Gitu lagi.
He has been with the T1 organization his entire
Bacanya J-nya tuh J apa J?
so similar to a transcription of his existing nickname. Since becoming starting top laner for T1, Zeus has never missed qualifying for an international competition. He's made 4 international finals of 6 and is a defending world champion. He's also an Asian Games gold medalist. Against DK last summer, Zeus gave himself a famous pep talk where he told himself that he would go to hell if they lost. So he's kind of known for looking stoic when he's like locked in, and this is a story where he'd stay behind, practice a lot. But Zeus is also known for being very silly and very goofy with his teammates, a direct contrast to his serious
Besok sebetulnya aku juga ada, cuman aku boleh tidak ikut, jadi aman.
roster that we were all kind of wondering where players were going to end up, and Zeus winning out at the starting spot. I think the big thing for me that's been so impressive is how he's willing to
ada yang dibolehkan tidak ikut sih, dalam arti memang dikarenakan dia kayak begini gitu ya, maksudnya dia sebagai atlet satu olahraga atau e-sport kayak gini. Gue nggak tahu kalau kayak Faker dan kawan-kawan gitu ya, tapi maksud gue ada yang dibolehkan tidak ikut untuk sekarang ini gitu maksud gue.
I mean, it's just insane, right? It's like almost no one will even
bukan cuma sekarang sih, kayak yang kapan-kapan gitu.
And we'll see if it comes out, if there's no shenanigans where they never actually get to lane versus each other.
Swaps are banned.
Hey,
kalau diriku tuh yang tua-tua masih, jadi ya gitu.
Been doing this World Championship because I seem to remember when we were watching the Swiss stage specifically. I mean, granted, BLG was
biarpun ada yang pensiunan pun ya juga masih pada ikut gitu.
My top lane WWE, I slam everybody. Where is he? Has he ramped up?
Somewhat, but the problem for Ben, I think, is how he played domestically, right? You're always kind of compared to your own form of self, and for Zeus, his summer form, not great. So in his way, for him, it really ends up being a benefit.
Harus ya berarti bisa dibilang, harus dapat.
I still think he has been contesting for the title of best top laner in the world. No one can deny him that, especially with the run he's had throughout the playoffs. But has he played up to his full potential? I'd say that he can reach that here today.
Jadi ya, masih ini kan sesi yapping. Aku mau pipis dulu.
So good in summer. I think it's like it's almost unfair to him because we're comparing it to his like best iteration of himself. It's kind of insane to think there's a
arisannya di mana?
level that Ben has not yet reached just from what we've seen at
and he's in the World Finals.
I mean, we laugh about it.
Oh yeah.
We laugh about it, but actually when you put everything into context, what we've talked about already with T1, you are all very highly educated analysts, but you can't use any other word for it than magic. Whatever happens to T1, however they get aligned, right? And you're gonna need something, if you are the opposing team, to break that. Because we saw it yesterday versus Gen G. Gen G was supposed to be the best team in the world. Their macro should be unshakable, and they were dizzy just because of how T1 approached that matchup. And for me, Ben is one of the people I'm looking at to say, I'm gonna have this huge performance. I'm gonna go above and beyond, unlock that next level to make sure we can win here today.
There he is!
Yay!
As Ben always does, calling it 3-0.
In the background and walking away.
I was like, no, come on, man.
I'm not part of this.
And when you talk about magic, Ben has already shown that against T1 in a best of 5 internationally this year. Think back to the Camille game at MSI. It was absolutely stellar. Ben just refused to lose. He took over a game which they were behind in, and he can make that magic happen. He can turn a game on its head.
He's made magic for a few years. I still remember. I think we're going to see it. The barrel on Gangplank versus G2 back in 2020, but he keeps doing it. Oh, this is it.
It's coming.
Oh, we know it's on the way. Unfortunately, every time, because it's so, as you're saying, right? Still the only guy to get a Panicle in the World's Finals as well. Has been as confident for as long as he's been on the scene.
Yeah, and to reiterate, the coolest thing about this matchup is the mutual respect coming from both of these top laners.
Leganya, pipis.
Really burst out onto the scene.
Apelios. Apakah nanti Apelios akan keluar? Atau bisa tembakin tower kagak ada rasanya tadi aja.
It makes perfect sense when you think about it. Both these players know that they are the top 2 top laners in the world. Both of these
Ditembakin tower kayak nggak ada rasanya.
are the best top laner in the world. How else do you prove it? You beat the other guy that's in the running
Betul.
on the World Finals stage. Here in the O2 Arena,
bisa lebih dari 3 game sih.
You're so good at this.
Kemungkinan kan.
Oh my god. Yeah, this top lane matchup, but so many across the board indeed. And Bin also outside of just saying that he wanted to play Zeus.
Bisa lama nih.
That's the name
Hari ini bisa panjang live-ku. Live-ku bisa panjang hari ini.
He's watching pretty good, I guess. But he has also kind of risen up as that person who wants to take the responsibility for the team. We have a quote because Showmaker famously said a couple of years ago, we'll take a look at it, right, Emily, that he would
Besok
be the
diriku
person
tidak
that
ada
would
live.
take the
Aku mau
responsibility for the
istirahat.
SDK, and Bin is trying to take that same
memang sudah
pressure
merencanakan
for the
gitu.
Yeah, and I think this is really
Biar besok nggak ada
in
live.
favor of just how much Bin has matured over the years, right? Where he's like, I am going to shoulder that responsibility for
Jangan sampai gue ketiduran di bangku aja nih ntar.
Like, it is on my shoulders. I will
Bisa aja sih.
assume that responsibility. We saw it earlier in a little bit more of a jokey way, right? Where he was like, if we suck, we suck. Like, there's not much we can do. We just have to play our hearts out now. And I think he even said something in the press conference yesterday that was great, where he was like, as long as you truly love the game, you will be at your best. And I think Bin personifies that.
And it's also something that keeps coming back in favor because when he talks about the longevity of his career, where at the beginning he was so focused on trying to make these finals, trying to get his titles, and now whenever you ask him, he's like, I just want to have a good
11 menit
time
lagi.
with my buddies. I want to have a great time on the Rift and make the fans happy.
Must be nice if you've already won.
Yeah, it's easy for him to say.
No, but it does contextualize it, right? Because of course, you know.
Kira-kira breaknya berapa lama ya kalau misalnya setelah satu game?
Of those finals where you were a finalist and you didn't win, the absolute breakdown in 2023 when it didn't work out, and to it working in 2023, you know, it's all something that you take in your arc in your career that will make you stronger for the next time. And that's kind of the difference between the two teams, as to one that has to again jump over that both internally as with their team and a team that has done it a couple of times before.
I mean, I absolutely agree, right? The win at Worlds 4T1 recontextualized everything about this entire roster because it had been all of these almost.
Mesti gue sambil main ini ya, nanti apa? Sambil main apa namanya? Persona. Sambil main Persona. Jadi pas mulai turnamen, kita nonton gitu di luar. Setelah sebelum pas turnamennya belum udah selesai lagi belum mulai gitu, lagi maksudnya nonton antara babak 1 dan 2, lanjut lagi dulu gitu. Kayak pas lagi kayak gini kita main, misalnya gue tadi sambil main dulu gitu. Kayak gitu tuh sebetulnya.
Presented by MasterCard, which is going to be absolutely incredible. But please note that the opening ceremony does contain sequences of flashing light that may not be appropriate for those with photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. We also got these bracelets. I think everybody did. They must have been on your chairs. I'll put mine on now as well. They're going to light up automatically, I presume. Hope that's not a spoiler from production, but it makes sense.
People could solve it, you know?
Yeah, they can. Or I actually can't do this by myself. I have no...
Yeah, are we peeling?
Wait, are we peeling both
peel it off.
Okay.
They do look really cool.
Okay. Sorry, this was...
Tuh kalau kayak gitu gelangnya dibalikin lagi ya, jam gelang pokoknya ya yang tangannya itu, maksudnya ya you know lah, kan di kita dulu yang acara konser apa dulu tuh, Coldplay apa, bukannya dibalikin tapi dibawa pulang dan diperjualbelikan malah kan. Ngaco sih itu.
So insanely excited for the opening ceremony.
As we fiddle around with this, me as well. And I think, you know, we may be up here and having our little points prepared and everything that we want to sell to you, even though you don't need to be sold the excitement because you're all here and you all probably got up this morning like it was Christmas morning. I definitely did. But we're also such huge fans of League of Legends esports and have been for so many years. So we're giddy when we're standing here and about to see this, just like everybody here.
Di sana masih siang sih ya.
So exciting. So let's bring it down to a
Ini di London ya?
points to really get us into the mood for what should be an unbelievable best of 5. I want to pull up the bracket from 2023, the playoffs bracket where famously T1 went through the entire LPL stack to win their championship. And this is so important
League of Legends.
because if you see, who did they beat there at Worlds, Maurits?
It was BLG. They only met in the Swiss stage. That was a best of 3, so obviously
Swiss
very
stage.
different than a full
Nggak,
best of 5. And because of the loss of BLG, again, that big upset that Weibo got, they didn't meet at that tournament in the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it is becoming such a rivalry between these two teams because they do meet time and time again. It is now 4 straight international events that these two titans have been matching up, and it has been going back and forth. You know, BLG has been winning out in the best of 5s, but it's been T1 often winning out in the group stage, and it's kind of Worlds versus MSI.
Yeah, and I think that's where you get so much of each of these teams kind of shouldering the responsibility for their regions, for their countries, but then also a mutual respect between them because they have faced each other so many times, and it's amazing because we so rarely get these kind of developing rivalries cross-region.
Yeah.
7 menit lagi.
More tournaments next year as to Chris Greeley, so I'm really happy for that. We'll see more of it. But this is how the record has shaken out between them as of recent times, which leads a lot of people to believe that BLG should have the upper hand. In fact, 3-0, we saw it there from Bin. He also said it in the press conference yesterday. We've beat them so many times. We're so comfortable. Why wouldn't this be a 3-0?
Yeah, and I think that's actually what I was going to bring up is like how confident
3-2.
it is because of their record in
3-0
best
juga
of
apa-apa
5
sih.
specifically.
Tapi 3-2
We can
seru.
go back to that MSI best of 5.
3-0 juga. Ya oke.
And that has been a
Masalah
recurring
sebetulnya
theme
buat
for
gue sih.
T1. When pushed to the brink, that's when both in spring in the LCK, when they lost that 5th game to Genji, and at MSI, they were unable to actually push through when going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such an opportunity, I think, here for BLG today because there really is no surer path to the top than through the team that is already sitting on the throne, right? You have the opportunity to make history, taking down, you know, the best roster in League of Legends history, taking down the undisputed greatest player of all time in the mid lane. There's no better chance for BLG to establish themselves amongst the very best ever from the LPL and amongst the very best ever in LoL Esports.
And then by contrast, you have Faker in his 3rd consecutive final, right? The only other team to do it and try to defend their title in the next final
Baker.
is T1 back in 2016.
Faker and my god, after you.
Meditating.
Oh no, we woke him up! No!
That's fine. This is normal. He reboots a bunch of times, downloads the latest firmware.
Dia kayak tidur ya, bukan cuma merem ya. Tidur ya itu Faker.
Yeah,
I mean,
makes a lot of sense.
one of the things I love to do when I'm watching these international tournaments is looking at the player cams during the game. And you can really sometimes tell the way a series is going to go when you see players really nervous, really visibly shaken by things going bad. T1 is
Faker kayak beneran tidur tadi, bukan cuma kayak meditasi atau gimana gitu.
Every time you look, they are unfazed and they are just ready to focus on the win.
No, absolutely. And now that you brought that up, I was looking at the BLG player cams a lot as well. And specifically Knight in all of these games and a lot of these big wins on stage. He was screaming his heart out. He was smiling so much, right? And for him also, slowly throughout this knockout phase, it must have dawned on him a little bit more. Every map that they won, every game that they won, is this going to be the chance that I have to finally get that world's title? Because he believes, I'm sure, that he is better, you know, that he can do this. But the thing is, on a day like this, it's not
Apakah
always
menjadi
about
rekor
that, Emily. There's
untuk
so much more.
e-sport
There's so many more demons
penonton
you have
terbanyak
to
kayak
overcome.
waktu tahun
I mean,
kemarin kan?
I think my
Kan
favorite
masuk
players
rekor
to
kalau nggak
watch on
salah tuh.
BLG is actually Shun because he's always
World
just there vibing.
2023 kemarin.
He rolled out of bed, he showed up, he's going to play some League of Legends with his friends, he's going to have a great
It's like Zayt,
time.
actually.
And I actually think that's been such a benefit for this team with his substitution coming in. Right? Like Elk kind of taking almost a team captain kind of role within the team, being the forward-facing interview person, you know, but then Shun just sitting there vibing. Like, we're going to have a great time. We believe in ourselves, and we're going up against the best team in the world to try to prove that now we can take them down.
But the question is, who do my analysts believe in? I want to hear it. Oh, I also voted. I forgot. Who do you believe in? Azale, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I mean, BLG was my crystal ball pick to win Worlds. You know, I have believed that they are of that caliber the entire year. Watching them throughout the LPL in summer really reaffirmed that. And again, watching them in knockouts made me feel
kadang gue
strongly about that as
lihat
well.
headsetnya
But the more
agak
that
bingungnya
I
gini.
watch T1, it
Ada yang
really
mic-nya
is
dari kiri, ada yang
undeniable
mic-nya dari
the
kanan.
magic that this team
Ini dia
has,
makainya
the
kebalik
aura
atau
that
gimana
this
gitu
team
loh.
has. it makes their opponents
Itu
doubt
gue nggak
themselves.
tahu.
It makes their opponents play
Dari
worse.
dulu
And
sampai
T1
sekarang.
only
Karena gue nggak
seems to
kebayang
grow
bentuk mic-nya tuh
bigger and
untuk di
stronger when the lights are
bagian
at
kupingnya
their
tuh ada
brightest.
colokannya
And they
juga
are
apa
no
enggak.
brighter than in the World Finals. I think T1's going to take it, but it's going to be a banger. 3-2.
Maurits.
In 2021, and I didn't know this until very recently, me and Zeus debuted on the same day in the LCK. And I've been a very big fan of this player, and I have watched him individually go from a player that had a ton of promise to the flaws that cost him 2022 to then his redemption arc. The champions that beat him
3-2,
mastered the
3-1.
year afterwards. I think this
3-1,
player
3-2 nggak
has
tuh?
what it
Let's
takes
go.
to secure T1 that
Empat
second
orang
wave
milih,
and rebuild
empat
the
orang
T1
milih ini
dynasty. 3-1 for
T1.
T1.
I feel like I should speak for Dagda because as we can see in the thing, he is the only one going BLG. I do think BLG domestically has been like
Ayo,
such
3-1,
a force
3-0,
here, and I think
3-2.
BLG has been a better
Untuk
performing team if you take the
siapapun
whole
timnya.
year into consideration. As people can see, I'm going for T1. I'm gonna get a small analytical point in here where I think they're gonna lane swap.
Yeah?
And I think that is where T1 can actually really have the advantage. Like, I think bot lanes are going to be huge, but I think T1 see the map better currently, and unfortunately, we're not going to get Zeus versus Bin in a 1v1.
No!
Oh, we will! What are you saying?
I know, I'm a curse. Everyone's going to yell at me now.
Yeah, I wonder what the arena thinks. Do you agree with most of the desk? Who thinks T1 is gonna take it?
Bisa nambahin lagi nggak sih?
There seems to be a few T1 fans here today.
Shocker.
I'm even afraid to ask. Who thinks BLG is gonna take it?
Mas bikin ini. 3-1.
Alright. Perhaps there's also a couple who have,
Nope.
since there's no European team anyway,
Yes,
they're like, I don't care. As long as
3-0.
he's a good League of
It
Legends.
sounded a lot more
That's
even than the
3-2.
MasterCard fan predictions.
3-1.
I'm willing to say the O2 Arena knows ball.
Definitely so. Hey, I'm just so incredibly excited to be here in the O2 Arena. And we're so close to the opening ceremony. I really cannot wait. It is millions of players fall short of making
Pollingnya nggak bisa banyak sih. Gue mau bikin polling yang 3-0, 3-2, 3-1, 3-2 untuk T1 atau BLG gitu. Bikin tiga ini sih ada, bisa 3. Cuman tidak bisa memilih. Tidak bisa milih yang kayak 3-0-nya untuk siapa, 3-1-nya untuk siapa, 3-2-nya untuk siapa tuh nggak bisa milih. Ya bisa milih, tapi untuk siapa yang menangnya nggak bisa milih gitu maksudnya. Tidak bisa yang kayak gue 3-0 untuk untuk T1, 3-0 untuk BLG atau yang 3-1 dan 3-2-nya gitu. Itu nggak bisa. Oh iya, pokoknya gitu aja. Oke. Who would win? Who would win? T1 or BLG? T1, BLJ. The polling starts now. Udah deh, milih BLJ. True DM comeback. Wah. Ada Yasuo main DJ ya? Yasuo main DJ. Audio aman kan? Audio aman? Audio aman. serunya kayak apa ya di situ. Gue yang cuma Asian Games saja dulu seru banget. Si Games Asian Games itu juga yang ada e-sportnya itu lupa. Ini cuma gitunya aja yang tanpa ada opening ceremony kayak gininya aja seru banget nontonnya. Apalagi yang ada kayak begininya. Dulu waktu yang True Damage aja konsernya seru banget gitu. Kindred, is that you Kindred? The Wolf, Wolfie. Wolfie. Suaranya nggak double kan ya? Soalnya gue nggak pakai headset, gue pakai speaker. Semoga nggak double yang kayak suara gema gitu loh maksudku. Takutnya kayak suara yang dari speaker ya gue masuk ke mic gitu maksudnya. Oke, sip, jemplok. Ini si AA enggak tuh. AA, ngapain AA di situ AA? Kayaknya gedean pedangnya daripada orangnya ya. Dia gede karena sayapnya juga sih. Si AA ngapain juga AA? Ini apa? Benderanya tim-timnya yang sebelum-sebelumnya pada kebakar gitu. Ih, keren banget, sumpah. Jujur gue ngeliat siapa hotman-nya? Hotman Anda siapa? Gue jujur turnamennya opening ceremony-nya League of Legends tuh gokil sih. Niat gitu loh maksud gue. Asik yang tengah. Asik banget. Makanya si owner paling asik sendiri anjir. Asik. Sengaja gitu taruh di tengah tuh si owner. Ini apa ya? Berarti layar ya ini ya? Nyatanya mereka bisa kelucur. Nggak tahu juga sih itu bisa foto juga sih. Maksudnya bisa cuma hasil gambar doang, bukan mereka beneran berdiri di situ gitu loh maksud gue. Yes! Let's go! Ini yang kutunggu-tunggu. Ini yang kutunggu-tunggu. Aku menunggu mereka manggung lagi. Copyright, let's go! I don't care!
It's pouring in, you're laid on the floor again. One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win, white flags out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire, feeling so cold.
Sayang sih drummer sama ya drummer dan vokalis gitu. Drummernya kan udah bukan si Brad lagi kan. Iya, waktu itu gue sempat masih bilang kayak kalaupun Chester masih ada, gue nggak yakin mereka akan di titik ini juga gitu loh, dan bisa untuk seperti yang Linkin Park zaman dulu, karena ya Chester udah nggak bisa seperti dulu lagi gitu loh, udah nggak bisa nge-scream lagi gitu. Mestinya sih bisa sih. Let's go. Gue pikir pialanya nongolnya di antaranya mereka, ternyata yang di depan.
In the top lane, Ben and Zeus.
Terus kayak orang ngantuk ya, bukan?
In the jungle, Shun and Honor.
Ini yang paling gaya emang Honor ya.
In the bottom lane, Elk and Gumayushi.
Paling gaya emang.
As support, Own and Carrier.
Mid lane.
And in mid lane, Knight and Faker.
Wah gila. Begitu Faker disebutin langsung rame banget. Sering nih. Kelihatan sih. kemarin sempat lihat ada potongannya si Faker lagi main, sisanya lagi ini apa, nge-campingin base-nya musuh. Si siapa namanya? Si Bart yang mau diserang, si Bart. Dia ngelempar ultinya jadi yang emas kayak yang pakai zonnya. Terus dia pakai zonnya lagi. Si Faker udah nyerang gagal mulu 2 kali apa 3 kali gitu. Faker sampai ketawa sendiri. Soalnya skillnya nggak ada yang kena karena Bartnya pakai ulti sama zonnya mulu gitu sama. Aduh, yang ini ya. Ya, mewek lagi dong gue. Bukan ya? Oh ya bener.
어떻게 해야 할까요?
Ya, gue mewek lagi dong. Jangan dong.
의구심이 찾아오기 시작한다면
Gue mewek lagi dong.
경기 전에 하는 명상은 제 머릿속에 생각들이 어떻게 떠오르는지 그걸 좀 바라보는 느낌인 것 같고요. 저 자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지
Tidak, aku mewek
조금 더 잘 알게 되는
lagi.
것 같습니다.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
和我爸就是小时候家里就一个电脑嘛，然后我们就一人玩一盘。然后有时候我看他打不过别人，我就会
Siapkan tisunya kawan.
就让我对于
Siapkan
这个游戏
tisu.
产生了非常大的兴趣。
Big mistake there from Ben of Suning are falling apart.
我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
Tidak, aku mewek lagi nih.
그때를 떠올려 보면 가장 먼저 드는 감정은 분노인 것 같습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것들이 뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
哪些回忆又让我们惶惶终日，惴惴不安？
在瑞士人的时候，就也想过我们会16强回家，因为那个时候感觉大家对外界的舆论压力受挺大影响。
잊혀지는 게 좀 두려운 것 같아요. 사람들한테 잊혀진다라는 게 그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
去年我觉得世界赛非常可惜吧，因为我们也是赢了一整年，直接就输了T1的那个BO5，所以印象非常深刻。
어둠 속에서 갈 길을 잃었을 때
Sampai nggak mau nonton lagi gue.
能见到斑驳星光。
Iya.
儿子，一会儿你们已经去国外快1个月了，你一定要注意身体。
Apalagi Faker kan waktu yang dia itu
4个4年，
yang di
你
apa
又一次站在了世界赛决赛的舞台。
dibilang kayak terkesan, bukan terkesan sih, memang terlihat seperti itu. Kalau Faker mati itu timnya kacau balau karena benar-benar yang ngebawa tim SKT dulu ya, SKT T1 itu ya dia gitu. Makanya dibilang kayak T1 itu kalau nggak ada Faker nggak ada apa-apanya gitu. Makanya terus akhirnya mereka juga membuat yang strongnya tuh bukan cuma di Faker gitu loh. Ibaratnya Faker mati pun timnya masih bisa jalan gitu, masih bisa ngegendong timnya, bukan ngegendong Faker ya, ngegendong timnya gitu.
아들, 결승 진출 축하하고 아빠가 현장에 없지만 한국에서 열심히 응원하고 있어. 이제 딱 한 걸음 남았네.
无论最后结果怎么样，
One
勋在
more
我们
step.
心里都是值得尊敬的选手。
Your fifth trophy.
台上能够大放异彩，然后我也会为他们应援，加油！
항상 그랬듯이 뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. T1 문현준 파이팅!
金德，祝你在决赛场上敢于拼搏，展现风采。
Ya, fighting. Lucunya. Sok ya. Udah setengah 10. Oh, udah. Cepet juga ternyata. Setengah 10. Bener berarti. Bener kata gue. Setengah 10.
마지막까지도 또 행복하게 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다.
뭐든 좋아. 뭐든지 다 보여줄 수 있는 거 다 보여줬으면 좋겠어.
항상 응원하고 존경합니다.
T1 월주 우승 가자.
Iya, mau nggak mau kalau gini udah kayak tim apa Korea mendukungnya T1 gitu udah. Karena benar-benar yang Korea versus China barat ya. Ini kayak waktu gua yang nonton di Asian Games sih.
T1은 LPL에게 지지 않습니다. 오늘도 마찬가지일 겁니다.
네, 싸!
在世界赛的历史上，对于 LPL 来说，T1总是不可战胜的。今天我会打破他们不可战胜的神话。
네.
어떤 어려움이
Sudah
있어도
9
저희를
semoga
믿어주신
terbuat.
모든 분들 5번째 우승
The fifth trophy
여러분을
is
위한
for you. ...2022 lupa gue siapa.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the World's Finals here in London. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and by Kobe, and what a series like
Ben back.
Intro that was. They made us cry right before Champions Select,
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to push the emotions aside because we're getting straight into the draft. The Jack's Respect band thrown straight towards Bin. Kaiser taken away from Elk as well. Immediately, our attention is drawn towards the Yone first pick as BLG held off of banning it so far.
These were the two main weapons we were coming in, looking to test in game number 1 of this series. Will the Yone now be left up? Jax has already been banned.
Seru sih emang megangnya gitu tuh. Pas lagi momen yang serunya kan dipukulnya kan.
Comes up super high priority as well. These bottom lanes.
Ya, ingat yang tadi. Langsung Yone.
Goes to the Yone again. But it could also be Zeus in the top lane playing the Yone is a possibility. We expect to see perhaps the Ashe and the Skarner here for BLG.
Very well could be flex pick there for T1. Zeus, of course, finals MVP. In large part because of it. Sejuani is another pick that you usually want to pick with the Yone, so T1 may be looking that direction. Now that the Skarner's already been picked up by BLG, those melee synergies with the Sedge.
You have to remember that Ziggs races in priority a lot for Gucci now, that depending on what the direction they go in the
Gue ngeliat Skarner gue tebel banget tuh sekarang tuh. Beda banget sama dulu. Dulu lebih ke apa ya? Lebih ke fighter gitu loh. Kalau sekarang lihatnya dia lebih ke tanky banget gitu.
So now BLG is going to be forced to
decide
whether they want to lock in mid or whether they want to give Bin a mighty counter pick on the top side.
And the AP that you bring up with the Ziggs here, definitely something that T1 has to be thinking about. All AD at the moment, and they only have one left. You either go with the Sedge that we were talking about, or try and get your AP early.
Sejuani jungle ya?
She has melees in her top and in her mid lane. Nah, not always a melee, but can be whenever he goes into that Magna form. Yone obviously one of the better melees, but with Smolder not banned away, Knight is going to look towards that as an answer for the Yone in the mid lane.
Ooh, the fake out here. He's just flashing some of his great champions right now.
Wah.
And they go back to the Sylas. Sylas has been incredible at this tournament.
I think that Sylas into the Yone matchup is always a bit of a gamble. He must be picking it largely for the team fight value. Sejuani, Na, and Yone all have great ultimates to steal. When we think about BLG, their team fighting has been a core part of their success at this tournament. But they've seen the same things that we have. They're going to ban it away. Will T1 look to respect ban Bin, knowing that
Ini siapa namanya yang ini? Gue lupa deh. Yang hero baru.
They've matched up so many times, and at this last MSI, the Camille was effectively used.
double protection bands. They actually do
Oke,
the Renata
Kalista,
themselves. Such a great pairing.
Kalista, Renata, Ben, Aurora. Oh.
The Renata aficionado so far was the one really bringing it to the forefront of the meta.
It's also something that really stuffs heavy engage comps, since
Ini
T1 are showing a lot of dive,
mid Baron jungle kan.
want to play into the Renata ult.
Support sama ADC-nya belum keluar.
Like Saya, Rakan immediately as a potential, but again, they are lacking in terms of AP. What direction are they going to go? Is the Jhin now going to be taken away from Gumayushi as well? When we think about this tournament, that Zaya has been very impactful, but with the Khan taken away from On, it does bring the question, what have they prepared for us in the bot side of the map? You expect top lane to be locked in here for BLG, but maybe they want to guarantee bin the safest counter possible.
The Camille you were talking about is still available. Alongside that, something like the Rumble that has had, although at the start of Worlds was having a very high presence, kind of fell off a little bit, but still very
Champion lama juga tuh Rumble.
struggles a little bit when you get into lane swap situations though, and so perhaps T1 will be thinking about that now.
Lihat aja,
Now the
MF bukan.
question comes, what is T1 prepared in the bot side of the map? Again, we're looking for a little bit more AP damage. They want to diversify that damage portfolio. So what direction are they thinking about? They're using all the time available to them.
They're also thinking about so much CC here on the side of BLG. They do throw down the
Caitlyn, Bu.
once again for Guma. All right, Carrier. This time around, what will be the pairing?
It's usually Lux, right? When you want to get a pushing bot side, you get that Caitlyn Lux together. It would give you a little bit of AP as well.
Except hasn't been quite this tournament. I know a lot of people want his
Mungkin
Lux for the
bisa,
skin as
karena
well.
tadi diomonginnya kan AP, lack of AP kan.
Holding until the last moments.
Braum.
It's going to be the brawl for Carrier. Now, T1 fans are going to be skeptical.
Oke, mereka nggak ada AP-nya. Atau dari Sejuani kah AP-nya?
I think that again they are very heavily invested on the team fight side. BLG have drafted, towards the kind of pick potential side lane threat. BLG have very much drafted.
Mereka ngandelin CC-nya dari sini, dari Sejuani.
I think it could be great into the brawl bar.
Sejuani top. Kayaknya enggak deh, Sejuani jungle. Zeus pakai itu. Thunder. Zeus pakai itu. Nah. Zeus pakai Nar.
They have so much power if they can start to lock people down. You put that equalizer down, the follow-up with the Magnet Storm with Silas coming in as well, stealing away a fate sealed from the Yone. You just have so
Maybe.
much AoE.
We'll see. Kita lihat aja.
Don't quite have that full team fight power.
Ada Ahri sama Ezreal. Ezreal kan itu? Ezreal yang ini. Yang apa bandnya namanya apa tadi? Gue lupa. Nah, itulah. Uduh. Ada si itu, si badut. Ada Saco. Yang ngagetin tuh kameranya dari deket gitu anjir. Pickguard tuh bener-bener. Tapi kok kurus ya pickguardnya ya? Ini watchparty aman kan? Aman? Aman sih kayaknya. Nah, kalaupun nanti kena ada kopi kanan, ya mungkin ada yang di mute di video. Mungkin munculnya nanti setelah ini. Setelah pokoknya sampai ada strike-nya ya nanti di ini aja. Banyak tuh. T1 BLG Fighto. Oh, T1 di bawah. Faker dengan no skin-nya selalu. Gue tahu tadi dia si Donasi-nya nggak mau pakai flash. Dia mau nyimpan flashnya, tapi ternyata tidak bisa. Iya, parah sih Arthur tuh. Arthur gak tuh. Si Skarner. Ya tuh Arthur si Skarner. Nah, gitu loh maksud gue. Skarner tuh parah sih. Dia skillnya lebih kacau. Gue belum nyoba lagi sih pakai Skarner. Tapi dulu yang zaman dulu Skarner gue nggak terlalu pakai. Karena gue nggak terlalu bisa soalnya pakai Skarner. Karena dia kan cukup yang deket banget kan. Nah dulu gue sama yang champion yang sangat depan banget gitu tuh gue nggak terlalu bisa. Apalagi zaman di PC gitu loh. Kalau di mobile mungkin berani masih berani lah gitu. Lebih ke apa ya, tapi kalau di mobile paling yang model tanky gitu loh. Jatuhnya support sih, bukan yang di Baron atau di jungle. Tapi tenang sih, nggak tahu ya maksudnya. Yang gue lihat itu kalau untuk yang pro player PC ya, atau ya PC player gue nggak tahu secara keseluruhan mungkin gue nggak tahu juga. Gue ngeliat itu kayak kalau MOBA PC itu playernya biarpun katakan mereka udah kalah 2-0 gitu ya, 0-2 misalnya katakan nanti ya, misalnya kalah, itu tidak membuat yang mereka terus kayak aduh ketinggalan jauh nih gitu. Ini 5-5, ini kan titiknya ada 3, 1, 2, 3, BO5. Titiknya ada 3, 1, 2, 3. Kayaknya nggak pernah ada BO7 deh. Nggak tahu deh ya, game lain. Tapi kalau League of Legends tau gue selalu BO5.
Because that's what if you're BLG, you want to be able to continually harass Guma and carry it down in this lane, have them in a position where they are either looking for CS or eating your damage, and hopefully both.
Gold kalah gold karena tadi dibuka dengan skill 1 kill. Itu kalau ada iklan dipakai itu bisa. Sayangnya tidak pakai iklan mungkin ya. Iya makanya kayaknya kalau BO7 tuh lebih ke game-game mobanya mobile, bukan yang PC. PC tuh nggak pernah. Setahu gue PC tuh nggak ada yang BO7. Tapi gue nggak tahu ya, makanya yang singkat gue untuk LoL PC sampai final pun BO5. Kita juga nonton sampai pagi ini.
We're only 4 minutes in, but we do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for Grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul. And overall, the trade even-ish, but slightly in Knight's favor.
People have gone wild for how
kayaknya tim musuhnya agak sedikit agresif deh, si BLG-nya. Kayak jagoannya si T1 sih gue ngomong gitu. Enggak. Maksudnya kayak BLG-nya tuh cukup agresif. Kalau gue lihat. Iya. BLG-nya ini mainnya lebih agresif. Mungkin buat mereka kalau gue nggak gitu gue kalah.
Shun has been so good on the Skarner. Skarner being such a premier pick at this tournament, and again in this series having an early impact now. Gets the kill himself.
And what an arc it is for him as a player. Remember, BLG started with weight at this tournament.
So, Bin, look at all the work he does. But the hop off Bin's head right into the waiting arms of Shun. Nicely played by them. Bin really setting him up. Harpoons in, gets the slow, gets all the damage done. And they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of
sekarang
the
kalau
wave.
ngeliat
Now Owner is covering to help him get that
apa
push out.
temboknya di LoL PC begitu ya, beda kan begitu apa yang curve gitu model yang begini bentuknya.
With his AD carry Elk right behind him. They're looking to contest his objective, but Carrier looking to match in the mid lane.
It's going to be 5 players on the top side for both teams right now as we do see Owner starting up the
Ambil kah? Mau perang di situ kah?
The full stack. Carrier caught out though, does still have the flash and the ignite. Locked against the wall for now. Trying to get away. The unbreakable is not exactly that. On secures the kill. T1 did manage to sneak away a grub, but BLG will happily accept 2.
Such a smart call from BLG, from Shun and on to go for the engage on the fight while T1 are split, going for the
Tim
objectives as
musuhnya
well as trying to
cukup
rotate
agresif.
from mid.
The idea there from T1, because they had
Timnya
a nice start to
BLG-nya
the
cukup
mid-lane.
agresif.
Knight going for a bit of a trade, has his AD carry behind him.
Nice juke.
Faker unbinds his soul, dodges away from the abscond, abduct owner coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just want the
Apa karena
pressure
PC ya?
in mid. They're looking towards the top side.
Dari busnya yang di mid lane sama yang di ke lane-nya tuh kayak jauh gitu loh. Dari bus yang di sekitarannya mid lane tuh yang kanan sama atas sama bawah, terus ke bagian lainnya tuh kayak jauh banget jaraknya. Biasa ngeliat yang di Wild Rift soalnya, jadi nggak gitu ngeliat yang di PC tuh kayak jauh banget itu. Jarak ininya jauh banget gitu.
To go in like that if you are Faker when he does get his ultimate
Oh,
available.
Ash.
Yeah, Elk getting so much damage done here in the mid lane, keeping him there. Of course, they've rotated Knight down to the bottom lane, down to that side lane. And he will find so much success in, be able to push it back out after Guma had shoved.
Begitu sih, benar modelnya kan gitu kan. Dia agak lama gitu untuk bisa jadi gedenya.
You have to think that they're going to rotate over towards this dragon. They can control that objectives and you get to draw your enemy to you.
Gotta remember that BLG have a bit of a reputation for falling short in game 1. And here in game 1, it feels like that you'd expect them to have the pressure with the reigning world champions T1 on the other side of the stage, with the audience in favor.
Kira-kira kalau udah di posisi kayak begini, pro player tuh mikirnya gimana ya? Apa yang mereka pikirin? Apakah gua kalah nih kita? Ini kita menang? Gitu. Apakah kayak gitu? Apa yang mereka pikirin?
They find reward in their level 1 and they continue to force so many plays
sangat
here.
Agresif
Let's see if
mereka
they can keep it up as the game goes on though. T1 are very notorious for being
bukan cuma di early game kayak di level 3, 4, 5, tapi di level 1 pun sangat agresif gitu.
Spells, we're ready to fight. The 5v5 incredibly strong, and T1 they're going to have to find ways to either usurp that or navigate their way around that, because they found a lot of success with pick comps, the Braum, Caitlyn. They're going to very rely on Ona to be that initiation tool and find good fast angles, which is going to rely on good vision control. Which right now,
mukjizat bakal muncul. Kita tidak pernah tahu.
The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Ona's jungle.
9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k lead for BLG. They have 2 grubs, they've got a Drake. T1 have only been able to pick up a single grub from the map. And BLG very much in the driver's seat coming into this series. A lot of us looked at how T1 play the early game, who tends to be in the advantage, and T1 tend to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, getting out to those leads.
Kayaknya Fakernya lebih ke creepingan tadi. Si Knight-nya nggak dipukul sama sekali tadi si Silas.
Styling on his Syndra, styling on his Ahri, here styling on his Silas, stealing Faker's own ultimate, and this pressure, you even see the hover there for Owner, drawing a little bit of time, so Dwayne not immediately going over to Gromp, kind of hovering around, see if Faker's going to need anything else, and it'll also kind of extrapolate towards the extra wards around mid lane.
Angkanya kecil banget yang di bawah.
Mid lane pressure here kind of spill over into other.
Gua aja ngeliatnya kecil banget. Gua aja ngeliatnya kudu ini. Detail.
Hovered into the top side river and he's just moving into fog. He's creating that extra point of pressure, which means that Ona might get invaded on. Maybe jungle plus mid is going to come and put pressure on his jungle. Bin backing in a
gue mencoba mekaniknya Azir tuh setelah ngeliat Faker. Jujur gue waktu itu sampai akhirnya mencoba mekanik gitu tuh karena ngeliat Faker. Yang dia maju, Knightnya maju, dianya maju ke Knightnya, tapi Knightnya dimajuin gitu. Terus yang dibelokin. Terus habis itu ngulti dari belakang. Nah itu tuh gue mencoba itu tuh karena ngeliat dia.
If they decide to fight this grub fight. Currently, Faker as well collecting the minion wave now. His teleport ready to answer if they do want to throw down. This brush that Carrier is standing in is incredibly important for those team fights, but he's going to have to give it up.
Shun going to try and chase him down, throws a rock into his back. The TP comes in by Knight, who just finished his rocket belt. And on goes in. Ona's locked up. Abscom dev. Dudley flashes the wall. The arrow goes wide, but BLG get everything they want. They force the enemy jungler away, and they can turn their attentions to the grubs.
T1 decision right now. Do they just let
Kayaknya
Faker
kayaknya
farm turret play?
Oh!
Grubs right now, but it always manages to steal it.
Whether it's a Varus or a Caitlyn, Guma's got the skill shots to get your objectives.
Beautifully done by
Guma.
Able to get 2 grubs at the very least for T1, so something, and they got a lot of plates both in bot and mid, so collecting a bit of standing gold that's hovering around the map right now. Little that BLG can really do to contest, instead they're committing towards the top side, trying
Jungler tanpa smite ya.
that second plate as well.
Right on Guma trying to get away from this carrier coming in as well with the Winter Spike. Shun's on the chase with that Ishtal's impact, but locked up with the Glacial Fissure will be slow.
Lempar batu atau sekarang.
Protects his AD carry.
Kayaknya T1 itu tidak terlalu yang mau fokus perang gitu maksud gue, yang gue perhatiin dari tadi. Mereka benar-benar yang kayak creep, push lane. Faker masuk lah tuh. Faker masuk. Wow, let's go. Wow. Oh, let's go! Itu dia, mereka mainnya surprise.
So going to be some turret play money as well as the kills here for T1.
I mean, just great awareness from Zeus, recognizing that in the face of the bot lane.
Kayaknya Zeus tuh paling sering banget mancing musuhnya gitu ya. Yang akhirnya terus kena sendiri gitu loh musuhnya gitu.
As well, because BLG used 2 TPs to fight over those second grubs.
Very good use there of the extra cooldowns and recognizing that they're going to need some money to be able to fight in these fights that are upcoming because the early item completions had already started to come in for
No!
Stops the double recalls here and then they make the call. Teleport in. I've got Meganar. Perfect timing.
Dan kena tembok dua-duanya lagi. Yang waktu Gragas, yang tadi ada yang ininya Gragas ini juga gitu kan? Yang kayaknya dia bakal kayak kena ternyata tidak gitu. Padahal kalau dari lihat darah kayaknya fix kalah gitu, tapi ternyata menang. Dia benar-benar bisa mengandalkan sekitarnya gitu loh. Tower dia bisa ngandelin towernya. Board.
Gives you a lot of that confidence to be able to make the play.
Bit of setup around that top side objective. You can see Faker fishing for information.
Duitnya jadi nggak beda jauh aja dari yang tadinya cukup tinggalan jauh jadi segini bedanya.
On either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further completed. And as you rightly said, Kobe, I imagine that Faker is incredibly close to that blade completion. On his next back, he should have it, and it is crucial. It is a game changer in terms of your ability to fight on the sideline.
Another thing that is oftentimes hard for as
mau pulangnya si siapa namanya Yone itu rusuh banget di call-nya.
Because it's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard, but it is critical to the success of these types of teams that they have set up here, and so without the extra vision, looks like it is just going to be the trade dragon and 4 herald problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself again.
Kayaknya kalau mau mencoba, tapi kayaknya enggak.
Silas that does scale so well.
Yeah, notice that again. It kind of while T1 did find that TP play, now they're behind in terms of TP. The arrow connects mid.
Able to walk away from now. Shadow and Strike will get the stun. The Magnus Sword coming in as well as BOG look to collapse. Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zeus falls. Baker getting chased out as well, and Bin's flashing forward. Baker will manage to dash across towards the red pit, but Gumayushi does not have that same luxury. BOG find 3, all of them sitting
Mantap. Let's go.
Kill for the AD carry of BLG, a nice arrow to set up the whole play.
Cloud,
T1 saw an angle to secure that
Ocean kalau nggak salah mana tuh? Apa gitu? Kalau Cloud itu bukannya speed ya? Buat yang speed, tambahin speed gitu.
to gold.
Masalah ya,
Liquid gold here for BLG. They shoot ahead on the map.
So many structures
towers out of it as well. Yes, so much gold goes into their pockets. 4.5k
Jadi
the lead
posisinya
now for
kurang
BLG.
bagus
And it's a situation where the cross
Iya,
map, right?
situasinya
You see
kurang
on the top
kurang
side of the map, the
mendukung.
arrow comes through just as Zeus is jumping past. Nice sidestep from On. He connects the stun, and then a beautiful multi-man ulti comes through from On with the
Posisinya
follow-up
kurang
as T1
bagus.
forced retreat.
And now the Impale's going to land on
Kecolok,
Carrier as well,
kesulik,
and he
kesulik.
has no place to get out of this, nowhere to go apart from back to the pound.
Kayaknya gue bilang kalah ini T1
BLG now
untuk di sini.
7-2 up.
Insane opener here in game number 1 from BLG. The undisputed best team in the LPL coming out firing on all cylinders. They are not giving T1 a moment to
Kayaknya kalau gue bilang T1 kalah untuk babak ini kayaknya kalah.
even under attack. He's slowed in the pit.
The TP is coming behind here as they look to try and turn this play around. Bin trying to get the damage down onto Faker here, hit him with the harpoons. Faker dodges away with the Q3 and manages to live to the lead.
Anjir, Faker dengan santainya dia pulang mancing musuhnya buat nyerang dia, tapi ternyata dia yang berhasil kabur.
BLG are ripping this map to shreds.
Faker mati juga tapi ternyata.
Teams have tried to collapse on him on a side
Ignite
lane.
kah?
It's resulted in their demise. They're doomed the overchase of that star mid laner, but BLG don't care. They're keeping pressure on the top side. T1 members collapsed on the bot, but it costs them greatly as they lose 2 towers top.
And we're only 18 minutes into the game, and BLG have already opened the doorway into the T1 base.
They do lose a tier 2 in the bottom side, but BLG are in the driver's seat and they are not letting go
Iya,
of that steering
karena
wheel.
gojek di band.
T1 need to find some way back into this because now
Kecuali mereka bisa ngambil pakai scanner duluan gitu. Siapapun lah itu nantinya gitu.
we've seen T1 sneak them in the past to get back into games.
Entah
We
T1
said it in the
entah
draft,
si
when we saw this BLG
BLG.
composition, it really is a comfort pick and play style for BLG. You look at the champions of
Dia
what you wouldn't typically
berubah
in the past
lore kah
associate
untuk
Bin with his
si
rumble.
scanner
It
ini?
has become a staple part of his champion pool. And here in the 1v1, he realizes, I think I can get this solo kill onto Faker. He has no way of getting out of this
Dia
situation.
kena burn gitu ya,
To collapse. Scooby
makanya
Yushi
mati.
comes down, Zeus comes down, but on the other side of the map is BLG.
Exactly. You could see the counter attack from BLG on the
Atau
mini
kena
map. They
oh
immediately beeline
Ah.
straight for that tower. Oh, it didn't see the cross map arrow actually hit. That's insane.
Anjir, ternyata
We weren't looking at the arrow. That was our job.
bisa-bisanya dia yang lepas dulu ultinya terus buat kena ulti, kena si Faker anjir. Gue gak lihat tadi dia matinya kenapa. Komentatornya aja nggak tahu kalau ternyata mati kena ulti.
Use the hawk shot to spot it out. Hawk shot comes in, then the arrow. That is sublime from LP's 5-1 now.
Jadi kan yang dulu yang ada yang mau tele pulang tapi di ulti sama S. Kalau nggak salah kan T1 yang kena kayak gitu kan. Dia mau pulang tele kena buat ngedefend tapi kena ulti.
Consistent pressure on the bot side. Knight was able to trade very effectively and
Mungkin
hold
kalau
his lane
nggak salah
in the
T1 yang kena
1v1.
kayak gitu kan.
Later on in the lane, out trading Faker, and on the top side, that's where Shun was putting the pressure. That's where he was able to find that early gank. And it's just been
Baron sudah mulai berenang-berenang, Baron.
where BLG have just been slowly but surely
Boom.
dominating the map.
Baron sudah berenang-berenang. Lebih sereman di sini ya Baronnya ya. Berenang-berenang gitu di bawah.
And in the end, it's much ado about nothing. The Drake up in 20 seconds time. BLG.
Apa karena Baron yang ini ya beda?
They can keep the stacking going. Obviously, want to end the game before they get to Soul. But if you can make the Soul a possibility, it puts more pressure on T1.
Yeah, BLG, they're so far ahead. They don't need to give anything over to T1. So all you have to do is keep one little bit of vision on the Baron, then go collect the Dragon. Make sure that T1 aren't able to get any sort of trade on the map because they don't have the ability to fight you. So deny them everything.
Aware of the recall in the brush. Knight's going to catch this bot wave.
Faker dari tadi fokus di bawah ya.
BLG with a strong start to game 1. And while this game definitely isn't over, BLG have all the tools to secure the first game of this series.
Faker dari tadi gue ngeliatin dia fokus di Dragon Lane terus dari tadi.
They beat T1 twice in best of 5s. and last year at
Apa karena ada tele dan dia mau jagain lane juga kan?
what it takes, and they are definitely showing that in game number 1.
I mean, you could even go back to 2022 when big
Nggak, gue yang nggak kepikiran kalau sampai dengan kayak begini tiba-tiba terus T1 bisa ngebalikin keadaan, gue nggak ngerti lagi. Segitu ibaratnya segitu susahnya kah mereka untuk bisa dikalahkan?
This becomes a big point of contention. It's an opportunity for T1 to turn the game around. They have had some spectacular Baron plays so far at this World Championship, whether it be sneaking them, whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective. It is a point in the game where you have to be cautious and respect T1.
CT1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on Ona. But the Blade of the Ruin King yet to see second item for Fake, and if it comes online when you get up towards 2-3, the Yone is so powerful in T1, so powerful in side lanes right now, but he can't
T1 menang lagi tahun ini gitu ya.
he doesn't know if BLG are on that bottom side of the map, so he has to accept the pressure much deeper on towards his side of the map.
Look at that, Knight even hovering in the brush, waiting until he collects all the information. The rest of BLG here just keeping tabs on the Baron as we wait for Elk to arrive on the map. He hex gates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms because they're so far.
Ashe udah serem banget anjir. Gue makanya kalian yang bisa pakai S, gue salut gitu karena emang S itu menurut gue sangat berat untuk seorang ADC. Tapi kalau udah jadi kayak begini nih bahaya banget. Ini ngerinya di Ash nih. Di Elk nih tuh si Elk, BLG Elk.
BLG will protect him in these upcoming team fights and just allow him to rip through T1.
So far his arrows have been great as well. Sniping Zeus in the hop in mid lane.
Iya, Faker masuknya tuh selalu belakangan deh. Jadi bener-bener yang Faker creepingannya dulu gitu. Kumpulin duit, beli item, jadiin.
Going in with the Ishtar's impact, can't quite land onto Ona. Does have that passive as well to avoid that slow.
Yeah, they're just going to chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire pathway leading to Baron.
Get the cleanse out from Gumayushi. You'll notice as well, Elk quite happy to solo push on this mid wave at times just because
dia benar-benar yang ibaratnya dia yang mencicil menghabisi yang last hits lah ibaratnya last hit ke champion maybe I don't know. Ya kayak waktu yang Akali kan waktu dia pakai Akali pusing ngeliatnya. Sumpah waktu dia pakai Akali pusing banget.
Guma is down. BLG use the Baron as a bait and immediately kill off the enemy AD carry.
Knight with an extraordinary Sejuani ultimate connecting to the AD carry. Guma does not flash away. And this leaves the Baron wide open for BLG.
The beautiful positioning from him on Silas too, coming from the mid lane. T1, they don't expect it. Now without Guma, they try and fight them.
So almost spotted as he walked towards that razor beak pit. The Baron down to 2,000. Knight on the front line. Ona trying to get it in. Base Seal goes in as well, but the Magic Storm's already locked up 2 members. Up to the Impale. Grabs 3.
Roto.
To a crisp in the river. The ammo has to be flashed away by Zeus. But BLG are taking everything and giving T1 nothing.
It's complete annihilation. BLG are going to try and chase him down as well.
Zeus able to jump across the wall just before he got hit with the Shadowing Strike, but now with the Baron buff on them, BLG can advance down mid, the TP in from Knight as they look to close this one out.
I mean, they're knocking down the inhibitor towers, the Baron buff BLG. The respawn time is still about 10 seconds. They're going to respect it, they're going to back away, but the damage has been done to the base of T1, and I mean, the kills are going to Elk, but the plays from Knight are phenomenal. Keep track of this.
Ini tadi keculik si Gumayushi-nya. Emang benar-benar yang diincar si Gumayushi-nya nih sama si Silas dan sama semuanya gitu. Jadi mereka memang benar-benar ngebikin si Gumayushi sama Faker nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
He's spectacular.
Baker's trying to get away from Knight, but the Knight wants the throne.
Susah.
Baker's been pushed off it. BLG are on strong today, and T1 just can't keep up.
The golden left hand of the LPL strikes down the GOAT in the side lane, and BLG will collect their third dragon. They might collect the entire base before we see the fourth.
Knight has had an incredible tournament and he's not going to slow down here in the finals. BOG have steamrolled
Jadi goldnya juga udah kalah soalnya.
They're looking for another inhibitor and they're looking for the game.
Guma, Yushi, Ono, and Kerry are trying to defend the arrow once again. Malkin hits Guma! He's got flash, but he's still stunned up. The impale comes out, and
Bener-bener kayak Guma Yushi yang diincar aja.
still trying to defend. Zay's doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continue to advance. The first Nexus tower's down. Faker's back up. Trying to find something out of this game, trying to find some defense against BLG, but the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. And now into the wall. Faker's fate is sealed as he dives
Tidak bisa. Terlalu sulit. Iya, mesin gun S terlalu menyeramkan. GG.
What else is there to say? Just incredible play from BLG. Just absolutely phenomenal.
All right, for the TFT players, the Teamfight Tactics Macau Open, this year's biggest TFT event, is just around the corner. And Chonk is already celebrating at the China Regional Finals in Wuhan. Once we wrap up the Tactician's Crown, we are heading to Macau, and we're thrilled to bring you along. With Magic and Mayhem winding down, a new set featuring Arcane is on the horizon, promising big game-changing moments. 512 players
Arcane kapan keluarnya ya? November ya, Arcane. Sebulan ini maksud gue. Apa udah mulai? Aku belum nonton soalnya. Kalau udah. Oke, bentar ya, gue sambil nunggu. Mau nyari minum dulu. Ambil minum sebentar.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good. I just feel so good. I just feel so good.
数不清有多少个这样的时刻，闪现向前，焦灼，欢呼，沮丧，再来。没什么比这一刻更好。
London, get ready. WWE Live takes over this November. Don't miss the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes take on Solo Sikoa in an explosive, undisputed WWE Championship street fight. And Bayley battles Nia Jax in a WWE Women's Championship steel cage match.
This is incredible! Yeah! This, my friends, is must-see.
Tickets on sale now.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left.
I'm back. Siapakah yang kira-kira menang nih, guys? Kalau sampai akhirnya beneran T1 menang lagi sih. Aku tak mengerti lagi, mereka terlalu kuat. Sorry. Ada faker di belakang nih.
C1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
It's Scuba! It's at the Baron pit! I know it's the Grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it! Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zeus falls. Faker getting chased down as well, and Bin's flashing forward. But the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. And now into the wall. Faker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it. BLG come out swinging and take game one.
BLG choke slam T1 in this very first game. I mean, what an entree into a best of 5 grand final when you have that Summoner's Cup looking at you as you are playing. It wasn't on my bingo card that this was going to be 1, so convincing, and maybe even 2 for BLG because they started on the red side. What happened?
Well, you might notice I sound a little bit congested. You could think that was because of the amazing teaser, but as it turns out, it was because of the level of play of T1. Not game on because they got slammed. And we can talk about a draft a little bit later, but to me, this was mostly just about the gameplay.
No. Kok berhenti? No. What happened? What happened ini? Bentar.
It's Silas, whether it's Gragas, whether it's Shen, these champions that can start a dash, go over the wall, get behind you, put the pressure on. And BLG took the lead that they had and ran with it. I mean, this was just perfectly played
snap!
Shen, knocks the shot off, W flash to finish him off under the tower.
What's also really telling is the amount of flashes that were expended from T1 while still dying in the play. They don't flash the initial play, so BLG both got a tons of summoners, still made the play work, and then got the punish subsequently as well.
Yeah, and Alk was on his Ash, and
We have 5 games now.
I want to take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay.
5 games! Let's go 5 games!
And we actually got the pro view to see exactly what happened. Perhaps the mastermind was masterminding too much.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this because I actually have not seen the pro view from Faker yet. But this is where it starts, right? Because they're going to try to get the collapse onto Bin. You can see on the mini-map where BLG
atau
are
cuma
pushing
3.
in
Kalau cuma
on the
3
top
berarti
side.
T1 kalah.
Scout it out, and then Elk hits this arrow.
Gitu kan?
Elk on this Ash is
Kalau 4
so
kemungkinan masih bisa
he's
menang.
flipping through lanes. Well, not yet. He's in the game. He does not see it coming, and then he's dead. He didn't
Fakernya lagi ngeliatin ke teman-temannya. Biasa, Faker yang suka ngeklik-ngeklikin ini, tap.
Sometimes people overfocus on Ash arrows, right? If you want to see good Ash arrow usage, look no further than Elk because he's phenomenal.
I mean, he has been absolutely incredible.
What I really want to highlight here is how well BLG reads T1. T1 is a team that loves to do this, overload a part of the map, really go aggressive on these turrets to try and gain map control, and they are so clearly not ready for this collapse. And we saw T1 stabilize a little bit after the rough early game. After this point, BLG was never in any danger.
They really weren't. I mean, there was just so many avenues of attack for BLG, and I have to shout out Knight. He played incredibly well in a matchup that is supposed to be advantageous for the Oni in the 1v1. He was dominating Faker from the word go.
Our upper player of the game was Knight in this one. We focused so much on the matchup before this, Azale, but just outplayed.
I mean, straight up, he was just dominating him in the 1v1. Faker did chunk him down early, but even after the TP back, he was winning every single trade thereafter. He made Faker base with low HP, with no teleport, lost a full wave, started to fall behind in experience.
Itu tadi kalau dia nggak kena skillnya si supportnya, siapa tuh si Rel ya, Rel. Support yang bikin mental tadi tuh si Gumanya mungkin bisa menang, maksudnya mungkin bisa nggak mati, tadi masalahnya karena dia cukup menjaga, kayak gue juga gitu kadang menjaga untuk kayak flash jangan dipakai dulu selama mungkin. Kalau memang momennya ternyata sudah tidak bisa yang gue harus pakai flashnya, jadi mau nggak mau harus gue pencet gitu flashnya. Gue juga gitu soalnya. Gue di saat gue kayak berusaha untuk lari dulu, jangan sampai pakai flashnya, biar nggak kepake sia-sia gitu loh maksud gue. Karena kan momennya kan pasti yang kayak bisa dipakai untuk yang nanti gitu flashnya gitu kan. Gue berharapnya seperti itu, tapi ternyata karena gue telat pakainya, udah kepake pun gue tetap mati gitu.
On the Braum just doesn't have the same magic he does on other champions.
Absolutely, and they did have that Yone Gambit.
Yeah.
We've seen in so many different
tadi
series
cukup banyak yang ininya apa namanya bikin ininya apa airbound-nya banyak, dan stunnya juga lumayan. Stunnya S kan semakin jauh kalau kena makin lama kan stunnya.
Which really is a disadvantage for the rest of the series, and it's something we've seen happen a number of times at Worlds.
But you know what the people really want?
What do they want?
To hear us talk a little more. We do have a
Udah
little
gitu,
more time. There's an easy
biarpun
swap on
ada
stage.
Sejuani yang bisa pakai ultinya bikin musuhnya kena stun, ada Silas yang bisa ngambil ultinya orang, yang akhirnya dia bisa pakai ultinya si Sejuani itu, yang jadi cukup bisa dibilang berbahaya si Silas itu. Silas lah yang membuat jadi situasinya bisa dibilang juga agak berbahaya, jadi menyusahkan karena ya itu gitu loh. Karena dia bisa, biarpun ibaratnya tuh dia kayak biarpun skillnya beda gitu ya, skillnya beda-beda semua, tapi Silas bisa pakai ulti yang di tim lawannya ada gitu loh.
That we saw in quarters.
Exactly. That is the big thing to me. It's not, the point is carry's a bad Braum. Sometimes when a team, you can pilot it, okay, well, maybe you disagree. But to me, it's more about how exceptional he is on some of these playmaking champions and how he enables the rest of his team, right? And there are players like this, you were talking about Mako earlier, we were talking about Core JJ, and players who can play, enchanters can play different styles, but sometimes, they are more well-suited, for what the team needs, playing something different.
And I also think in the context of this match specifically, we didn't really get to it, Emily, at the start of in the countdown.
Tadi Baron musuh
The
siapa?
expectation was that Keria has been having
Baronnya
a much better
Baronnya
tournament.
BLG.
He has been one of the pillars that T1 has built on and on. It's a meme about the on and off.
Gue inget ya, Baronnya BLG itu siapa ya?
He's been as present in
Gue inget karena doang.
when you talked about BLG so far, and it was something that was going to have to happen.
Karena kan jungle kan.
We saw this out of Keria in game 1 specifically. We saw how cohesive BLG played with on, making sure that he's with his jungler, with his mid laner, wherever he needs to be. Is a good sign for the series for BLG.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really curious to see what T1 end up doing in this draft, right? Because they did turn on with the
Baron.
And I mean, it all
Oh
stems
ini
from
nih
that level
si
1 play, the
siapa
fact that they
namanya,
got that flash out
Rumble.
game, and then the Yone test, as you already mentioned, Zale.
Rumble.
The big thing for me for Keria though is that, again, I did expect T1 and the level 1 kind of ruined this. I did expect T1 to be going for some sort of
L
swap.
kan ADC-nya
not
kan,
face
si
BLG
Ash.
in standard lanes necessarily, since they have been so good in the swap. And that's why I really love to see Keria unlock. Like, obviously everyone's going to talk about his pike games because they were so fun, but like, if he unlocks, if he's able to affect the mid lane, for example, help Faker in that matchup to really dominate Knight in lane, that's an important part too. I like seeing Keria when he can also be unlocked.
Jadi kok bisa nggak inget ya tadi Rumble. Padahal Rumble-nya skin yang gue punya.
I always just think that when the meta is flexible for supports, Keria is the best player in the world. This guy can play so many different styles. He affects the map really well. He can have counter picks for 2v2. He can do so many different things. So I'm really curious if T1 has that in store.
Yeah, I think that's why we really feel that this
Zeri.
is the tip of the
Zeri. Neon kan yang di ini, di Valorant bukan?
Thousands of you, but Worlds is a global phenomenon, and there are so many watch parties all around the world. We have Thailand, Wuhan, New York City, and many, many, many more. And that is so cool to see because sometimes I feel like we are kind of in our bubble,
Iya sih emang,
right? And we only
mirip.
see what's
Beda
happening
warna,
right
beda
here.
warna. Yang
But
satu
to know that
biru,
all of Korea
yang satu
and all
hijau.
of China is watching as well as everywhere
Makanya gue lagi
across the
pikir-pikir,
world.
emang ada karakter namanya Neon di LoL.
One of my favorite parts of these events as
Terus
well is
gue
actually
keingetan
getting to meet
di
the fans,
Valo,
right? Because League of
Neon,
Legends is online, so many of our
Zeri.
broadcasts happen from our studios.
Tadi
It's
kan ada
really
kan
hard to
ini
connect it. I
yang
think you
skinnya
see
yang baru.
moments like this. You see the fans both here in the arena. I went
Dulu,
out to get a coffee with my dad early this morning.
Si siapa
The
namanya?
lines were already
Itu tadi looks-nya ada dua. Looks-nya dua.
Are you crazy? Come on, I'm not gonna do that to it.
Itu kan yang tadi yang mage-nya skillnya kayak si itu kan yang ada di champion yang ada di Dota yang bisa kombinasi skill 1 sama 2, 1 sama 3. Huawei. 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 HP dong. Huawei.
Agency. Carrier needs to be on something where he can have more impact.
Carrier, you need to have more impact. Do you agree with that, Medic?
I think Carrier, one of the best supports in the world, if not the best support in the world on his day, but he needs something he can influence the map on. He needs something he can be out and about on. The Braum, for me, is just not it.
Personally, I think that BLG's draft approach was just so smart because as much as I think Gumayushi is an incredible player, I do think that his pool at this World Championship has been a little predictable. And I think that what happened is that by putting them on the Yone and then not looking either an AP jungle or an AP bot laner, it kind of limited the options that T1 actually had on the bot side of the map. Now, do I think that they lost because of the draft? No, I mean, I think BLG really just outplayed them in the early game.
Aku kesorot kamera, aku masuk, aku masuk TV gitu. Aku masuk TV, let's go.
So I want to see them have those options available to them and showcase the playmaking power that this roster does have.
Yeah, I think the big issue here for T1 is not only did they get outplayed in game number 1 on the map, but also it's going to be even more difficult now, I feel like, for them to draft versus BLG, with BLG already calling the Yone shot and then hitting that shot out of the park.
Get on into this Champions League powered by Omen and HyperX. Again, we see the Jackson. There's the blue side Yone ban from T1.
Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. The knock-on effects of that game number 1.
And the Skarner response as well, not wanting to hand that one over. This means that we're going to see Shun on something different. We've been seeing a lot of Skarner from him recently.
Everyone keeps giving it to him.
I mean, it's true. And I mean, he's going to
Loh, kok posisinya gini lagi?
So let's see what direction they now go in.
Ini berarti di blue side ya nih.
Is Knight Silas something that you don't want to have to deal with? Or perhaps something like the Callista, once again, is something that you think is worthy taking off the board?
Yeah, bottom lane has been terrifying, and yet Knight Silas was insane. Maybe they would even consider first picking.
Ini kah yang flip coin ya kah yang Anda maksud? Mami.
Kalista are both available. This is an important choice for BLG. Do you ban away the Ashe and then give over the Kalista, which is partially why we see the Varus ban. There's a solid answer into the Kalista. They're going to take away the Vi instead, so all AD carries are available. Kalista going to be the lock-in. Bear in mind, BLG could just go for the Ashe themselves.
Ashe is a really good response into the Kalista, always an annoying one, so that's one that T1 will also be expecting, though, coming into this. Now, will they immediately pair it, with like a Renata or something like that, or are they going to try and grab their jungle first?
Well, the Ashe is the obvious lock-in for BLG, isn't it? What are they going to pair alongside it is the question. We will see if they decide to go towards their jungle, or whether you are looking at something like the Renata to make sure that T1 can't have the Kalista Renata bomb.
Ashe lagi tuh. Ini kah tipe yang kayak karena menang pakai itu lagi.
The Rumble is also a strong possibility for Bin. We've seen it prioritized heavily. It looks like that's the direction that they're going to go in. So he's going to continue with this power pick on the top side of the map. He's found a lot of success with it over the last year. We saw it introduced last year, but now that means the Renata is available for carry.
Mereka pakai yang nah itu dia tuh keluar tuh Kalista. Dibalas kah sama Faker?
Get in the hands of Faker. Knight, what do you have?
Mau dibalas kah sama Faker? Oh.
Okay, so if they do Galio, it's a Kindred game potentially. Exactly. Are we in for a Shun Kindred? Because you're like,
Kok gue ngeliat BLG kayak ini ya, cukup confidence gitu kayaknya, cukup yakin dengan untuk saat ini, untuk di final ini gue bisa gitu loh. Terlihat dari mukanya mereka tuh seperti itu gitu.
Maybe not. He could still just play like Xin Zhao or something.
I don't want to overcook, but there's always the world where the Rumble goes bot lane and then there's still a counter pick top for Bin. For now, we'll assume that it's on the top side of the map, given that we're seeing these top lane bans come through. The Nara going to be taken away, and there's the Kindred.
Gue ngeliatin orang-orangnya tuh, tim dari BLG-nya tuh kayak muka-mukanya ya. Kalau T1 kan dari dulu-dulu kan memang begitu gitu kan. Mukanya memang datar. Ibaratnya mereka tidak mau terlalu overhype, biarpun mereka sudah menang 2 kali ibaratnya gitu, sampai mereka dapat menang ketiga baru yang ekspresinya kelihatan gitu loh, maksud gue. Ya, kalau T1 itu cukup yang kayak mereka tidak punya ekspresi sampai nanti akhirnya mereka menang gitu, menang atau kalah, baru kelihatan kalau kayak gue kalah, gue menang gitu. Jadi mereka memperlihatkan ekspresinya tuh nanti gitu, setelah menang baru kelihatan.
Zin's ultimate is just so good for those team fights as well. They have a lot of synergy here that they could combine. Now on the side of T1 though, the pairing with the Kalista, we do get the Ornn lock in first.
Okay, T1 is responding with some team fighting of their own.
It's also very long range. Ornn ultimates Nocturne Global here as well. Semi-global himself. Trying to combat some of the global power of the Galio. We have lots of long range stuff.
There's always the threat of the Silas ulti steals as well, but you have left Rakan open quietly in the back line. That support pick wasn't locked in.
Si Faker bisa ngambil ultinya si Galio tuh untuk pakai untuk jadiin tele. Oh, pakai itu, pakai si ini Rakan. Gue ngeliat Faker pakai Silas bisa ngambil ultinya Galio untuk nge-gank temannya, terus Zeus pakai ultinya, Keria pakai ultinya, si Owner pakai ultinya buat bikin map jadi gelap.
It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
That it is, and it's going to be the 50th World's Finals game ever. Here in the O2 Arena, we've been blessed to be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people in the audience, even if they're not T1 fans, are hoping that T1 can fight back and take us all the way to 5 games. But BLG in Game 1 came out and clobbered the LCK number 40.
And BLG this year for them has just been so strong. Adding Knight to the lineup, first in spring, second at MSI, first in summer in the LPL, and here in finals, up 1 game already on T1.
Imagine Dragon, imagine. Oh kayak yang itu ya, yang di teaser trailernya itu. Double Agalio, masuk di titik yang sama gitu kan, mungkin beda dikit lah sebenarnya, tapi posisinya nggak beda jauh gitu. Gue sih mati lagi. Gue sih mati lagi.
Same spot as game 1. Gumayushi will lose his life. Summoners blown. And T1, they were just trying to get some vision, get a bit of early information, maybe even drop a ward into BLG's bot side jungle. But the collapse from On and Elk, the chase down of the Ashe, means that BLG draw first blood.
Elk flashes forward so he can get the slows onto Guma, and it's enough. They get both his summoner spells. I mean, a lot of summoner spells were also used offensively by BLG, but it is still going to be the lane swap after the first blood here. T1 will go topside.
Gumayushi and Kerry are trying to get away from the power of Elkanon. Obviously, Ornn good in lane swaps as well, can absorb a lot of pressure, pretty tanky. He's going to get knocked up here, though, and Zeus may have to burn the flash to get away. Elk with the slows, just going to chip him down to about 190 HP.
Belum. Masih terlalu early untuk reps. Masih terlalu early.
A lot of damage for it, and now we have Bin going mid to soak experience and do a lot of damage.
Emang Galio tuh bahayanya gitu sih Galio. Kalau sudah sampai stunnya kena, kalau stunnya kena, tahunnya kena, itu bahaya banget sih. Di Wild Rift aja juga begitu soalnya. Bahaya banget.
Typically, you'd see this split map situation, but both junglers have had access to their side of the map.
And actually, because Carrier cancels his recall there, they might make the call to go for the extra pressure on Bin, who teleported in, but it doesn't look like it. Level 2, he acquires it. Meanwhile, Zeus?
He's level 1. He's about 1 minion away from level 2, so 2 tower shots should be enough to tick him over. On here, it's level 2 of his own. Shun coming in as well to bolster this attack. Zeus underneath the tower. Able to flash away, gets the double knock-up, and look at On, he's about to be tied.
Dapat gak tuh dia? Gokil emang. 3 lawan 1 masih dapat 1.
Zeus needs to TP back in quickly to soak up as much XP as he can. The good news is the threat of a redive isn't possible for BLG.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Bin had a smart ward earlier over that wall to see when Owner would come to pressure him off that wave, and Bin stuck around to soak up the 2.5. His level now on the Rumble before getting chased out.
Carrier On here, Gumayushi here as well. On just trying to shepherd Bin in towards the tower. You can actually see Knight using the TP here. Guma still no flash, no cleanse. The Grand Engine's going to get a knock-up. Knight flashes across the wall.
Mati lagi nih Gumayushi.
It's doing a lot of work. Guma's going to be brought back with the bear.
Oh enggak. Dia nggak mati. Oh! Kena! Nggak kena. Yes! Yes! Let's go!
T1 answer back so well on the top side of the map. Knight tries to punish the flash, the spot lane of T1, but they just don't quite have the damage to take down Gumayushi, and that allows T1 to find the turnaround.
Yeah, look at this. Initially, Carrier
Kelihatannya kayak tidak bisa membantu, tidak ketinggalan. Kelihatannya seperti aduh kalah lagi, tapi ternyata tidak. Gue nggak habis pikirnya tadi skillnya Galio, skillnya Galio kan masih muter ya. Siapa namanya? Gumayushi-nya tuh yakin banget kalau gua masuk dengan serangannya si Galio kayak begitu, gua nggak mati gitu loh. Dia masih yakin dengan dia maju untuk ngasih serangan basic ke siapapun yang tadi gue lupa, gue nggak lihat tadi yang kabur, entah si Galio atau siapa gitu. Itu tuh kayak yakin banget, nggak, gue masih bisa sekali tembakan ini gitu. Habis gitu gue mundur gitu loh. Dia masih yakin dengan lemparan basicnya itu. Gue masih selamat gitu ibaratnya. Biarpun mungkin gue juga kalau udah sering main jadi bisa tahu ya ngeliat damage-nya gitu. Tapi ibaratnya ini skalanya udah beda ya, maksudnya ini skala turnamen, bukan seperti kita main cuma push rank doang gitu loh maksud gue. Kan feel-nya beda kan maksud gue. Rasanya sudah berbeda. Ya mungkin pada akhirnya yang mereka rasakan di turnamen, bukan kayak kita cuma dirasain di push rank doang gitu. Kalau di LoL PC kayak panjang banget deh skill apapun. Jarak itu kayak panjang sekali. Gumayushi agak susah kayaknya buat nyolong kalau pakai. Oh, Oh, gue baru mikir kalau kayaknya Gumayusi susah buat nyolong. Si ownernya yang nyolong. Kayaknya T1 itu jago banget mencuri. Jago banget ini apa? Melepaskan last hit. Nocturne kapan keluarnya di mobile ya? Di Wild Rift. Kalau di Wild Rift keluar, gue pengen make dia gitu untuk di jungle.
Knight hovering around the top side jungle, ready to leap in at a moment's notice. No TP available for Bin. Bear in mind, he's still only level 4. He's being denied a lot of experience. With Zeus having the ultimate available, the threat of a dive is a real possibility. Faker keeping his pressure up in mid lane, about to tick over to level 7.
T1 will be able to get the first plate of this push.
Si owner ngeganggu musuhnya aja biar nggak pulang-pulang. Itu si siapa? Si Rakan mau recall nggak jadi anjir. Cancel mulu anjir mau pulang.
The big wave on bottom side is going to crash on bot soon, though. Bin has to go. Yeah, Bin has to go, but that leaves room for Faker to roam up top. Now they can guarantee numbers advantage, and they can set the sights on the tower.
Bin shows now. Do T1 pull the trigger? Do they go for the fight? Zeus was trying to hold away. They couldn't quite do it because PLG have enough numbers to force him away. The equalizer that Faker stole away does a little bit of chip damage, but not much else. Unlocked up for the moment as Faker looks for that abscond down.
Masuk ke kumung aja. Gue ngeliatin di map nggak ada.
Pushing through the wave now. Paranoia coming out. Call of the Forge God is stopped. Zeus dashing forward. The shield is around for the taunt, blocked by Ona. The knocker coming out as well as PLG trying desperately to defend the hero's entrance. Cancelled as T1 by 2.
Perang di tower nggak tuh? Perang di tower.
There were a few seconds left on Bin's teleport. He could not join. They forced the dive on, looking for any recallers.
I mean, T1 is sticking around. The TP will come through.
Shun already down. Bin walks into a scarred battlefield. He'll still take out
kata gue sih, boleh gue mati 2 kali di level 1, tapi gue balas dendam sekarang.
Trying to keep up with T1, the pressure that Faker kept in the mid lane, the fact that Zeus had already ticked over to level 6 and they were bleeding so much XP.
Oh, si itu kena ulti ya, si Zeusnya. Gue lagi ngeliatin, jadi Zeus tuh kenapa sih kok dia nggak pakai ultinya, nggak nyundul si kambingnya itu loh maksudnya.
Two tower shots while trying to walk to the rest of the team. Then goes for the ult into flash, follow, and then the repeat on the dive here. Should try to do something, and it's only going to be
berantem di sini gak tuh perangnya. Kalau kita udah bingung kali kalau main kita yang main belum tentu kita bisa kayak begitu. Linkin Park abis bawain satu lagu itu udah pulang. Pulang. Atau ikutan nonton dulu kan? Gue nonton dulu deh. Tarungnya gimana nih tarungnya gitu bahasanya.
But in terms of the gold, you can see big advantages on the side of T1 thanks to these early kills that they've been able to grab.
They've closed it in a lot of spots, but On is level 4 to level 6. True. He needs that quickness, he needs that ultimate, especially if you're going to have Knight following up with the hero's entrance. You want everyone locked in there.
Iya, tadi Galio mau ulti. Gua ngeliat tuh, aduh Galio ulti. Tapi tau-tau terus hilang ultinya. Wah. Failed berarti.
Should be T1 collecting the next pack of grubs. BLG they know they don't want to fight that, so they're trying to pick up dragon.
Duitnya gampang banget dapat goldnya tadi aja. Kalau gue singkat gue kalau Wild Rift di saat kayak tadi tuh ada yang mau ngambil dragon pasti ini deh perang. Kayak wah di dragon tuh ambil perang. Jadi kayak rebutan. Ibaratnya kayak momen perangnya tuh justru di situ. Di Dragon atau Baron. Ini gue pengen nyobain Renata Blast deh. Penasaran nih. Karena diriku juga support player gitu. Jadi membuat gue kayak pengen mencoba dia sebagai support. Sama Rel juga sih. Rel juga gue belum pernah nyoba. Selalu yang kena Guma Yushi ya untuk ultinya Ash. Tadi juga Guma, sekarang Guma lagi.
Right now, T1 is playing a very heavy 4-1 style, but they're forcing BLG to respond to the top side of the map. They keep dragging BLG up here, and every time they do, BLG is losing a little bit more on the map. Ona secures level 8, gets another plate in the mid lane, and T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. Look at the positioning of Carrier here. Something he often does on this Renata is he just walks in your face. He is not afraid.
Tadi Renatanya udah sempet ngulti belum sih? Kayaknya belum ya. Pas yang perang di atas tadi. Ingat gue kayaknya gue nggak lihat dia ada ultinya Renata gitu yang asap gitu. Iya gue pas waktu ngeliat Renata skill ultinya kayak begitu, skill dan ultinya kayak begitu, anjir, seru banget ini buat gue lihat. Dan dia itu kayak semi tank juga kan.
The outer tower on top side being down could be problematic if T1 can get the early push there and then transition over towards that mid lane. Currently though, they actually send Guma and Carrier back down bottom.
Dia kayak Rakan ya modelnya ya. Maksudnya lu mau bikin tank juga bisa, bikin yang kayak dikit ada damage juga mungkin bisa gitu.
Elk is on his way as well. 4 seconds on the arrow. He'll look to see if he can catch out Guma. Underneath the wave, he just volleys away the minions instead.
But you see the confidence the Carrier has? Yeah. Happy to face check in a situation like that. He's going to be chipping away over this ward right now. Good control from On. Still not level 6, by the way.
Itu si Rakannya belum level 6 dari tadi. Kalau udah level 6 agak repot juga tuh sebetulnya kalau Rakan udah level 6. Ininya ultinya gitu yang nyebelin.
So it is a little awkward and he's not even going for the recall, so doesn't look like they're going to force quite yet, but you always have to look at these hovers from Owner. The Nocturne kind of shadowed there with Faker's Silas making the roams, threatening down to the side. And the hawk shot cooldown is very important for BLG. Every time they're trying to find that play before it happens.
It certainly is.
Kalau tadi pas war yang di atas tadi Rakan udah ada ulti, mungkin kalah itu. Mungkin bisa kalah tadi. Udah gitu di bawah tower lagi kan. Bahaya banget itu.
His stock of wards. Meanwhile, BLG, heavy investment on the bot side, Kobe. You can see all these wards being set up to reclaim control over that area of the map.
Kata Rakan, aku cuma lewatin kamu aja, kamu sudah kena risk. Asik. Aku cuma melewati kamu saja, kamu kena risk aku. Gimana aku ngomong untuk ngeris kamu udah kelepek-kelepek nih.
And in payment for that, Zeus is able to again push another top wave.
Dikejar Rakan. Dirimu lewatin, aku dilewatin dirimu. Sambil kulirikan mataku kepadamu, kamu udah langsung kiripik. Faker nggak ada rasa, ngajar itu nggak ada rasa gitu. Apa serangan yang Faker nggak kena? Ya, serangan yang Faker nggak kena. Dan enaknya si Silas itu skill berapa tuh? Skill 2 ya kalau nggak salah. Skill 2 itu kan ada yang kalau kena pukul dia ngisi darah kan.
Just pull back with a handshake. It's going to have to grand entrance his way to a grand exit. Manages to escape for now. For a second, I thought he might fall.
Halo, Bobadak Kingdom. Welcome.
The taunt will connect onto him and slow his advance in that bot side. But with Wade pushed in, he now has the opportunity to back into Fog of War and then TP.
Yeah, you are so late. It's already like the second game.
Acquiesce to their request to take a fight towards this top side.
And it looks like they're going to go for the recall first there for Knight because of the extended trade that Faker was able to get on him. Knight goes back to base, full heal, teleport out.
I mean, the important thing here is Faker didn't reset before TPing in, so he's at half HP. Does have the quickness stolen away. The Scuttle Crab will go across. On goes in with the quickness, knocked back with the Crescent Guard as well. Call of the Forge God coming down.
Woo! Let's go!
Just possesses BLG. It's 2 already, the hero's entrance.
Let's go!
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1? Just as BLG
For me, it's still 10-44. T1.
Was so juicy with the Ornn and Renata there. Locked them up.
Let's
T1
go.
will claim that Rift Herald in the aftermath as well. But look at the initiation. So On is originally going on to Keria and Faker, locking that up. But Zeus gets an Ornn ultimate into the double knockout, into the Renata ultimate over it. Faker coming back over the wall from the blue buff. And T1 are able to chase them out.
Yeah, the chain CC there. I mean, Guma
Yes.
also
Gumayusi is come back.
just a great wombo combo.
Like I said before, even though I got killed at level 1 2 times, but I am back carrying this team.
It's the power of paranoia as well. Like, BLG are just advancing into darkness. Like, okay, we got Faker, but you're so far away, I can't even see you anymore. I don't know how to follow up. And then T1 just throw everything into the mix. And now they are looking for their first
Kayaknya,
game, a
maybe.
5,000 gold lead over BLG. Very similar to how far ahead BLG were.
Makanya tadi Renatanya nggak bisa keluar. Renata, Galionya nggak bisa langsung pakai ulti buat cabut. Mungkin kena. They got knocked up twice or 3 times, I forgot. Push the lane. Push the lane.
Sacrifice the tower initially.
Destroy the tower.
As you said, they have the Rift Herald still in
Get to the
pocket
chopper.
that they can then use for the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to deep push out this bot wave to kind of keep Knight on the map a little bit longer. The resets can now come through. They can reset back out into mid. It's an easy setup and an easy siege thanks to the Ornn ultimate that can be used to zone them away from the tower.
Tadi Faker ngambil ultinya siapa ya? Atau nggak ngambil ultinya orang kan? Oh, di ultinya. He got Ash ult.
Now they set their sights on the mid tier 1.
Yeah, BLG have to be so careful when they're collecting these waves. Look at Knight and Bin collecting their waves pretty far back. Towers, arrow from downtown.
Boom!
Gets a taste of his own medicine, but he should be able to survive this, especially with Shun coming in from the side.
Nice.
Take a spear to the back.
And that damage scale on AP.
And look, Knight can't actually afford to push out that bot wave, even though he knows that the play is happening in mid.
Oh iya, let's go. Bot lane aja masih belum hancur.
Side lane play, and now on the top side of the map, Faker looking for a bit of a scrap.
Realizing he doesn't really have the manpower
Nope.
here to back him up. The arrow going
Not
wide.
this time. I'm not gonna get hit by that ult, says Faker.
They have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2 tower, and if Knight overstays, there's the threat of a dive.
Both these teams so good when getting ahead, and we're seeing it here from the opposite side. T1 in game number 2. With
Zeus is making the weapon. He's backsmithing in the middle of the lane.
Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion
Where
waves
is
at the
Faker?
tower,
Oh,
and it's always the first move there for T1. Again,
Kenceng, apalagi kalau dia benar-benar bikin yang lifesteal terus AP-nya gede. Parah sih. Bisa dibilang setengah darah sendiri untuk bisa nge-heal.
Has been a loss, but BLG able to hold on to the rest of it for now.
So that's an example of what we're talking about with the Ornn ultimate, just using
Waktu itu pernah soalnya, pernah lihat yang heal-nya tuh. Tapi gue lupa, kalau nggak salah tuh dia harus kayak gimana dulu situasinya gitu, gue lupa. Apa kayak harus musuh lebih low dari lu baru gede atau ya tergantung skill damage-nya dia gitu, gue lupa. Skill damage atau itemnya dia gitu, gue lupa.
The 6 grubs is so nice for them.
So powerful.
When they're constantly rotating between these towers, even though T1 have a very short range composition, they just kind of go up into range, spawn their little grub mites.
Iya, ya tadi aja yang pas lawan Galio di bawah, si Faker, kan Faker darahnya lebih berkurang udah lebih banyak berkurang. Tapi karena skill lifesteal-nya jadi seger lagi dia. Jadi keisi lagi, jadi imbang gitu, darah berkurangnya jadi sama. Yang tadinya kayak kebanyakan Faker yang berkurang darahnya,
5 sweepers and a paranoia. They're putting as much darkness on this map as they can for BLG. They realize the only way BLG really get back into this game is by finding a few of those picks, a few of those team fights where they have a numbers advantage, and by stopping them having vision anywhere.
Kira-kira kalau
Having that advantage.
menang, Silas dapat skin ya, skin ini.
At this tournament, just denying your
Skin
opponents a
tim.
vision and then making picks, making these plays, being very quick.
Skinnya T1 untuk yang 2023 udah ada belum sih?
Step number 2 now, try and draw out BLG into the dangerous open area.
Ahri kan udah ada tuh yang $500 yang mahal.
Try and utilize that, but once again you see T1 first on the sideways, pushing those ones in, and they have their double teleports ready.
Gue lupa deh, yang skin world-nya 2023 untuk T1 tuh udah ada belum sih? Gue gak inget ya.
T1 that always get that push out onto mid. Holding this mid tier 1 is so valuable as well. Dragon, 20 seconds. Of course, the threat of assault.
Dia punya skin juga nggak dipakai. Faker kan nggak pernah pakai skin mainnya, selalu.
Alright, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus has got behind them here, brings the call to Forge, got paranoia. Everyone's out to get you out. He falls first, still has both his summoners on, gonna dash away. The chase comes in by Faker, steals away the quickness.
Faker pakai ultinya Rakan begitu jadi maju. Mau nggak mau dia harus maju.
Orn and Nocturne, it is just too dangerous to step out onto the map, out in front of any
Iya bang sih, itu kombonya menyeramkan sih. Orn dengan Nocturne tuh. Orn lagi ngulti. Nocturne tiba-tiba ulti. Orang mau kabur jadi nggak bisa. Gelap mapnya.
He knows that there's still wastelands to come back into the game. Knight, I think, is a little too tanky to fall to this little skirmish in the mid lane. But it all comes back to what you gentlemen were talking about earlier, the denial of vision, creating this fog of war that is ever present on the side of BLG.
BLG at this point just kind of have to cobble together as much gold as they can off the map and try and create at least some more 2-item power spikes here, hopefully for Knight to get his second. And then try and rely on some magnificent team fighting. It's going to be so difficult versus T1, though. Again, Faker here, hide on bush.
It's going to chip away at Knight. Knight, as you say, very, very tanky. He has that Bramble Vest as well to try and reduce a little bit of the healing coming out from T1. The arrow comes down. Just wide of Faker. On still on the chase here. The rest of BLG starting to back away. And on
Malah dikejar balik gak tuh? Ibaratnya.
T1 are beginning to advance themselves.
Ya, di sini owner parah sih.
Global aggro debuff that we've all known him to have.
Him and Timo, the two.
Yeah, BLG not going to be baited in, or they see Faker here.
Been trading with Zeus. Quickness coming out as they look to be engaged. They find Faker. Still has the flash. Paranoia comes out. The Crescent Guard will keep Faker alive for the moment. And Carrier has a flank position of his own. Owner has the bailout on his
Nggak mati coba. Nggak mati coba.
TP now invested from Bin or from Knight as they look to rejoin the fight. Elk goes down.
Nggak mati coba. Faker nggak mati. Faker nggak mati. Faker nggak mati. Unkillable Demon Lord.
4 members down. T1 will secure the Baron.
BLG knew we are falling behind. We have to make an attempt at a pick ourselves. They try and go at Faker, but T1
Unkillable Demon Lord.
It's just the one player that is so hard to catch. And that is not because he is an individual makes these crazy outplays. It's because his team is so quick to respond. Look, Owner is there starting off the ground with him. Immediate ultimate into the backline. He steals away the Xinjiao ultimate to create a bit of space, but he dives into the fight. Knowing that Carrier's on the way, the heal comes through from Gumeyushi, and then the turnaround, and Faker crucially sticks around. He applies the slow onto Knight. He gets a bit of a heal as well. And then T1 turn the play around. And they hand a triple kill over to Gumeyushi.
Alright, back to live. You can already see
Gumeyushi bener-bener yang comeback.
In the hands of T1, walking up these towers, they just fall over in front of them.
Comeback dari yang gua mati di awal, tapi aku makanya kan gua bilang Guma boleh kelihatannya kayak dia mati 2 kali di level 1, tapi gue 2 kali sudah cukup buat dia. Twice, 2 times is enough for him.
Elk still about half an item behind. T1 continue to pile the pressure on. On looks for Owner, can't find him. BLG just trying to find some semblance of an engage, trying to find some way to break through the armor of T1 right now. Perhaps it's Faker that they want, but he dives back in onto Shun. Half HP now on the Xin Chao, and T1 just chipping away. That's all they need to do. They have the Baron buff for another minute's time.
Again, Baron buff and 6 grubs just solve so many siege problems. Arrow gonna get juked.
Flash was lost there for Carrier.
Tadi Skarner di ban nggak sih? Gue lupa deh.
Quickness, paranoia coming out. The quickness goes in. Gumayushi locked up here. Zen just going in as well as Knight looks for the back line. But already
Gila. Si owner nggak mati dong. Si owner nggak mati. Si owner nggak mati. Padahal dia masuk ke dalam sebelahnya tower tapi dia nggak mati. Gokil. Let's go.
T1 will strike back in game number 2 to even it up here in London.
Try as you might, T1. I'm on home turf.
Let's go. T1 is fight back.
Efficiency from T1 as they change up the
Ada itu tuh minion. Ada minion gak tuh tadi?
They're able to bounce back with some incredible team fights.
Both teams have been so good at snowballing their lead. So
Ini saling melawan.
A seesaw so far. BLG had game 1. T1 showed up very solidly in game 2. The question is, will that seesaw continue?
Rasanya apa ya? Bisa berdiri di panggung itu. Feelnya tuh rasanya gimana? Gue nggak kebayang. Deg-degannya tuh kayak gimana gitu.
But really, Silas maybe stealing the show.
It certainly may very well be. Now, you can dominate the Rift with Opera GX and have a chance to secure a Masterwork chest and key to celebrate finals. Get your official league mods
Orang
for your
waktu itu yang Asian Games, nih gue balik lagi ke Asian Games karena yang gue lihat ada tim Indonesianya gitu ya. Yang ada tim Indonesianya melawan tim di luar Indonesia yang untuk kategori League of Legends gitu tuh. Itu tuh kebetulan banget pas di saat gue lagi nonton finalnya sih yang Korea lawan Cina itu. Jadi ada pemain Indonesianya yang ikutan nonton gitu dan nggak jauh dari tempat gue duduk. Dia cerita gitu di situ kalau gue lupa kenapa terus gue tiba-tiba tahu gitu. Kalau nggak salah akhirnya ada yang kayak nanya gitu dan gue sempat dengerin lagi gitu. Nah itu dia kayak ngasih tahu kalau mereka itu nggak siap, demam panggung, nggak siap dengan akhirnya ngelawan orang yang di luar negaranya gitu loh. Karena kan memang Indonesia kan termasuk yang jarang untuk e-sportnya gitu. Oh November 20 TFT itu nggak tahu deh itu TFT-nya atau Arcane yang nggak tahu. Jadi maksudnya tuh memang yang tim orang Indonesianya gitu yang nggak biasa untuk bermain internasional gitu loh untuk kategori e-sport League of Legends itu gitu loh. Mungkin kalau kayak Mobile Legends udah pernah ya, maksudnya kan ingat gue dulu kan pernah ada yang menang kan nggak salah Mobile Legends. Tapi kalau League of Legends tuh kayaknya masih belum gitu, seingat gua. Iya, perlu itu. Ya kita nggak tahu ya apakah ini akan resmi namanya jadi ILC itu, tapi setidaknya untuk yang kategori Indonesianya tuh perlu gitu loh. Untuk yang region Indonesianya tuh perlu gitu loh. Yang untuk nanti dibawa ke katakan bisa sampai di world ini nanti gitu loh. Oh sih. Indonesia Lawak Club. Ya maksudnya apapun lah nanti namanya gitu, tapi setidaknya untuk yang region Indonesianya tuh perlu gitu maksudnya, yang akhirnya nanti bisa membawa kita Indonesia ke ajang world 2020 berapalah, mungkin 2025 mungkin kalau ada bisa ikut, atau 2026 intinya kita tidak tahu.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, T1. Oh, ini ya skinnya ya. T1 King, Dark, Jace, Nissin, Oriana. Iya, ya, yang baru. Oke, wah enak tuh ada popcorn tuh. Aku lupa menyiapkan untuk ini sih. Aku lupa untuk menyiapkan cemilan untuk di malam ini. Dua menit guys, 2 menit 20 detik, nyantai dulu. Apakah akan menang T1 atau akan menang BLG? Seperti gue yang bilang di sebelumnya, gue nggak masalah untuk kayak BLG yang menang. Biarpun gue mengharapkan untuk T1 menang gitu, tapi untuk BLG menang gue nggak masalah. Karena apa ya? Bukan lebih kayak sudah cukup gitu untuk T1, tapi menurut gue kalau mereka akhirnya kalah karena ya nggak apa-apa juga gitu, maksud gue bukan sesuatu yang kayak aduh sayang banget kalah gitu, karena perjuangannya beda ya, kayak gue bilang sebelumnya tadi, karena mereka dari yang piala ketiga mau keempatnya itu kan perjuangan mereka sampai akhirnya bisa mau menangnya lagi, karena kebetulan juga yang mereka punya tim baru dan yang lebih better gitu ya, mereka membangkitkan timnya mereka untuk menjadi yang tidak fokus untuk ke fakernya doang, sampai akhirnya di titik di tahun kemarin yang mereka baru bisa menang gitu. Yo, T1. Ini bener-bener momen itu faker yang mestinya mati tapi nggak mati, bisa lolos dari kematian.
In a similar fashion like BLG dealt that first blow in game 1, and that's what we love to see. with that I mean that we get at least 4 games. I would like to see a game that is incredibly close and comes down to the wire in the last fight, but you gotta compliment T1's approach in that game and the way that they made sure that they could push
Kemungkinan
their
masih ada 2 atau 3 game lagi. Sampai jam 2 mungkin ini baru bisa gue nyentuh kasur. Gue nggak tahu nanti ya apa pas kayak untuk selebrasi dan segala macamnya tuh gue lanjut nonton sampai habis atau tidak. Kalau enggak sorry banget. Jadi mungkin paling tidak sampai turnamennya kelar aja gitu, sampai siapa yang menang. Sampai paling nggak sampai angkat piala gitu dah. Tapi kayaknya ingat gue dulu nggak semalam ini deh. Maksudnya di momen di jam segini tuh seinget gue tahun kemarin itu udah mau masuk ronde terakhir. Pokoknya game ketiga tahun kemarin tuh 3-0 sih ya kalau nggak salah ya. Jadi sebentar gitu loh maksudnya gamenya.
And I sure speak for everyone that is on the side of T1. I was never worried. We look back to game number 1, and this to me felt like such a, again, credit to BLG for the amount of prep that they do and how confident they are on these level 1s. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what the movements for T1 are.
Yeah, makes sense, but if you're T1, how the hell are you falling into this trap twice?
I don't know, and I do hope they don't fall for it a third time. I imagine they had an expectation that BLG was going to play on the opposite side of the map, maybe opted to a swap to deny that Renata-Kalista combo, but didn't end up working out.
Did I hear swap? Oh my gosh, okay, so they wouldn't let me do a lane swap telestrator because they're too boring.
They can't stop you!
They're not going to keep me down. So T1 lane swap just as I wanted them to. Yeah, actually, did you...
no, just a bit higher up. Just a bit higher up.
All right. So, here we go. This is XP difference, right? You see, this is pretty much from that level 1 that we just did, but look at this. Carrier almost up at 1k ahead of their opponent. They made BLG have to respond to them on the map. They set up to get 6 grubs, which T1 is so good with their grub usage when they overload to try to attack turrets. We saw it from them in their last series as well. 13-18, that's special because that's around the time that On got level 6. He was so far set behind, and it really looked like BLG didn't necessarily know how to respond particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap, so credit to T1.
And it's such a big thing for T1 because they were not the lane swap team, right? That was Gen G for basically the entirety of the year, and it wasn't really, I'd argue, until Worlds that we really saw them be able to get leads consistently.
Yeah, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network around the Herald, they were caught, but they weren't, Isaiah.
Exactly. I actually thought this was going to go really bad for T1 because, well, Faker didn't base. He arrives to this fight at low health. Knight had base. They come back, but look at this. There's no mark from Shun on Faker, so he gets knocked over the wall. The hostile takeover from Carrier, it just absolutely destroys BLG. The re-engage from T1 was immense, and to me, this was the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of like we talked about, Azale, with what do we want Carrier on, right? Like, this Renata is such a signature pick for him because of how aggressive he plays it. All 3 of us wanted him on something with more agency, and we absolutely, all 4 of us, wanted him on something with more agency, and he absolutely delivered. And I also want to put our attention to that top lane because even though Bin did more damage, I think Zeus has actually gotten the better Bin in both of these games.
And a lot of that, to me, comes down to that Rumble. And it's not like Bin doesn't know how to play the champion, but we all know what champions he excels on, right? It kind of goes back to the point we made about Carrier, which is with the Jax and the Camille, the playmaking that he is able to find so consistently is so much better. And I do think as we go to Blue, I do expect it to swap up. Because T1 100% has to ban that Yone, which really limits him and should open up some possibilities for BLG.
I mean, it's going to make it so interesting, right? Because we have that swap, and now the adaptations coming into this third game. Do they identify that, hey, we need to make a bit more 1v1, or are they confident that if they execute
dengan skin apa kostum karakternya dia sendiri.
That's a great last note. Let's hit it back over to our casters to
Let's
get us
go.
into game 3.
Let's get into it. 1-1, both slaughters so far. I would like a close game. I'm going to be honest.
Yes.
I think it's...
we deserve one.
You know,
the audience
both teams have been like... They've got their wins. Now just give us a close one. We don't really mind who wins.
Fair is fair. Each got to stomp once. Now we get to see a close couple of games.
Exactly.
Let's get into it, though. Of course, the level ones have resulted in first bloods both times around. So we'll keep we'll keep an eye on that as well.
We have seen BLG actually swap to the blue side for this game as well. So it's the first time we'll be seeing them on the blue side this series. Do you guys think there's much that changes with that?
Well, this time around, we know that T1 will likely be forced to both ban Aurora and Yone, which means that BLG kind of like free up a ban. I'm interested to see what their priority is. Based on the sound effects, that does sound like a different first ban, and it is. Forest going to be banned on the side of BLG. I wonder if they're going to look to implement a similar approach. No, they're going to ban away the Ashe themselves, and this is definitely screaming a Kalista first pick for BLG.
Yeah, because T1 kept on giving BLG the Ashe over to them when they were on red side, so they don't want to do the same thing. Definitely knowing the power of that. I think the real question here for T1 is, in addition to Yone and Aurora bans, is Jack still going to be like your target ban third?
Ada mereka pindah posisi, mereka dapat di red. Red lane. Dulu purple ya, ungu dulu. Sekarang merah. Buat yang pemain LoL lama itu pasti tahu. Dulu tuh bukan merah, dulu tuh ungu. Yang akhirnya jadi merah. Yang gua nggak tahu kenapa jadi merah. Yang birunya tetap biru. Dulu tuh hijau ya, kalau nggak salah. Hijau ke biru gitu. Masih bangun lau. Masih bangun lau. Katanya besok mau ini arisan. Masih melek terhadap dia. Gue pikir sudah menuju Pulau Kapuk Anda.
Looks like it is going to be Kalista first for BLG.
Tadi Mami, tadi ada Pingward dengan skin Sheko-nya. Dia pakai kostum Sheko tadi, si Pingward. Terus gue lihat, itu bukannya Pingward. Wih, Renata dipakai lagi dong, let's go. Oh, tapi dipakai si ini.
Of course, Elk on the Kalista is such a fearsome bottom lane. We'll see what they can end up pairing it with, though. On likely going to try and get a pick here before this next round of bans come in.
Gue bingung, ngapain dia pakai dua ADC? Emang si Kalistanya mau di mana?
Shoutouts to Bin also because he's put so much work in on this Rumble. He spammed it in solo queue. It's one of his most played on his solo queue accounts here, and was spamming so
yang
many
kanan T1. Yang kanan T1. T1-nya yang kanan. BLG yang kiri.
As an answer to the Renata, I think it can be a great pick, and when he gets out on the map, he's going to be lethal.
The Ballista combo! I love this combo! This is one of the most funny combos you could possibly have for the mega grabs. This would be such a big step up, though. So much playmaking pressure on a Blitzcrank.
Nih yang belakangku pakai si ini. Yang belakangku pakai si Kalista.
Basically impossible to play if the enemy sees you all of the time. All you're doing is running at them and hoping that they don't manage to dodge away from your hook.
Yeah. T1 akhirnya dapat posisi di red. Faker pakai itu lagi.
And you think the ultimates are always what your key Rumble. Kalista potentially can be valuable, but also the juiced up AP scaling Blitz ult can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it actually is.
Now the Akali going to be banned away. That respect being shown tonight. I wonder what else they could be thinking of. Maybe the Syndra even.
London mestinya pagi sih.
Such a deep champion.
Ada Aina. Halo Aina.
We've seen Silas use from both mid laners isn't even an.
Halo Aina. Live-nya udah lah Aina. Live-nya sudah kah Anda?
Taken away on the side of BLG.
Yuk nonton sampai kelar Aina. Nonton sampai kelar. Your Bebek pakai Silas lagi. Tadi pakai Silas, sekarang pakai Silas lagi. Oh, udah dari tadi, kirain belum.
BLG, it gives you like a lot of power. There's already a bunch of dashes. You can put Poppy into the jungle. Could look just some of that control into T1.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from.
Oh, Anda bebeknya si Keria. Anda bebeknya si Keria. Saya pikir si Packer. Saya pikir
Now we
paker,
get to see
kata
the
carry ya
Kindred
dia.
Galio combination from Shun and Knight. Shun is one of these players that has a signature Kindred as well as Nidalee. It was such a big pick for him at the MSI meta as well, and very, very excited to see him on it. It's with double AP solo laners as well. It's with playmakers in a Blitzcrank.
Itu mau tarik-tarikan jauh kah? Antara Blitzcrank dengan Kalista yang kombonya itu.
Other components are vastly different. And I mean, a lot of faith is being put in Shun and Elkit, especially when you think of the superstars of this roster and this BLG
Blitzcrank
roster.
sama masih bisa nggak sih kombonya Blitzcrank sama Kalista? Dulu tuh bukan Kalista ding, sorry. Dulu tuh Blitz sama Thresh. Belum ada Kalista. Tapi masih bisa nggak tuh kombonya narik gitu sampai paling depan.
This tournament, it's a very difficult thing to do as a professional player to have to share practice time and go in and out of the roster. But coming in on this type of pick, BLG are saying we have confidence in you to not only be in here and play with us, but also carry play off of our picks. It's incredibly important for Kindred to have.
Mestinya bisa sih. Jadi di saat di saat si Blitznya tarik, lepas tangan, diulti sama Kalista, mestinya ketariknya jauh, mestinya ya. Kalau tangannya Blitz, kalau nggak kena kan sayang. Udah dipakai tangannya Kalista, tangannya Blitz, terus Kalista ngulti, aduh. Ultinya Kalista sih yang sayang sekali. Kalau nggak salah dulu pernah deh kombonya Blitz, Thresh sama Kalista. Jadi Blitz nembak, terus pakai abis nembak tangannya, dia mencet lenteranya si Threshnya ditarik sama si Kalista. Kalau nggak salah gitu. Lu bayangin dari ujung-ujung ketariknya. Dulu ya, itu dulu. Tapi sekarang nggak tahu masih bisa apa enggak. 550.000, 561.000 sekarang.
To make sure that you know which side owner is starting on. If you don't see him on the blue buff, by process of elimination, you know he's going to just start on the top side down. And Kindred into Vi is such a fun matchup there, mostly for the Kindred side. So we'll see about the lane swap coming out.
Mereka nggak lane swap kah?
Blitzcrank up to the top side here. Meanwhile,
musuhnya yang swap.
Rotation over to the other side, and it looks like
Iya, Guma jangan first blood lagi please. Masa udah sampai game ketiga dia masih dapat first blood lagi. Anjir. 2 game pertama dapat first blood mulu coba. First blood dia yang mati bukan first blood dia yang dapat. Wow. Si Knight-nya ini mencoba untuk bisa lebih agresif melawan Faker di game.
And try and mitigate it as much as possible. This is different from the typical lane swaps we've seen a lot at the World Championship. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, rather than splitting the map, as you guys were highlighting, it is going to be these jungle full clears, pathing away from their weak side of the map, which means the threat of a dive is a little bit lower. But I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Shun that Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure the Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to run down to join in a potential early game dive.
Lupanya Faker T1 di bagian merah. Oh dia minionnya yang merah nggak dipukul, gue salah lihat gue aja.
He's still going to be able to get his level 2 though, and Owner still being on Gromp means he's not currently under the extra pressure just yet. Plenty of time for the swap back here. Elkin on, they go.
Gua nggak kebayang deh kalau LoL Mobile Wild Rift Tapi dibikinnya tuh mapnya kayak begini juga gitu, tanpa dibikin diputer. Kan kalau di Wild Rift kan yang kalau kita dapatnya di red di bagian yang di timnya T1 kan mapnya kan diputer kan, di swap gitu kan. Nah kalau nggak di swap gitu tetap kita jalannya ke bawah gimana ya? Susah apa enggak gitu? Ya, makanya gue lagi ngebayangin gitu kalau beneran terus ke swap tapi tanpa kameranya mapnya diputer tuh bisa apa enggak gitu?
As long as the other scuttle crab already taken there,
Pusing
you just
kali
wait
emang.
and it
Yang
will
pasti
pop up
pusing.
eventually here on your scuttle crab as well. Just don't rush it down, but Zeus goes down for a little ward on it as well.
Puts the tail there onto Kerry. You can see the damage already going down into him. Gumi usually putting the feathers out. The blade caller doesn't connect with the root onto Elk.
Now we're going to see an interesting skirmish around that scuttle, I expect, because a ward was placed by Zeus to spot it out.
Mereka tidak ada untuk ini lagi apa ngegeng early game di awal kayak tadi.
Here we go, the mark is there.
Can he burst it down here? He has smite.
He does. Ona manages to stop it from happening. But Shun is looking for more. He flashes forward. Knight on the flank as well. Ona's going to flash away. Counter strike out from Zeus. Not quite able to connect. The Shun is around with the stun. It's
Gila, si itu jalannya begitu banget tadi. Yakin banget jalannya lurus. Si ownernya pasti ke situ gitu. Dibikin dipancingnya jalannya ke arah situ. Itu kalau nggak ada kerjasama tim nggak bisa ya. Kalau lu main tim random nggak bisa tuh kayak gitu tuh. Oh, nggak tahu deh. Coba aja cari. Mungkin ada kali dulu atau yang sekarang nggak tahu deh. Coba cari. Coba tahu ternyata ada gitu sih. Oh tidak.
I just love to see that too, because you know, everybody in solo queue when you're playing against Kindred, you always focus so much on denying them their marks and stealing them their marks. But in this scenario, you actually give over even more than if you had just let him grab the scuttle. Mid lane prio, that's what it really comes back to. Knight there on the Galio, enabling his jungler again.
I will say, BLG burnt 3 flashes to do that. Ona only burnt 1. Obviously, he did give across first blood, but there are some windows now where perhaps T1 can punish the fact that this Rumble in the top lane doesn't have a flash anymore, and you have a Jax with a flash and a Vi, you can come in for the follow-up.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Medic, because the bot lane of T1 have moved to the top side, knowing that the Grub's spawning right now. The bot lane of BLG is also on their way. The wave is being pushed in mid, and BLG want to punish Faker.
Faker has flash, but the flash in from on into the pullback. Faker's down.
Pasti kalah sih. Gue pasti kalah. Gue yakin Fakernya juga nggak mau ini, nggak yang terlalu maksain harus mundur, karena kalaupun mundur dia cuma buang-buang itu doang kan, buang-buang flash gagal.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a mistiming on the red execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the ignite ended up finishing it off. And Faker also didn't burn any summoners in that trade. He's now going to path up towards Tom, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to mid lane to match that of Elk and On.
2 marks here for Shun. Again, the 4th mark is where you get your nice range increase and your fully operational. That's your big goal.
Kita lihat apakah akan jadi 2-1 untuk si BLG atau 2-1 untuk T1.
I love the flash rocket punch because it really negates the ability for Faker to flash away. If you flash outside of the auto range, it's still going to connect, you still get knocked up, and then the grab comes out afterwards anyway.
Maybe, I don't know. Iya. Bawahnya ini biarin shield gitu.
And so, I guess the good news as well is that BLG didn't have a wave to actually push the mid tower, so they were able to get a single grub, which is definitely still an advantage, because it means that on the next grub spawn, you can still look to try and contest, meaning you can get 3 grubs to yourself.
Dari pihak si BLG-nya cukup ini soalnya, cukup yang aktif, yang bikin akhirnya jadi tidak terlalu yang cuma farmingan doang gitu. Tadi si BLG juga gitu soalnya 2 game tuh kayak gitu terus. Makanya tadi gue bilang si yang ini ADC-nya yang si Gumayusi itu namanya Gumayusi, dia itu sampai 2 game pertama tadi tuh di level 1 mati mulu. Jadi di game pertama di geng level 1 mati. Terus di game kedua kena geng level 1 mati. Jadi mereka tuh cukup yang agresif gitu loh majunya.
And I want to see BLG continue with these aggressive looks because they are running the Galio here for Knight. It really enables the aggressive positioning from either Shun or on here, constantly looking for plays on T1 members in rotations, between those lanes swapping over. So let's see if they can actually make use of it. Currently keeping on an elk through mid lane here, trying to deny this cannon, and it does go down there. Nicely done.
Ultimately, though, it's a very even game state. Even though there is a small goal
Cukup nyebelin sih itu combo blitzcrank sama Kalista juga. Cukup yang menyebalkan.
I will say, at around the 10-minute mark in both the previous games, this was about the gold lead as well, Betty. So until we get past 15 minutes...
No! No. Please. Ngeri ya dari tadi. Sempat kayak gitu juga saya tadi. Muter nih.
Looking to rush is the Andries, get that item completed as quickly as possible, something that we often see on these rumbles, whereas the early prioritization on the Merc treads from Zeus makes a lot of sense.
Jaxnya beda banget. Bukan kayak Jax yang dulu. Jackson sekarang tak seperti yang dulu.
Knight continuing to trade with Faker on the bot side of the map.
Both the teams just willing to have this push and pull between the waves.
Emang kenapa tangannya bau banget ya?
Getting towards those first items, getting towards the next neutral objective that's
Oh,
spawning.
jadi
So
ya betul.
although it looks like it's in action, it's just these small microcosms of action happening in each lane to try and find those minute advantages.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of grubs. A little interruption there. And now Faker cancels his
Biarpun
recall
sebetulnya
on offside, so he's not
T1 kalah,
going
gue
for
juga nggak terlalu yang ini banget,
preemptively,
kayak
goes
nggak
back to
terlalu
deal
yang
with the
kecewa
wave
banget
that Knight
gitu.
is pushing up.
Getting a nice push here. Yeah. He's sitting on just short of 1,000 gold right now. He has the Rumble ultimate as well. He's going to use it to clear
Mantap
the
ya.
wave. They're looking
Kan
for a
kena
dive.
semua jadinya tuh.
Coming in, might just be looking for another plate here as well. Knight going in with the taunt bin, doesn't really have much left.
Kan
But
kena
the
semua
damage
tuh
now
jadinya.
Shun on his way across them and will have that Lamb's Respite. Zeus already down to 300 HP. Looking for a leap strike away, but Zeus falls. Knight takes the tower. Meanwhile, the hostile takeover goes just short of out as he flashes to safety. BLG able to
Lagi semangat lagi nih si BLG-nya.
There for BLG getting their
BLG-nya lagi semangat.
Flash hook from on, they look for more. Faker goes back in, but the hero's entrance will bring Knight coming crashing down. Faker down to 300 HP. Bin now has that flank position, and the Leandri's complete. Owner jumps onto him with the Bolt Breaker and is able to keep him away from Faker for the moment. Faker dashes across the wall. Carrier's life will be forfeit to keep Faker alive. Brings out the bailout, but falls immediately after. Faker trying to escape.
T1 BLG-nya lagi semangat sekali.
Beautifully done there from BLG. As you say, they're not done yet. Still seeking Faker.
Oh, but he didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not. He's fishing for him. He's hunting him. Wonders if Faker's still there.
Now he's seen him. Where are you going to go, Faker? Already absconded, already abducted. Elk is on his way to try and accept this kill as a tribute to him. Knight comes in from the side and will make sure that Faker
masih kena.
doesn't have the luxury of executing.
That's 5
Nice.
kills now for BLG. 11.5 minutes in. They have just been finding pick after pick, and it was such a well-executed dive on the top side, converted into a nice setup on the grubs, that BLG are once again outplaying T1.
And I want to highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle first. They're positioning first towards the objective, and then they got the early round through your
Sangat
jungle with
semangat
the extra
sekali.
wards there.
Ibaratnya kayak tadi di saat T1 kalah, T1 kayak merasa enggak, gue masih bisa ngelawan. Nah di saat T1 ngelawan, BLG langsung bilang enggak, gue juga masih bisa ngelawan lu gitu, masih bisa ngejalanin ngebalas lu gitu.
Faker has managed to get himself a rocket belt, so he is kind of equivalent with Knight.
Kita lihat aja nanti.
Knight has 1,000 gold lead and is starting to build up towards those next item.
And what's fascinating is it's a quiet game for Knight, but his impact has been instrumental. You'll see it in a lot of the trades that he has against Faker, but he's just out pushing Faker in the side lane, building a CS lead, building an experience lead that we didn't get to see.
Renata juga gitu ya, maksudnya dia termasuk hero baru tapi cukup sering dipakai di turnamen gitu loh. Ibaratnya kayak Gue hero baru tapi jangan main-main. Skill gue termasuk yang sangat diiniin sama pro player gitu loh, sangat dilihat sama pro player ibaratnya.
He's won an MSI with JDG in 2023, but Worlds is yet to become his playground as BLG look for a play on the top side. Equalizer down, Ono able to dodge away with the Vault Breaker, escapes the
Kalau kena
rocket
mati
grab
tuh
from
tadi.
On. Will they look for more? They still have the Lamb's Respite, remember, from the Kindred. That invulnerability field as Zeus is down to about half HP. He gets the lead strike out, and BLG will just force T1 away for now.
Yeah. T1 have to leave because Knight is in mid lane threatening that Galio ultimate. This mid laner you're talking about that does so much for his team on the Galio. Their game versus HLE, especially some of these team fights, people were
Ini kayak game pertama ini model. Mereka cukup yang farmingan dulu gitu loh modelnya. Bukan satu sama lain. Ultinya Renata kan bikin lu saling bertarung satu sama lain gitu. Pukul-pukulan satu sama lain. Oh. Karena skillnya begitu jadi. Wanjay.
Yeah, they want to keep on snowballing here, get the rift tail, keep on taking down these towers, open up more space on the map.
Lalu gue udah panik duluan itu tadi. Waduh. Kalau gue belum tentu bisa setenang Faker. Biarpun udah kayak yang cukup sering, ibaratnya katakan gitu ya, udah cukup sering lihat atau momen kayak begitu, tapi belum tentu. Terus gue yakin serangannya si Galio nggak kena gitu loh.
They can immediately send that rift rail and everybody towards mid lane to try and pressure and knock down the domino line of outer.
Padahal rantainya si Silas itu bukan senjatanya dia ya sebetulnya. Rantainya Silas itu kan memang dia itu kan dirantai kan. Bukan senjatanya dia gitu loh maksudnya. Setahu gue ya. Kalau ngeliat dari ini
BLG will use that pressure to push through bot. They still have the rift held in pocket as well if they want to look for a tier 2 or if they do want to open up mid.
I mean, just look at the pressure that BLG is exerting right now on the minimap. It feels like that everything is collapsing for T1. They're trying their best across map, but that top tower is barely dented. Zeus should be able to get it, but they're going to lose so much in exchange. The bot tier 2 is going to be secured. BLG ballooning their gold lead now to 6k.
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only worth a full 800 for your team, so even bigger rewards there still for BLG. And while they're investing their Rift Herald into those tier 2s, so many of the towers already wiped clean off the map, and it really does show in their gold lead.
I think what's crucial about this draft as well is we saw it in game 1.
Gawat, baru game ketiga udah gak kuat gue. Bahaya nih. Gue meremehkan sama turnamennya anjir.
Carrier got Renata. Like, you look at this draft from T1, it's like, there's a lot of very comfort picks here. Zeus, also a very good Jax player. And BLG are just running rings around them. The way that they're marking these picks, the way that they're executing upon these
habis malah.
To see T1 being put under this kind of pressure is something that we really haven't seen.
Makanya gue ingat gue tuh dulu tahun kemarin gak kayak gini. Gue tahun kemarin gue nonton sampai kelar gitu loh. Di luar gamenya cuma 3 game doang gitu ya. Singkat gue tuh 3 game gak gitu. Tambah lagi kebung pak. Kebung.
Would be here today. BLG though have been like this the entire year, from spring to MSI and now into Worlds. They are a dominant team, and when they get a lead at 15 minutes, they have about an 88% win rate, and we've seen that so far at this tournament. Heroes Entrance coming out, T1 trying to defend this mid tier 1. Nightlock underneath the tower, but he is damn tanky right now, and already Oda is down. The counter Heroes Entrance coming out from Faker. He stole one away just to escape the play. BLG lose the mid tier 1.
Ooh, that was very aggressive on under tower. They go for the Blitzcrank ult and they start to play very, very early. They still get it. and they trade in the kills.
I really thought that was going to be a huge throw for BLG. T1 did a good job of clearing out the wave first, before then turning their attention onto BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided between the tower and the fight, but somehow they get away with a 1-for-1 along with securing the objective.
Again, and the extra objective you talk about, the outer tower, 500 gold, plus the kills. But here's the early hook on the Blitzcrank to start it out. So they're still tanking tower a bit. They're fine with it. Galio ult comes down. Renata does delay them under it. Then they're trying to both get their kills, but then also finish off the tower.
It's being Knight falling in exchange.
Gue mikir, kok ultinya masuk 2 kali, ultinya Galio. Ternyata yang kedua ultinya Faker.
Their backs are getting closer and closer to that wall. BLG continuing to extend the gold lead. Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine the T1 is going to look to concede this objective, as right now they're not really in a position to win a fight.
Tapi mungkin abis game ini kan. Kayaknya bener deh. Jadi kayaknya nih bakal, nggak tahu ya. Mudah-mudahan bener jadi 3-2. 3-2 untuk T1 atau BLG. Kita lihat aja nanti. Kita lihat di game ini. Di game ini kelihatannya kayak tim T1 ini kayak masih agak susah untuk ngebales. Kayaknya kalau gue belum tentu bisa ngindarin tangannya Blitz sekarang sedekat itu kayaknya.
It's just so scary, constantly having to deal with on just fishing, throwing out these hooks to Blitzcrank. And there's so much extra power here on the side of BLG with all their money.
Faker steals away the equalizer pin, puts one down of his own, but the rest of BLG are here to join the party. Outnumbered, outgunned. Faker falls in the side lane, tries to clear out the wave. I think that cannon will survive, as will the backcasters.
I mean, often we talk about how when teams commit into collapsing onto Faker, something is often lost as a consequence. But here, Faker is just overextended on the side lane. He has no tier 2 tower to run to, and there's nowhere else on the map that T1 can really put pressure down towards. So
ini kayak game pertama nih model.
Secure the dragon uncontested, kind of as we expected.
Nggak tahu ya. Cuma perasaan gue doang aja gitu, kayak terkesannya tuh kayak memang ingin dipanjang-panjangin gitu biar jadi 3-2 gitu. Iya gak sih? Maksud gue cara mainnya T1 itu jadi kayak waktu di game pertama gitu loh. Mirip kan? Tiba-tiba jadi kayak begini. Jadi kayak waktu di game pertamanya. Kayak mau ngebales tuh susah gitu. Di luar memang mungkin championnya juga untuk nge-counternya agak susah gitu. Tadi pas di mid yang gue lihat, yang pas tower perang di tower mid yang pertama. Iya, cara tarungnya si owner sendiri ya nggak tahu ya apa karena champion juga, jadi cara mainnya mereka dia juga berubah gitu. Feel-nya gue tuh yang kayak tadi gue bilang, kayak terkesan memang pengen dibikin panjang gitu loh.
You're looking to shut someone down. Nigel's an option because he will often be on that side lane, but he has 2 items already, Riftmaker as well, giving him that Omni Vamp if he's
Iya,
makanya for a long time. He's just waiting around the corner.
Antara memang belum dapat momen atau memang yang
trying to get into it. TP coming out as well. The hostile takeover used. Immediately locks up Bin, but look at the damage. There just is none. And now Shun is here to join.
Hacker masuk dengan ultinya Galio. Iya, kesannya tuh kayak tadi kan juga gitu kan, di saat yang kayak mereka sempat inisiat tapi ternyata gagal gitu. Dan ini tuh seperti itu gitu tuh, seperti yang game pertama tadi. Entah perasaan gue doang atau ya memang begitu, gue nggak tahu. Gue ada perasaan seperti itu aja gitu sama game yang ini.
We look like we're going to get another one-sided game in this series, back and forth. BLG here kind of on the precipice, winning this one, pushing them to a match point in the series. Here's another look at it. As you say, T1 know that they are
Kayak
falling so
lihat
far behind in this
mereka
game. They've got to
kayak mukulin si di luar memang Galionya tebel gitu ya. Tapi mukulin Galionya kayak nggak ada rasanya gitu loh. Kayak mereka memang bikin ya Gold tuh juga ketinggalan jauh sih memang dari Gold sendiri.
Just too far ahead. And then look at the damage that's going to come through from Elk as well. Going for the Lethali build, that Q just tore Gumayushi apart. And I mean, BLG now with the lead that they have.
Berarti kalau pikir orang-orang yang nonton turnamen kayak begini tuh sampai seniat datang-datang pakai cosplay gitu ya.
Incredibly well in game 2. You imagine they'll be looking to get back onto the blue side, but this game feels done and dusted.
Kita lihat aja nanti di game
Just a
keempat.
matter of how BLG put the final nail in the coffin.
Akankah 3-1 atau akankah 3-2?
We've already seen how the damage lacks, especially if Gumayushi isn't there. Faker
Akankah
has finished up his Rift
atau
Faker, but he's sitting at 0-4-1 in this game. Has been well and truly shut out by
Nanti kan ini kan
BLG, who are now
2 untuk BLG ya kemungkinan ya. Kecuali ada miracle yang bisa membuat T1 itu jadi menang, padahal sudah terbilang jauh gitu tertinggalnya. Ultinya Silas ngambil
They
musuh
could go across towards bot. The next wave still about 20 seconds away from crashing into that mid lane inhibitor tower. And here's the engage. Knight locked up, trying to justice punch away, but once again, T1 are engaging on the tankiest member of BLG, and they can't find anything with it. That's a face call used.
Nggak berkurang sama sekali yang dipukul.
Invested as well from Carrier and BLG.
Memang tebal sih,
Shrug
itu
their
juga
shoulders and begin the advance once again.
Kalah.
T1, and not much
Juga
they can
sakti.
do in the face of this LPL onslaught. There's going to have to watch 2 inhibitors go down. And still,
I don't think they're going to stop at 2.
Still, they've got another 34 seconds left on this Baron. And so they're immediately pushing this one down as well.
I mean, all I'm thinking of right now is what a great story for Shun it has been. You guys already mentioned what happened during the regular season with the income of Wei, but to bring out the Kindred now once again, the TP flank.
Hook going down, cease and desist, they look at the lockdown. Shun, Kerry already fallen as the hero's entrance will block Shun from taking any more damage alongside that for Lamb's respite.
Itu aja nggak mati tuh. Si oh dapat. Dapat.
Gumayushi down to half HP. Zeus has already fallen as BLG continue to advance. Ona, Gumayushi, and Faker trying to hold the line here. They managed to find something. They got 2 kills out of it, but they've lost 3.
Akankah dapat miracle? Mereka comeback. Kita lihat.
Far behind. At the end of that fight, Knight literally just walked menacingly towards T1 and said, "You're not defending this inhibitor. Concede it now." And they're going to get a dragon as well. BLG, 3 inhibitors secured, dragon as well.
Here's another look at it.
Inhibnya udah hancur semua lagi.
Oh, that was quite nice actually. Owner with his ultimate able to
T1.
still stay connected, but they have the emergency buttons of the Galio and the Kindred ultimate, which kept their backline alive while they killed off Carrier.
Di Walter bisa kayak gitu gak sih si V-nya?
Zeus though, he'd already committed everything to try and getting a kill. Means that on the retreat, it ends up being a trade back. Guma with no flash leaves him more susceptible, but I mean right now T1 they're just left with the scraps of their base.
Di Walter V-nya bisa kayak gitu kan?
Walk away with everything.
Soalnya yang Galio yang hold itu aja tuh.
Been 4 years ago on Soothing. He wasn't quite able to take that final hurdle. Coming back here, he said, "I want to win."
Yang Galio nge-hold terus sambil nge-flash kan di Walter kan nggak bisa.
That redemption so important for them. Redemption as well for BLG as they lost to Weibo last year and weren't able to make it to the finals. Now, with 3 waves of super minions pushing in, BLG forcing T1 to make their final stand in this game. Ona goes in with a bolt breaker, hooked in as well. The cease and desist. Silence Artemis, on and away.
Double Galio.
But it looks like Faker's more like Icarus than any hero taking to the skies. Night pumps a stopwatch. T1 jump up.
Iya sih. Ketinggalan dari Gold juga sih. Yang cukup jauh. 57 sama 43, 44. Jauh banget.
Jauh sekali. Calm and cool as he walks off the stage.
but BLG have come into this series looking nothing but confident.
You could say that again. Straight from draft, straight from the level 1.
Ayo, 3-1 atau 2-2? Next game 3-1 atau 2-2?
In just a few moments time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
3-1 atau 2-2? 3-1 atau 2-2 next gamenya? 2-2 dong. Tapi situasi belum tentu bisa membuat menjadi 2-2. Biasa aja T1 kalah 3-1 jadinya. We never know. Sebetulnya bukan dalam arti gue kayak apa ya, dia harusnya pick ini. Karena pada akhirnya kerja sama tim juga gitu loh. Apalagi situasinya udah world ya. Situasinya udah world kayak gini, beda gitu loh. Beda kalau kita kayak main turnamen biasa, push rank biasa gitu maksudnya. Bisa. Faker udah pakai Azure belum sih di 2024 ini? Di World tahun ini lah. Di World ini. Udah pernah udah pakai Azure lagi belum gitu. Untuk Faker ya belum ya? Kita lihat akan pakai siapakah Faker di game keempat ini, dan apakah akan menjadi 2-2 atau akan kalah T1 jadi 3-1. Bump his head, kejedot gitu maksudnya. Kejedot di mana tuh? Bisa kejedot nih. Diapain? Si Faker diapain si Faker? Dia bisa kejedot juga. Kasian apa lucu apa Faker dan oh ya tahu yang dia kalah ya. Dia tahu. Ingat itu. Kalau nggak salah kan sempat ada yang ngeledekin gitu kayak lu gitu aja jedotin kepalanya gitu apa siapa gitu. Kalau nggak salah. Gue pikir bump his head itu lebih ke yang lagi jalan kejedot. Kalau yang itu gue tahu ya. Kesian itu. Nggak pegang.
BLG finally wants to bring the Summoners Cup back to China. They are the first to arrive at match point. They take game 3, and again, we saw such a convincing game from the team that gets ahead. Daka, you're joining us again, and it's just probably what you love to see. You did predict them to win the series.
I think it's just sick to see how both these teams though are stepping up massively when it comes to
3-1, 2-2.
Topside fights that end up working out for T1. Then we get into game 3, and it's the top side that's winning out for BLG. On opening up on these roams to the mid lane, punishing Faker. It was sick to see BLG get that early control.
It's also, with every passing minute and passing game in this series, so funny to see both teams be like, what do we do when we're behind? Because so much of their problem solving is rooted in
7-0
just going in face first.
Kenapa jadi bola?
With the goal deficits that are being created in these mid games consistently, you don't have that opportunity, and neither team then has really been able to set the cross.
Untuk world-nya League of Legends nggak kayak gitu sih ya. Bukan yang kayak yang kayak world-nya bola gitu maksudnya kayak nanti kayak Prancis lawan siapa, ini siapa gitu, Korea lawan siapa gitu tuh. Terus finalnya siapa lawan siapa. Belum sih nggak kayak gitu.
But for the entirety of Summoner, even going back to spring, there were a lot more moments like this. And I think, unfortunately, particularly with the performance of Faker, we saw how insanely well not only did Knight play that matchup, but the real issue was that everything that happened from there on out was because of how that early mid lane prior tilted the map. And again, if you get behind in these series, neither team seems to be able to deal with
that. That flag is getting closer and closer to you.
I really like this. Okay, because as Marit set up, it's Knight on the wraparound. T1 had actually done a really good job of flagging this as the potential mark for Kindred, right? So they knew they were going to contest it. Knight was able to come over from his cryo. It was a really great wraparound. They were super well aware. And then we have the Shun and On coming mid, affecting that matchup, and Knight just balloons it out of control.
Yeah, and I think it was just great setup coming through, because you had a read of, hey, we're starting to move both of these AD carries around the map. How do we try and...
Kalau nggak salah dulu ada tuh, jadi ngasih lihat si Faker. Kan kalau di LoL PC itu kan ada yang hashtag boxnya kan, yang dapetin skin random. Itu dia nggak pernah dibuka sama dia, skin kotak hashtag boxnya itu. Jadi sampai banyak. Ya kata dia ngapain gue buka, orang gue nggak pernah pakai skin. Kalau dapat pun nggak diambil apa gimana gitu, gue lupa.
Really starts with getting On and Shun, especially
kan sempat yang kayak wah nih si Faker ada skinnya yang Ahri dipakai nggak gitu. Sempat kayak gitu kan, apa itu skin. Iya, abang gue aja kayak yang biarpun dia nggak ngikutin LoL juga gitu ya, tapi sering dengar cerita gue, dia sendiri juga sering ngomong kayak pada akhirnya skin itu memang tidak menentukan lu jago atau tidaknya, ya tergantung elunya main bagus apa enggak gitu. Gimana ya, Faker dia bisa di titik nomor satunya League of Legends nggak pernah pakai skin. Sorry, gue sambil main game yang lain sambil nunggu. Kalau gue main Wild Rift atau LoL kelamaan nungguinnya.
good draft in game number
Sambil
1.
satu
I think
ronde
the
bisa.
early game has been significantly more explosive, but I still look at the game 2 adaptation, and I think that's really where we got to see T1 shine. So, and I'm still curious as to what happens when you do get carry it with that counter pick. So I'm not,
Iya betul.
pushing the boat out too much. I still think T1 have a lot left in them.
I think the coolest thing, Rob,
Mainnya sengaja yang
was how they've also been playing really well
kompe
with
dan
grubs
yang
and being able to
kalau kalah tuh bisa ngamuk-ngamuk biar bikin melek.
Yeah, and I wanted to set up a telestrator to kind of show that. So one of the big things as we start to move in towards this, I want to highlight is just the fact that you've already got this big push coming through on the top side of the map that is set up where you look at where the Jax is on the map, you can't really contest in on the push. You're now getting this rift tower for yourself as well. And as we start to play at the clip, look at what BLG do off reset. They have 5 grubs, so when a push comes to shove and they're trying to trade on the map, they will be significantly quicker. And traditionally, you actually see the rumble opening up to move up in towards this top side of the map. But that's not what we're actually getting here. Instead, they end up just cancelling out on this top side. They all
kena sniper aku.
and it means that then they're in a position as they go through to move and shift all of these members down and just play off of a singular lane where they can use the fact they have those grubs. They push T1 back. Now they have the Rift Herald in their back pocket as well, and you're still only getting that initial push on that top side. So it's BLG saying, hey, we're willing to trade very effectively and get multiple towers and way more gold off of this play.
I like that you highlighted that because even during the last post game we were talking about like, oh, they're just, team fighting when they're ahead and team fighting when they're behind, but it's not just that. That game plan from BLG goes much, much deeper. Let's turn our
Padahal tadinya mau yang kalau kalah ngamuk-ngamuk gitu karena aduh kalah anjir. Kata-katain satu timnya sendiri gitu karena kalah. Tapi malah akhirnya dibawa ketawa biar nggak stres sendiri.
In situations like this, and it feels like their armor is pierced, Maurits. How do they stop the bleeding?
Sumpah tadi tuh kayak tebel banget gitu loh tim musuhnya tuh si BLG-nya. Tim musuh atau tim lawan. Ibaratnya di game sebelumnya kan sempat kan, maksudnya dia ngelawan yang musuhnya memang yang tebel, tapi berdamage gitu. Sedangkan yang game yang ini tuh kayak nggak ada damage-nya sama sekali. Mereka mukul yang tebel, yang sama-sama lawan yang ada di game sebelumnya kan Galio kan. Galio dipukul kayak nggak ada rasanya anjir. Sama timnya T1.
One can only hope so. I will say there's a trend in the game so far. Every losing team has had 3 kills. We've had 18-3, 18-3, 17-3. And every game has ended between 27 minutes and 0 seconds and 27 minutes and 59 seconds. So if we break that curse somehow, it was Halloween a couple of days ago. Perhaps there's something going on here in the O2 as we get into draft for game 4. Match point, championship point for BLG for T1. An opportunity to prove once again that they deserve that shot at the title in game 5.
Once again, going to be down inside of T1. The Skarner in response to the Yone ban to not allow that first pick to come through for T1.
Si Yone di ban mulu ya.
The Ashe first pick, the Kalista, going to be removed by BLG. That's their adaptation. And there's likely going to be the Ashe lock-in for T1.
Aduh, dibacok gua.
You imagine the Renata again rises in priority once more, and the Ashe Renata is the direction that T1 will head towards.
Ooh, the insta-Gnar lock-in here.
Gila, Zeus. Oh enggak, sekarang Zeus. Sekarang T1 ya, pakai Ashe. Ashe sekarang jadi berjaya ya, jadi sering dipakai lagi Ashe. Dulu kayaknya kayak Ashe itu apa gitu, nggak pernah kesentuh. Hero lama.
Then you get extra turret play money with the Ziggs. Look to blow up towers as the game goes on.
Looks like T1 is just going to go towards the tried and true Renata carry. Has been so solid on it across the course of 2024. They'll lock it in once again, and now perhaps look to the top lane, give Zeus something good into the Gnar, but Gnar just such a safe blind pick that really, I'm pretty sure Bin will be happy with any of those matchups.
Also look to lock in jungle now. Maybe they can grab the vibe for
karena skillnya dia cukup yang cukup yang ini sih, cukup yang benar-benar bisa nge-slow Karena kan dia serangan nggak cuma skill 2-nya doang kan, dia hampir semuanya bisa kena slow, apalagi ultinya stun. Faker masih bertahan dengan silasnya juga.
But we've also seen the lane phase against a lot of these melee matchups be pretty oppressive in itself. So let's take a look as the bans come through.
Faker masih bertahan dengan T1 dengan silasnya juga. Kita lihat aja nanti. Kalau benar bye-bye ya sudah. Memang tahun ini bukan tahunnya dia.
Some flashbacks there.
I mean, it makes sense.
Faker particularly didn't like the flash
not have a punch time. Faker getting caught a few times in that game. The Nocturne. I mean, the adaptations coming through from BLG, denying what made T1 successful in game 2. I mean, really, not much of a... I mean, now that Nocturne's gone, T1 could still go for the Ornn once more, but the blind pick now kind of deters that again. And BLG's draft approach, I think, has been very smart. They know the tendencies that T1 like to go towards. The Xin Zhao are going to be taken away from Jun. So the jungle pool now very pinched, but the Sejuani still available. A reliable frontline engage. And that's going to be locked in.
And a pretty good denial pick. Don't want Owner providing that synergy to his solo laners, with the Silas also already locked in on the side of T1 to complement it.
Sampai Atrox keluar gimana ya?
So, we were talking about the Camille from Bin's perspective as a counter to Gnar. Zeus also played it against Bin many times, but he's not going to play it today. Back to the Rumble here, and we get the Rumble plus the team fighting combination here. Quite possibly with the Wukong.
I mean, Zeus' Rumble is definitely a terrifying pick.
Mestinya iya sih. Gwen lumayan sih. Buat si itu juga bisa sih. Buat siapa nih? Si Naga ini nih. Sama si Ziggs. Kalau ada Gwen ya, maksudnya ultinya tuh bisa nggak masuk.
Yeah, that's a really good answer, for sure. Good disengage as well. You can see BLG once again drafting a lot of team fights. It has sort of been the go-to approach from BLG in this series. They have easy ways of engage, they have good follow-up, and they've just got incredible scaling. Whenever you see small Ziggs, its ability to slow the game down and stall is so effective because of their wave clip.
So this game, though, the previous games in this series have been a lot centered on who is going to find success in the grubs and get at least 4 to 6 grubs for their team, and then be able to push down a bunch of towers and snowball their leads that way. In this setup in Champ Select, I would definitely prefer to be the T1 side, at least for grub fights. So maybe this game will put to the test, is our BLG going to be able to outscale that later with some shoulder value?
I definitely think T1 have got themselves a lot of...
Kayaknya bisa 3-1 ya, bukan 2-2 ya.
Their ability to catch someone off on a side lane and convert that into something greater was something we also saw with the Ornn Nocturne composition they drafted earlier in this series. And so Gumayushi's arrows are going to be crucial, and Faker's stealing of things like the Sejuani ultimate and the Gnar ultimate are going to be important to setting up those plays for T1.
I really want to see the T1 bottom lane. How much value do they get out of the Ashe plus Kalista? Such a strong combination for them. Excuse me, Renata.
But yeah, I mean, backs against the wall now for T1. Our reigning world champions find themselves needing to win 2 games to get themselves a 5th title.
And we talked a lot about the weight of expectation, the weight of the crown sitting on T1's head, but in this moment that is realized even more than ever. Faker actually going out without buying items. He's going to recall, he'll buy himself some items, now has a Dorman's ring.
Tadi pas yang game pertama yang pas pakai Sejuani si Owner, gue nggak lihat dia ngeluarin ulti deh. Sempat ngeluarin ulti nggak sih si Sejuani? Gue nggak inget dia udah ngeluarin ulti soalnya.
A whole series like this, BLG just 1 win away from that World Championship. For the LPL to return to being the best team in the world, or having the best team in the world for the first time in 3 years. To take that title away from the
Kayaknya
defending
justru malah Silasnya yang ngeluarin ulti.
T1, it all rests on
Ultinya
this
si
game. BLG, they will have another opportunity if they end up losing.
ultinya si
T1 pokes their
Sejuani.
noses in, but doesn't look like anyone is going to get too much out of this
Malah
number one.
si tim musuh gitu yang ngeluarin ultinya.
Word experience is currently
Iya,
still
makanya
in the game on
di
this
game
heroic
pertama
match.
dan ketiga tadi tuh kayak
Taken out quite yet as
mereka
on live, so
nggak
that
tahu ya,
will remain
feel
for
gua doang
Faker.
aja yang tadi gue bilang. Terkesan kayak kalau memang akhirnya jadi 2-2 tuh, terkesan mereka memang mau gamenya jadi cukup panjang gitu loh. Kalau akhirnya beneran prediksi kita jadinya 3-2 antara memang T1 atau BLG yang dapat 3-2-nya gitu loh maksud gue.
Swap so far. Both top laners throughout the series have been doing what you see Zeus doing now, trying to leech what experience they can. But Zeus is very much isolated from the rest of his team. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see him hovering around the mid lane, sharing experience with Faker, getting ready for the potential dive. Because the thing is, Jun is going to be trapped on the bottom side of the map, which means that Zeus is very susceptible to an incoming dive. And with Bin on the way, T1 have to be ready to stop this from panning out for BLG.
Oh enggak.
Yeah, they're going to bring all four
nggak
here in,
bareng.
helping Shun accelerate his jungle clear while they build up the rest of that wave and head on over.
Now Carrier, level 2, gone back to base, making a beeline towards the bottom lane.
Oh, mereka nggak pakai ADC ya? Mereka pakainya itu. ADC-nya si naganya malah di tengah. Oh, kebalik. Gue pikir si
Him trying to get back into this lane, he may just be cut off by Shun and Bin. He'll be seen on that water barrel now. Zeus gets the level 2 underneath the tower, flashes away from the grand entrance, but the damage continues to rain down from Bin. Shun tanking the tower. Zeus
mati tuh.
Bin flashes away on tanking the tower, and BLG will escape with a kill and their lives.
Nice, just the tip of the W there from
Oh iya,
Shun,
Smolder
able
dulu.
to get it. They're able to finish it off. Elk here cashes in once again. So many games we've had
Enggak,
Elk
kayaknya
getting
kalau
first
ngelihat
blood.
si
He'll be rich on
apa
the
namanya
Ziggs again.
Ziggs itu
In terms of XP, Bin
untuk
hasn't really been able to
di
catch
LoL
much.
PC
He's
kayaknya
already
udah
been
jarang
TP to the
dipakai
top
di
lane. He's just
mid
gonna
ya,
run towards
lebih
it.
ke APC
Ultimately, though,
jadinya.
BLG secure themselves the kill. But I'm not sure I would say that it was a huge advantage gained as Zeus TP's back into the bot side, is able to catch a lot of the remaining wave.
Gue
The gold still remains.
soalnya di luar turnamen sendiri pun gue ngeliatin ada orang pakai Ziggs itu tuh justru di APC gitu loh, di AD, maksudnya di duo lane.
Zeus has no flash to really threaten him if it is a 1v1. Elk has a flash, and of course the
Tapi itu
satchel
pun
to
juga
escape
udah
any of the
cukup
carry
lama sih gue lihat
situations.
ada si
Carry is working his way up towards
Ziggs
the top
di
side. Bin without that summoner himself,
duo
perhaps we'll
lane
see
itu.
a dive materializing because Owner's on his way towards that top lane too. Faker forced away.
Dan gue baru
150
lihat
HP on
Smolder
him.
di
Make it very difficult for him to
di
stare
mid
around.
malah.
Carrier looking for the handshake here. Bin jumps away, and the handshake is just short of a full agreement.
And they're actually calling Shin over back to the bottom side once again.
Dive o'clock, the grand entrance goes down. Zeus is overheated, and he's sent packing. BLG find their second.
An easy execute for BLG. Bin reads that the dive is likely coming top, and he's
Bentar,
out of there.
mereka kok sering banget kena kayak begitu ya? Maksud gua itu sudah jadi kayak permainannya si BLG gitu ya. Kok kayaknya timnya tuh kayak ya sudah gitu loh. Tidak ada yang kayak cukup membantu untuk ganking kek atau gimana mungkin. Atau ya begitu cara main mereka, gue gak paham juga sih.
And BLG feeling pretty good about this one because in the mid lane, Knight has just been pushing in constantly with this Smolder, stacking up, scaling quite nicely, even working away at his own turret plate.
He's going to get knocked up here. It's more about just getting stacks for Knight, as you say. He's on 24
Kayaknya kalah
right
sih.
now. We'll just want to get towards
Kayaknya ya, kalau gue bilang sih kayaknya kalah.
Bin jumps in, hops on, and Minion takes the highway express to get towards this Rumble, who goes overheated. Flame Spitter going down, but Zeus is going to go back to the bounty. Again, no escape for him. He tries to clear the wave, but in the end, he will be put
Dia lebih mengutamakan untuk rippingan coba. dibanding ngelawan yang nyerang tapi gue creepy kan gitu loh. Gue dapetin creepnya. Yang gue lihat sih gitu tadi.
Weren't the end of the world for Zeus, but now adding a third is really going to make things difficult for T1 in this early game. You can see Shun with a 300 gold lead over his jungle counterpart. That Ziggs is being accelerated so much and Bin
Zeusnya terlalu sering untuk digituin gitu loh, di geng seperti itu terus.
T1 are trying to stick to that game plan of taking down the grubs to be able to snowball turret plate money and turrets later on. But BLG with so many early kills already throwing a wrench into the plan.
I mean, Jun has just been so active throughout this series, constantly looking for ganks, and is a core part of why BLG is even here. The turnaround in the Swiss stage that he brought to the team, and just his playmaking in the early game has been phenomenal. He is continuing that trend. He finds himself involved in all three of BLG's early game kills.
Ini bisa 3-1.
There's synergy with this Rakan and Ziggs as well. You know, knockups into satchel charges. So far, nicely executed from their side. We will see as far as the mega stacking continues. The tier picked up there for Knight, continually stacking that up as well as Faker goes for another trade.
Steals away the Smolder Ultimate, can use that obviously later to clear a wave or just to heal
Intinya
himself.
Smolder kan gitu kan.
Do a bit of health regeneration when it hits.
Mom, manggil emaknya.
Owner's on his way down there as well. Gumayushi and Carrier able to take a plate in the top lane. Elk only level 5 right now, does have the flash. Guma's 6, so has that enchanted Crystal Arrow. On's going to try and hold this wave so that Elk can get back to the relative safety of the tower.
Exactly. It's a nice little kind of Red Rover, send one member over there as Guma and Carrier run past the tower to zone Elk out from the minions, but On tries to go collect, as you said. So On actually gets in, and they're kind of funneling extra experience there into him, but
gue kalau gue ya ngeliat posisinya si Guma sama Keria itu tuh khawatir akan kena geng gitu. Nih si Sejuani udah jalan. Si Silas itu megang ulti musuh berapa lama sih waktu itu? Selamanya kan? Sampai dikeluarin? Atau ada waktunya? Tuh gue nggak inget dia selama itu gitu loh. Selamanya ya. Soalnya si Faker itu udah ngambil ultinya Smolder cukup lama. Tapi kok nggak habis-habis gitu loh. Gue ngeliatin dari tadi skill Keria tuh gak kena deh. Lemparan rantainya tuh kena tapi ya jarang.
Things can look good from the perspective of BLG. T1 have been able to secure all these early objectives. Kobe was already highlighting the fact that the early investment in the grubs, their skirmish potential of the composition.
Oh 3 bar ya sekarang ya? Ininya semburan bar di bawah darahnya si Rumble tuh 3 bar. Bukannya dulu 2 bar.
Things aren't looking great for them in the early game.
Yeah, in the 1 versus 1 down there.
Masak dari tadi tuh gue ngeliatin dia pas pakai Renata Glass tuh kayak yang lempar yang terus digeserin sama skillnya Renata Glass itu tuh kayak sering banyakan nggak kenanya gitu loh maksudnya.
Dashing forward for a little bit more damage, using that passive to its full effect, steals away the Mega Inferno bomb, Elk has to flash it, Faker takes the tower.
Faker gak mau. Lanjut kata dia, lanjut lah. Pasifnya si Silas sih yang ngeselin emang. Pasifnya Silas sih yang nyebelin emang. Pasifnya itu pasti keluar mulu kalau dia nge-skill. Yang ngeselin tuh yang buat yang dia maju tuh, nge-step maju. Kalau dia nge-step maju itu kan Yang si Silas itu kan gitu, nge-step itu kan jatuhnya nge-skill, itu pasifnya keluar. Begitu dia ngelempar rantainya ke depan buat yang maju, itu nge-skill lagi. Jadi yang skill yang maju dan ngelempar rantai itu udah 2 skill sendiri. Begitu dia mukul, ini lagi yang maju buat ngisi darah lagi.
Owner has found Jun.
Has flash here, will use it to get away. You knew the steadfast presence was coming from Ona. Stops any dashes in its area, so On has to burn the flash. Use the blink instead of one of a
Waktu pertama kali lihat Silas itu kayak, nih champion kayak begini, pasif keluar semua gitu.
The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Cody.
Exactly. Even though BLG getting some
semua skill keluar semua. Bahaya banget di champion gue bilang. Mana bisa nyedot darah kan dia, life steal.
Should be able to, no problem. Nobody around to smite steal, and they will secure that very big objective. We have seen how.
Tapi kayaknya sedikit membalas deh. T1.
Hovering around the bottom side of the map, there's a potential play onto Zeus on the rumble, but there's no way
cukup bisa yang ini.
You can see the Elk benefiting from finding those early kills onto Zeus, but after losing his life on Gumiyushi, kind of playing the map well, he's been able to close that gold gap thanks to the CS advantage that he's been able to find. And we find ourselves in a neutral game state, 12.5 minutes into game 4.
Tiny gold lead for BLG. You can see Shun about 500 gold ahead, the bot side about 200 gold ahead each as well, but as close to neutral as you can get in this series. T1 don't have the neutrals themselves, those 6 grubs and the Drake next Drake up in 40 seconds time. You see Carrier pathing.
Tadi kayaknya BLG. Sekarang T1, please win.
They'll use the mid prio and then they'll move T1 down towards that bottom side to make sure they can control.
Naro ward banyak banget tuh.
And BLG, they have so much wave control. Ziggs in the mid lane, have the Smolderverse Silence on top side.
Oh, no, looks for Ben.
Nice.
Whoa. Ona's going to have to flash away the locket invested as well. Ben holds on to his summoner. BLG beginning to collapse. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well. There's the arrow. Ben sidesteps it. Zeus will have to flash the wall here. Ona on that front line. Locked up with the quickness. He dives onto Elk. Gumiyushi caught up. Elk falling low though. In the
nggak mati dong ownernya nggak mati, owner. Pemilik owner. Jokes gue dapet banget. Jokes gue tua banget dari bapak. Kayaknya mereka cukup agresif gitu. Let's go. Ini ownernya nggak mati loh tadi tuh.
For T1, Ona setting things up by getting that collapse onto Bin. The follow-up from the rest of T1 as well as BLG tried to collapse onto T1, thinking that they'd overstayed their welcome on the bottom lane, but they're able to turn the play around thanks to the arrival of Gumiyushi and Carrier.
Kayaknya sekarang gue lihat T1-nya cukup sering ngambil dragon deh. Kayaknya di game sebelumnya nggak terlalu yang fokus ngambil dragon. Gue perhatiin.
Alongside 6 grubs, that is a tower-taking machine. Faker's here to check though, and the rest of T1.
Halo, kata Faker. Halo. Aku numpang lewat ya. Fakernya masuk gak tuh? Dicolong gak tuh? Fakernya udah iklan tapi terus ternyata nyolong. Hair out. Fakernya masuknya dengan santainya ke dalam, kayak halo aku masuk, aku mau numpang ngobrol sama kalian tapi sambil pukul-pukul. Dapet, merekanya kabur. Bingung gue. Yang masuk satu loh, yang masuk baru dia. Yang masuk baru si Faker. Yang lain belum ada yang masuknya masih di belakang gitu, masih belum menuju ke dalam. Emang ya, gue ngeliat Ash tuh sekarang ini banget. Itulah kenapa dulu gue jadi cukup yang kayak pengen pakai Ash itu karena itu. Di luar dia dipakai di turnamen atau gimana pun gitu ya. Cuman gue ngeliat Ash tuh apa ya? Sejak yang serangan skill satunya tuh yang bisa jadi machine gun gitu tuh gitu. Nomor mati belum review itu mati terlalu nempel dengan tower. Maksain ini ternyata gagal. Mestinya tadi dia inget ya waktu dia nge-push buat ngegeng si Nar itu kan Narnya kalau barnya penuh kan dia gede kan, dan tadi pas di Baron Land di Dragonland kan di bawah kan kayak gitu, kejadian kayak gitu. Mestinya dia agak sedikit aware, hati-hati kalau kejadian lagi kayak tadi kan bahaya. Kejadian lagi. Masalahnya kalau tadi kan temennya datangnya agak telat ya, masih belakangan. Kalau sekarang kan temennya datangnya udah 2 gitu, 3 sama tuh 2 kan berdua. Benarnya udah mau penuh nih barnya. Si Gumayusinya terlalu ke depan untuk ngejar si Nar. Akhirnya jadi posisinya dia mestinya bisa di belakang, jadi di depan karena dia ngejar si Nar.
For a long time in the last few patches, actually. So we'll see if we can put this to the test here. Carrier knows that one is going to be rough.
It's a tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more. We'll check out the
Pasti keluar mulu kan.
But 2 dragons in the favor of T1. 6 scrubs to the name. 3rd dragon of the game going to be spawning soon. And ultimately it becomes a question of how strong will this smolder get? Can T1 accelerate the game quickly enough before Knight becomes a serious problem? Or can BLG stall the game long enough to get to a point where T1 will run out of options?
Tahun kemarin Carrier dapat ini sih dapat buffnya New Jeans. Buffnya New Jeans tahun kemarin.
Only 60 stacks short of that 225 mark. Alongside that, BLG helped.
Iya, gue kurang suka juga sama permainannya T1.
Giving them a chem soul to let yourself scale isn't as impactful as if it were in Inferno.
Kayak buru-buru tapi fail gitu loh.
So T1 will be licking their wounds a little bit. That twist of fate. Gumayusi caught with the Mega Inferno Bomb. The wave cleared out in mid as well by Elk. T1 will use the time they have to pressure in towards this blue side jungle. Drake up in 10 seconds. It doesn't look like BLG really want to fight it.
Terkesan kayak mereka mau maju, tapi majunya tuh kayak jadi kelihatan kayak nggak yakin gitu loh majunya.
Definitely the correct choice here with the scaling that they have available to them. Take away a little bit of the jungle as well while they're at it, but T1, they press ahead.
It's a tense affair. I mean, Medic, you called it earlier. The losing T in every game, 3 kills was the maximum.
Gimana? Feelingnya gimana? Kayaknya menang T1 atau T1 masih bisa membalikan posisi atau kalah? Kalau gue sih feelnya kayak kalah sih.
The reason why this is such a good pairing as the arrow goes wide, but Taker's still here.
Take a look at that flank. We'll seal away the quickness from on guest. Flashes in, finds 2. Equalizer in the back line as well.
Oke, aku terlalu oke. I take that back. I take that back. They can still fight. They can still. Uduh. Kecoanya banyak banget. Kecoanya banyak banget. Kecoanya banyak banget.
They're turning straight towards the barrel.
It's just taking away to the flame spitter damage. Zeus tries to turn it around, and in the end, BLG unable to hold on to their tier 2. Bin's coming across from the side as well. He TP'd in. T1 have started the Baron, and you have to feel it all hinges on this. On a knife's edge between T1 and BLG. Will BLG look to try and take the fight? Shun has Flash and Smite. Elk now joins the battle, teleports in. Bin looks for Keria, lands the slow with the boomerang. Knight TP'd in as well. BLG are going all guns blazing into the battle here as T1 are hailing the retreat. On dashing forward, he's only at 300 HP. Faker eats the bomb and is taken out low. Mega Inferno bomb going in. Zeus will sacrifice himself for the good of his team to make sure the rest of T1 are able to escape with this Baron.
You guys go back. I'm gonna give my money to the enemy. Wow. Kata si Zeus.
T1 just got so much out of this. Faker on the flank, even with the arrow going
Save
wide.
the buff.
And T1 finds so much.
I mean, the arrow comes through, it does not connect, but on the right-hand side is Faker. He interrupts the knockup, and then he connects the two-man charm into then the knockup come through from Ona. The wombo combo is exceptional, and T1 finds some much-needed kills onto the crew. Two crucial carries of BLG.
Yeah, Faker laid the way for
Doki.
Then Zeus, who had been 2v1ing earlier, goes for the sacrifice here to allow all the other Baron buffs on T1 to remain alive.
Gue jadi inget itu ada jokesnya. Jadi pas waktu maksudnya kalau romance tuh di Indonesia gitu kan deg-deg gitu. Terus kalau orang bahasa Inggris kan bedum sound effect-nya gitu kan. Kalau Jepang kan doki. Ini satu lagi kalau India joget-joget India.
Tier 2 in the top lane. Shun goes in with the Glacial Prison. On there with the follow-up. Carrier though. Hostile takeover. Puts on.
Guma Yusi on fire lagi kayaknya tampaknya. Oh! Ah, mati! Oh enggak!
Yeah, T1 are taking another tower with the 6 Void Grubs as well as the Rift. They keep on forcing these Vedias even when BLG try and construct their counter. T1 rebuff it. The Renata is just too much.
Ini baru kayaknya bener sampai 1:30 mungkin ini baru kelar. Gue nggak lihat Faker tele deh. Kapan telenya sih Faker? Oh itu dia telenya. Gue nggak lihat tadi dia tele. Coba gue nggak lihat Faker tele tadi. Tahu-tahu dari situ aja si Faker. Itu si siapa? Guma Yusi nyaris banget tuh dapat satu lagi si Smoldernya. Itu Ping Ward.
Ziggs and Smolder is such a good combo, and Ziggs wave clear plus the Smolder wave clear and scaling itself in that champion. But because T1 got those 6 Void Grubs that we have been so
Ping Ward dengan kostum si Shaco-nya dia. Iya, carry-nya kan multi. Terus dia masih di situ, ultinya Ziggs keluar. Masih lama. Kalau ini T1 menang satu game lagi. Kalau T1 kalah, ini game terakhir. Prediksinya sih gue 3-2. 3-2-nya tidak terlalu yang harus spesifik. T1 menang gitu. BLG menang. Gue juga nggak terlalu masalah. Cuman prediksi gue 3-2.
They are still in the lead. Chemsop 4,000 gold ahead. 6 grubs. Baron up in a minute 30 as well. Faker has been on fine form, finding people with the quickness, with those engages. But BLG can still hold on to the fact they have this wave clear. They also are on championship points, so even if they lose this game, they have another to battle back against T1. Owner forced away with the satchel, but doesn't really take too much damage. Mega Inferno Bomb only clipping onto Carrier as well.
Ultinya Ziggs kena Kyrian kayak nggak ada rasanya gitu.
Critical because Smolder working towards the rapid fire. That's when you really start to get scared when you have the poke of the rapid fire.
Bisa aja, tergantung mainnya. Kalau mainnya bisa selama kayak di Dota sih bisa aja. Karena kan waktu itu juga gue sendiri main ini game bisa paling lama berapa ya? 60-70 menit kalau nggak salah. Gua nggak bakal sebisa selincah itu untuk ngindarin skill itu. Ultinya udah keluar ya si itu kan. Untungnya ultinya Smolder tuh cuma satu jalur gitu ya. Dia jauhnya seberapa sih ultinya Smolder? Kayak Lux kah? Gila. Faker 500 kill at Worlds. 500 kill at Worlds. Faker. Gue nggak ngerti lagi kalau kayak Faker tuh. Iya, Faker ini banget sumpah. Ini banget kayak ngelempar badannya untuk siap mati ibaratnya. Tapi gue bisa keluar. Gak kayak ibarat kita yang main asal masuk doang gitu loh ibaratnya. Masuk lagi Faker, masuk lagi. Ultinya. Ayo, kalau kalian siap nggak kayak gitu? Apa namanya? Bisa secepat itu nggak refleksnya? Kalau gue belum tentu sih. Kalau lagi bisa, tapi kalau ibaratnya kayak dibilang di next game bakal kejadian kayak begitu, gue nggak bisa secepat itu sih. Kayaknya kecilan LOL daripada Dota. Dota itu kan di luar mapnya kan lu masih bisa ke samping-sampingnya gitu. Kan kalau Dota kan kayak yang ada pohon-pohon di samping-sampingnya itu kan lu masih bisa masuk kan. Kalau LOL tuh nggak bisa. Jadi ya tembok begini nih ya udah lu nggak bakal bisa kesininya gitu. Their fortunes may change. They are just trying to defend right now. T1 have been unable to break the base, break that. Dan kalau di Red Bull play, a minute left on it, but it looks like T1 are going to just look for the resets here, get back out onto the map, get that vision control down once again, and then try and pull BLG into a fight at Elder because they've got to. You can't just give the Elder away. Cara mainnya dia membahayakan diri sendiri gitu. If you are BLG and if you win that fight, you might just win Worlds, you might just win the championship. That's how much of a game decider Elder Dragon can be. Dari yang tadinya dia kalah 0-3 jadi 9-8 coba. Kayaknya nanti kalau ini masih lanjut, gue bikin kopi lagi. Oh. Yang bikin khawatir tim tim musuh juga kayak, waduh Faker masuk, tapi tim teman sendiri juga bilang, aduh Faker masuk, jagain gitu kayak. Itu tuh, Faker lihat tuh, bahaya banget gak sih? Let's go. Gua sampe gak berkomentar demi ngeliatin Faker dulu anjir. Carry mati. Carry apa? Bumayusi mati. 3-2 men. Kayaknya 3-2 ini.
On the shoulders of Faker, T1 will go to game 5. There is no one like him, not on this earth. T1
3-2. Ayo siapa tiganya? Siapa yang 3? T1 piala kelima atau bakal BLG yang menang? Ayo. Game kelima.
As we go to the champion select for the deciding game.
Faker jalannya lucu ya kalau dilihat. Tangannya tuh ngebuka gitu loh. Ke samping jeber gitu. Match ketiga BLG. Match pertama BLG, kedua T1, 3 BLG, ini keempat T1 lagi. Nah ini kelima nih, nggak tahu siapa penentuan. T1 kah atau BLG? T1 yang akan membawa pulang piala kelimanya dia, lebih tepat piala kelima untuk Faker. Atau BLG yang ini. Ya gue sebagai pendukung T1, gue berharapnya T1 yang menang. Tapi gue tidak yang ini banget untuk T1 gitu ya. Maksudnya kayak yes harus menang T1 gitu, karena ya namanya pertandingan kan kita tidak tahu gitu siapa yang bakal akan menang. Let's go. T1 for BLG. He is going to be the winner for League of Legends World 2024. Seperti yang gue bilang, gue jadi ngikutin T1 itu juga karena temen gue. Yang gitu T1 itu jadi karena temen gue. Dan temen gue sudah tidak ada sekarang. Jadi ya. Bisa jadi sih. Tapi we never know sih. Bisa jadi tapi we never know. Namanya sudah di mestinya ya, maksudnya namanya sudah sampai di world final seperti ini tuh kemungkinan sih bisa ini. Iya, bisa jadi makin panas karena kebetulan yang dilawan itu tuh tim yang amat sangat, ibaratnya gue harus bisa ngalahin gitu loh. T1 itu tuh benar-benar yang tim yang kayak siapa sih yang nggak kepengen bisa ngalahin dia, ibaratnya gitu. Gue cukup yang kayak stream aman, alhamdulillah sih aman sampai sekarang. Gue udah cukup yang kayak pesimis yang di mana tadi kayak yang gue bilang kayak aduh ini kayaknya bakal kalah gitu. Maksudnya kayaknya T1-nya tuh cukup yang ya pengen buru-buru tapi kayak kalah gitu loh. Itu yang gue rasain gitu.
It's all coming down to this one moment that will decide how people talk about you for the rest of your careers.
And I love both these teams so much. Like, they're just so fun to watch. Like, when I first saw the iteration of this T1 roster, previously T1 had this reputation for, like, they're the boring slow teams.
Iya, gue ngerti kok maksudnya Kontri. Gue ngerti. Nah, cuman maksud gue ada kemungkinan juga yang menang di match 1 bakal semangat gitu loh, karena wah gue nggak boleh kalah nih gitu. Ada juga, tapi ya ada juga yang kemungkinan bisa jadi kalah gitu, karena kayak mental ternyata udah sampai di match keempat sendiri pun nih tim masih bisa menang gitu loh. Yang seharusnya gue bisa ibaratnya menang, mereka cuma bisa menang 1 atau bahkan nggak menang sama sekali di best of 5-nya, tapi ternyata dia masih bisa ngelawan gitu loh. Kafeinnya jalan tuh. Faker makan pisang. Kayak sesuatu yang aneh aja gitu.
Both Knight and Faker have been absolutely crucial.
They have. We said a good play.
Berturut-turut tidak, tapi dia satu-satunya tim yang memenangkan World League of Legends sampai 4 kali. Kalau ini dia menang, ini yang kelima kalinya.
On this bot side of the map, right?
Boom.
And so you see BLG are going to want to try to end up with a collapse, but then here they come, and again, this is like, we've talked a lot about Faker.
Makanya gue bilang, T1 itu termasuk tim yang ibaratnya orang tuh pengen, yang T1 dari Korea, BLG tuh Cina.
And this is also offshore the top side play that ended up backfiring immensely for T1. And more importantly, it also highlights, I think, why Carrier, even though you look at this isn't a dive comp. You're playing into a lot of range, a lot of poke, but they're still able to make it work. And I think part of that was also because BLG, why are we fighting this? You have Smolder and Ziggs. You can stall until infinity, which they didn't do, but it also makes these skirmishes so insanely oppressive.
I got blamed for the glazing so much because he wasn't even in that. That's a different one. Regardless, you brought up a good point, though, and this is always the case when we talk about T1 in these situations, right? Although we need to respect that we know what this team looked like without Faker shot calling and his presence in the team, you also always need to mention all of them who can rally for moments like this. We heard it in this tournament specifically, right? Zeus, who was calling a really important
Kan tadi Faker udah bilang, piala kelima itu buat kita. Piala ketiga buat dia, piala keempat itu buat timnya. Piala kelima itu buat kita yang sebagai pendukungnya. Dan salah.
You probably know it's coming. He ends up stealing the Rakan ult here when
Gue nggak lihat deh. Gue nggak lihat dia ngambil ultinya Rakan.
Arrow misses, right? But here comes Faker from the side. They even see him coming. Steals the Rakan ult. Sets up for this beautiful
Cepet banget anjir.
with the carry of Renata. It's just insane.
I mean, he used it perfectly. He E's forth and he rocket belts flashes onto the next two, charms up everyone.
Faker, I name my god after you. Faker.
So iconic, and Faker has so many of them.
I name my god after you. Bisa Dragon ngambil semua nggak tuh?
In a similar situation versus an LPL team, in a situation where you're up against match point Maurits. Class is forever.
Kan sebutannya kalau goat gitu kan yang the best god gitu kan, tapi kan tuh plastiknya jadi goat. Dia namain kambingnya dia ya Faker lagi gitu.
And this roster team went 7-7 in game 5, so they are beatable. We'll see if BLG can pull it off.
Kayaknya yang paling gampang makan dan bedanya cukup memberikan tenaga ya pisang ya.
They could go forever, Emily, but this is their backs against the wall. Everything that we have set up at the beginning of the day about the pressure of all of the LPL fans, of all of the BLG fans, they are the ones that were supposed to exact their revenge on T1, and they had him, and they didn't finish it. Is it going to come back to bite him?
I mean, they're on blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see them go for full comfort, right? Because even though that composition that they had in the last game was good, it's like, do you really want Knight on Smolder? Even when Smolder is insane, but you want him on something with agency, you want him on something where he can control it. You see the players coming out now. That's what I want to see from BLG. Default to comfort, play your game.
Hey, you get to walk past your own name there if you're T1 from last year. It must give him some
confidence.
It's engraved on the trophy. They can see it. You just
Banana of Doom.
and grab it. And we'll see if T1 can pull it off.
Soraka Baron. Wah. Dan yang pernah pakai Soraka Baron di Wild Rift gitu.
Going into this all-important game 5.
And if you look at the games thus far, I actually think BLG have looked better. It's obviously been close. The games have been really one-sided, which makes it hard. But like this punch back that we saw in topside for BLG, for example, I think spells a lot of hope. But the real question is, how are they going to be able to deal with the pressure of being in that game number 5? And I gotta say, I think it's a tough.
No.
All 10 players walking in, looking completely unfazed. Neither side seems nervous at all.
Absolutely, and that's what we want.
Penentuan nih, jangan macam-macam nih sinyal. Please.
I hope so as well. We heard some of the music pieces, but one was too loud for the one orchestra, and the other was too loud for the other. I want to see them synergize and fight it out till the very, very end. It is only one game that stands between us and knowing who our 2024 world champion is. Will it be Faker with his 5th or Knight with his 1st?
It's a good question, Shox, and I don't think any of us here at the caster desk have an answer that will please you too much. However, I can promise you the 10 players in the middle of this arena, full of people in the middle of London, are ready to provide that answer. Faker rebooting, locking in, preparing himself for another Game 5 on the world stage. It has only happened 4 times in finals across the history of Worlds, and Faker has been in 3 of those. He has lost 1 to DRX, he has won 1 all the way back in, 1-1 against Samsung Galaxy, in 2016, and now we'll see if he can win against BLG, who are on the blue side. Barris their first ban.
Last game, let's go.
We're on blue side.
they did the Varus, Ashe, and
Ben Varus
bands.
sama Ashe.
And T1, they did their duty in doing the Aurora and Yone bands, and threw in the Nico as well, as both Knight and Faker are very good on that champion, as well as on Incaria, this flex pick. But I'm really curious, will they still ban the Nico once again?
Pot gue matiin ya, karena sudah game terakhir juga soalnya.
Honestly, I agree with you. I just think that the Kalista is just such a powerful bot.
But we had the same conversation where it's a question of do you trade Kalista for Jax? And then T1 couldn't find much success from the Jax pick.
Aurora di ban mulu deh. Dia semenyebalkan apa sih sampai dia cukup sering di ban? Jax.
Alright, are we gonna get the Zeus
Jax.
Gragas? The Zeus Gnar, perhaps?
I mean, you have to trust in Zeus. He's shown
Jax.
that his Gragas is an effective answer into the Jax. I would call it an old school counter pick, but it's the one that Zeus has been leveraging throughout this World Championship. I don't think they need to lock it in now. They could grab themselves the Vi if they wanted to, perhaps even the Renata.
Oh, pakai Gragas. Kayaknya mau menyelesaikan ini. Kayaknya ini udah pakai yang the bestnya semua nih kayaknya. Faker kah itu? Faker kah yang pakai itu?
Now we'll see if Zeus can stand in his way once again. T1 looking towards perhaps a Galio in the mid lane here for Faker. And he's going to be locked in as well, so they have a very tanky front line already. Gragas obviously has a big sustained tank, the Galio as well, which is pretty much unkillable unless you can manage to get ahead of him.
Ini jangan-jangan si Knightnya pakai si Silas juga.
Rather than securing something like Desire Rakan for themselves, they've chosen to go for it, maybe in anticipation of BLG potentially going for the Silas and knowing that the Galio could be an effective answer into it. Elk gonna get himself his Kai'Sa.
Ooh, we have to think they're gonna build.
Pakai siapa kah Knightnya? Oh kan bener. Oh enggak. Ahri, Silas, Ahri.
We'll give Elk Kai'Sa, we'll give Knight Ahri. That is the epitome of what BLG like.
How many legendary player champion combos are we gonna get in the
Pakai
deciding
siapa
game
ini?
5 of World Finals? Knight on his Ahri, Bin on his Jax. Those very well, if they win, would be their skins.
He's world famous for his Ahri. This World Championship hasn't had the best win rate for him, but you cannot afford to underestimate it.
Kayak saya.
You imagine that Rakan is going to rise in priority. BLG likely looking to ban that one away.
Berarti ini Zeus, Faker, ini gue Yusi.
Well with the T1 comp. Let's see, what will the bans towards BLG be here for T1 though? As we
Billy Gaming, Dream Smart.
I mean, possible jungle takeaways here for Shun.
I mean, if BLG continue on their comfort route, do you just get rid of something like the Rakan as well? Obviously, T1
Maybe a fight time, maybe, I don't know. Oh, Rakannya di ban. Tapi nggak bisa pakai Rakan untuk supportnya. Mestinya sih kalau ngeliat dari komposisi, kemungkinan pakainya yang tipis untuk supportnya. Bisa aja sih pakai fight.
Ahri, plus we have lots of dive on our side too. Renata, a no-brainer as well. Follow up to the Rakan ban there. Take away those two primo picks for Keria. Too good against dive.
I'm wondering if they put Ono on something a little more orientated. Was thinking maybe Viego, but I don't love it. I feel like Vi does make the most sense. The Poppy into the Jax. In terms of damage though,
but it's so good at shutting down all of these carries that BLG are already showing.
Support belum ada. Support belum keluar.
So they can wait to see what BLG draft and then decide after that. Because you're 100% right, Kobe.
Ini Baron, ADC,
the dashes
jungle,
inside of BLG is a very powerful pick for sure.
Ooh, it's gonna be Shen.
Looking towards the Jarvan.
Jarpan. Blitzcrank.
Dive from BLG.
It actually makes more sense. I was previously talking about Vi, but the Jarvan ultimate is better versus Xayah than the Vi ultimate is. So much better there. So really, really intelligent move.
On, likely deferring to one of his comforts, the cheeky hover, showcasing some confidence there.
There's the realm. I will say Poppy is really nice into this entire BLG lineup. The question is now, is the Poppy going to support? Will Carrier be piloting it, or will Owner be the ones with his hands on it? It's synonymous with Owner to me. He has such a great record on this champ that my expectations are Carrier is looking through his support pool right now. Wondering where they go, but it seems like perhaps T1 wants to flex it.
I mean, we talked about the damage, and I
Ini
wasn't
CC-nya banyak nih. CC-nya banyak nih musuh si T1.
It does increase the amount of damage that they have, and we think about mid jungles. It was kind of the story coming into the series about how
Game terakhir, Pak. Ya, 3-2 beneran. Cuman nggak tahu 3-2-nya kemana. Cuman nih CC-nya banyak nih. CC-nya banyak nih. Sumpah, CC-nya banyak banget. Dipentalin, pental ke atas, dipulangin, dipulangin gak tuh? Ultinya kalau di hold dipulangin soalnya. Kenapa dia nggak pakai Ash lagi ya? Gue ngeliat soalnya ngeliat nggak tahu ya. Soalnya tadi pas pakai Sayah tuh Guma tuh kayak timnya agak kurang gitu, jadi makanya tuh kayak kenapa dia nggak pakai S lagi aja, atau mungkin ketahuan kali ya kalau pakai S gameplaynya, cara mainnya gitu, kita lihat itu gak juga sih. Beda banget karena ada hero yang belum muncul di Wild Rift. Mungkin beberapanya ada yang sama, tapi mostly tuh beda. Kayak Galio juga sebenarnya bisa aja, Ari juga bisa. Tapi kayak yang ini nih, yang dipakai nih, yang on si Rel itu belum ada di Wild Rift, belum ada. Yang kayak tadi juga yang dipakai si Renata Glass juga nggak ada. Ini juga nih belum ada nih Poppy. Yang belum keluar tuh di PC di Wild Rift, yang untuk yang di sini itu yang belum keluar dia Poppy sama ini sama Rel. Sisanya udah keluar semua.
Now we got to track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against these dives? Looks like Zayas just immediately.
Ini nanti yang untuk di season ini ada yang hero baru keluar di PC sama di Wild Rift. Untuk ngikutin barengan si yang keluarnya si ini. Siapa namanya? Arcane. Jadi Arcane muncul, si champion itu juga muncul gitu. Di PC keluar, di mobile juga keluar. Lempar tamengnya. Oh, gue ikutan tameng.
He does soak a little bit now though. I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience.
Kejar terus sama Keria. Keria. Bener. Gue antara Keria sama Gumayusi tuh suka kebalik, padahal namanya beda jauh. Bener-bener yang mereka tuh Iwan tuh kalau gue perhatiin gitu, mereka lebih mengutamakan untuk creepingan dulu dibanding perang war gitu loh. Jadi makanya kayak tadi tuh pas gue lihat di saat di geng aja tuh dia sebisa mungkin tuh karakternya tuh mukulin minion, bukan ini.
Punching in the opposite direction to get that little bit of an extension on that
Iya.
E.
Bukan yang terus kayak ya mukul ke musuhnya iya, tapi skillnya tuh juga ngarahinnya ke arah minion gitu loh.
The possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over first blood. He's getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm is doing just fine as Faker on the Galio continues his pressure in mid.
Meanwhile, once they do teleport Vayne back to that
Kayaknya seru tuh pakai Poppy. Ntar kalau udah keluar pengen gue pakai di
Zayas
support.
starting to push the waves. Zayas is going to get the first move, but Faker under attack.
Has no flash, just his punch gets hit. There's the charm as well. And Faker might fall first in the finals.
Tuh, skillnya kan gitu kan. Si Ahrinya tuh tadi agak ke kanan, tapi skillnya agak ke kiri, ke arah minion. Yang gue lihat sih gitu ya, yang gue perhatiin.
You can see Carrier trying to bait the early flash. They're on just able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another BLG first blood. Finding it on to Faker.
BLG selalu dapat first blood.
Especially given the Knight did have to expend his flash earlier, but a good response from T1 as they lay in wait in the bot brush, ready to try and trap out.
Mestinya ya kalau dari yang kayak kita main gitu, kalau kita main sendiri, kalau ngeliat dari timnya T1 itu CC-nya banyak. Yang ini kalau dia dorong musuh, kalau kena tembok kena stun. Kalau dorong biasa ya kena mundur. Yang dia mukul palu ke bawah kena sedikit slow, habis itu kena damage lagi. Jadi kena 2 kali damage kalau kena pas yang pukulan pertama sama ledakan di bawahnya gitu.
Going in, looking for the damage onto Zayas there. Relatively even top lane after obviously the first few levels were spent on opposite sides of the map. Very tiny gold lead for BLG. Faker again with a good justice punch to dodge away from the charm in mid.
Kepikiran ya ngindarin charmnya pakai majunya Galio yang dia sebelum maju dia mundur dulu gitu. Kalau kita lebih ke kayak mundur aja deh. Nanti skillnya kepakainya buat sambil nyerang gitu. Kalau dia pakainya itu skillnya buat ngindarin. Kepikiran gitu ngindarin pakai skill biar style plus 1 gitu. Style dodge with style plus 10 gitu.
And you know, you can sit there and go, oh, it's a shame that T1 didn't get that kill in the bot lane 2v2, but they still benefited massively. You look at the AD carry difference, and because of the farm that was denied from Elk and the wave that Gumayushi was able to catch, he finds himself with about a 200 gold lead. Now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the grub spawn.
Begitu kalau pakai Poppy nggak bisa. Ya kalau sembarang mau maju sih bisa aja, tapi sembarang untuk yang kayak membuat si musuhnya kena stun tuh lu harus benar-benar memposisikan lu nanti dorongnya tuh ke arah tembok gitu. Nah, posisiin dorong lu ke arah temboknya itu yang agak susah. Yang benar-benar yang nggak main asal maju aja gitu. Dapat. Oh. Ultinya Zeus itu memang deh. Ultinya Zeus itu emang kalau pakai Gragas tuh emang bener-bener. 10-10-nya di situ ya. Cuma 5-5-nya di situ. Emang Gragas tuh si Zeus tuh kalau udah pakai Gragas tuh kayak ibaratnya tuh Gragas tuh dia gitu loh. Bukan kayak Zeus yang T1
walking into darkness, but he knows he has the support on. Not quite connecting on the stun. It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galley ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first kill.
BLG. Ada kata-kata BLG di tengah-tengah teriakan T1. BLG T1.
does have
Faker
the
undertake.
flash, will punch forward. Justice Punch coming out on, misses the crash down. The charm connects though, and the chase continues.
Masih punya flash ternyata. Gua nggak lihat.
And in the end, we'll use it to dash out of Shun's engage.
Unkillable Demon Lord, bapak.
He's still able to get out. The charm doesn't quite connect. Knight though very healthy, able to get the push, means that BLG should be able to secure the first dragon.
Nanti gua nggak sampai
Actually set their sights on it.
yang penutupan dan segala macam ya. Paling nggak sampai ngangkat piala aja ya.
Bot push is going to come through from
Siapapun
Gumayushi,
yang menang
who has
nanti.
sticked over to level 6. BLG right now resets come
Udah nggak kuat gue.
through, making his way back towards bot now.
Pasnya itu closing, tutup, end, closing, end, matiin laptop, tidur.
T1 now using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead. Gumayushi's been picking up plate after plate. Ona now looking towards this bot side. Elk yet to hit the level 6, still half a level of XP away. Elk has to run, supercharges his way back in the lane.
I mean, the Zaya is just so far ahead here. 2 levels for Guma. Over him, not to mention
Faker
all
gimana Faker?
extra
Baru
gold, the
balik
biggest gold
dari
lead
pulang
holder on the
dari
team.
sekarat tuh mau.
So much
Let's go.
The question is, will Elk stay around because he's still not at that level 6?
I mean, a masterful performance from Carrier in the top lane grub fight along with this play in
Sama-sama
bot.
kena
He is just
skill.
finding those angles for Poppy to connect into the wall. T1 find another kill, extend their gold lead to 2k, and they'll secure the first dragon of the game.
And it is a very tall task here for BLG to get Elk back into this game. Zaya is so weak early on and being denied so much early into this game. It's going to be very hard for BLG to get their dive comp really online and get him scaling up into being a threat. Very far in the future, you're going to have to look before Elk is really a danger.
680.000. Nyaris 700.
It was T1 that denied JDG the golden road. Hoping to get revenge, he is one of the players that we will be keeping our eyes on as this game continues.
Gila, naik terus view-nya anjir. Tadi 500 nyaris 600, sekarang 600 nyaris 700.
The pick potential is real. But right now, Guma is just
going for it.
Oh,
Carrying with a good set pass person. TP coming in from BLG as they look
There he
to
comes.
make the play. Spear rush forward by Knight, holding the charm. Doesn't get stunned. The charm hits Carrier. Flash forward with the counter strike. Carrier falls first. As Gumayushi brings the feathers.
Oh!
Takes down on. Ona caught underneath his own tower, but he will fall even.
Gila tadi sakit banget itu ke si relnya anjir. Damage-nya.
And just as we talk about him, he makes the play happen. 3 kills now for Knight. A fantastic TP to bring BLG back.
Speak his name and you will invoke the magic of Knight's Ari. That just fully funded Malignance and the shoes up
Si
for
gendut
him.
datang.
Acquired that ultimate cooldown
Si
now for
gendut
Knight. We saw
jalan.
T1 though. Looking back at the grubs, they want to get at least 4 for their Void Might.
Kalau dipikir kalau udah turnamen kayak begini nggak yang asal main ngeluarin skill ya. Ngebayangin tadi Gragas tuh sebetulnya ada si Jarvan nggak yang langsung pakai perutnya gitu loh maksud gue.
The idea of shutting Gumayushi down is so important because of how much of a threat he is.
Ini tadi nih kena ke relnya sakit banget tuh. Relnya darahnya dari penuh tinggal segini anjir. Kaciu.
Knight's able to secure the second kill as well. The kills in favor of
No.
BLG, but the goal still in the hands of T1.
No. Gila, fansnya T1 kalau kalah gimana di sini ya? Atau fansnya BLG ada yang BLG-nya kalah ntar gimana nih?
A player that is so well renowned in the LPL here, really looking to take that last step and acquire his first world championship. He is the richest player in the game. On Ari, such a playmaker. Can he do it?
That's the question that everyone asks themselves in moments like this as well. For BLG, it will be the first time they have won a world championship. For T1,
Gak ada tuh yang wow gitu, gak ada.
leads the charge. Now it's Knight who has to take the charge into his own hands. Carrier looking at the sun into the wall. The TP coming in behind as T1 begin to draw out their battle plans. Faker looking for that flank. BLG disengage. T1 can't quite find the fight that they were looking for right now.
Faker doesn't quite realize he's sitting on a ward, but
Ada
chooses
ward
to overcommit to the play. TP's in
ward.
ready for the action to kick
Jadi
off,
makanya
but nothing too chaotic just yet.
Faker tele di sini
50 into the
ketahuan.
next Rift Herald spawns. The bot lane has been completely abandoned. As T1 looking to now provide support for Zeus. See if he can push that wave
Ward
underneath
banyak
the
banget
tower.
ya.
Keeping my eyes on the mini
LoL PC udah nggak ada tuh alasan yang kayak nggak ada wardnya bang. Nggak ada alasan tuh.
making his way towards top. Elk catching that wave in mid is crucial for him as he tries to close that goal gap between the two AD carries.
Galio is available here. Remember, for Faker, you have to be careful as BLG. T1 have that safety net.
Enggak. Mereka nggak war di tower. Gue pikir bakal war di tower lagi kayak tadi, kayak sebelumnya.
The Q is going to be doing enough damage to help clear out those waves, but Gumayushi not slowing down, going to catch another wave as the resets now come through from T1. Dragon spawning in 55, the Herald in 25.
And again, the reason we're focusing so much on Knight, him getting all of this gold is because Elk has been put so far behind in this game. It's going to be a while before there is another really big carry threat on the BLG side, and so Knight is their big threat of getting kills. Bin, of course, on the sideline is going to look to farm up and scale up.
Si Gumayushi soal creepingan mantap banget ya. 141 udah.
Difficult AD carry to kill. Thanks to the feathers, thanks to the ultimate, but with a Poppy and a Gragas and a Zinjar and a Galio, it's going to be even harder, and it becomes that question, as you highlighted in Draft, Kobe, can the Jarvan actually lock the...
Kalau war agak susah ini kalau gue bilang untuk T1.
Both neutral objectives are alive. It's T1 that set their sights on the
Mereka harus yang mencarin musuhnya pakai ultinya Gragas atau ultinya si Sinzal. Kalau mau jauh pakai Gragas, tapi kalau yang ya buat bikin jaga jarak doang itu pakai ini, pakai Sinzal. Exit.
No one could really gain purchase on the mid wave as it's just cleared out by Elk and Zeus. But T1 do have a tempo advantage here and they're looking.
Kayaknya kalau gue bilang tuh emang T1 tuh ngincernya sengaja dia memang ngancurin tower dulu biar di saat mungkin kalau ada kesempatan untuk war towernya udah hancur cukup banyak gitu loh, yang membuat kita kalaupun mau war maju nge-push tuh bisa cepet gitu loh.
Just disengage as soon as they see that teleport used, that investment from BLG. I'll happily take it. Zeus is catching the wave in the bottom lane, so T1 not losing any gold on the map either.
Yeah, BLG feeling like they need to invest Knight's teleport to deny that big influx of gold from one of those side lane secondary turrets to try and stop that snowball that has been so prevalent. Allows them to push right back out here for Bin, as well as Elk take care of the wave in mid too. Some critical income for them.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus.
Rel kalau udah turun dari kudanya, jalannya lama banget. Sama tuh kayak si siapa tuh dulu, yang satu lagi, si Kled. Kan gitu kan, Kled. Mau turun, begitu turun dari tunggangannya jalannya lama banget.
So now the Trinity Force finished for Bin, he's going to feel a lot more confident as we get closer to these mid-game fights.
Kan kalau mau meninggoy kan dia hormat dulu terus baru jatuh.
With that lift hold in pocket means that T1 do have the pressure advantage on the map. They want to push in like this. They'll take
Iya,
two in the
kalau gue lihat dia nge-push dulu. Dia nge-push gitu. Dia memang nge-push, ngancurin tower. Nanti kalau di saat dia menemukan bisa war, langsung sekalian nge-push gitu loh.
Farm up with the static shiv on the Kaisa. Keep on farming till he can at least get his second item here. Then they can try and look to actually contest. Little cheeky steal away attempt here on the blue should be good.
You can feel the tension, 3-2 in kills. 2K the gold lead for T1 after securing that top tier 2.
Si Zeus jalannya santai banget ya. Kayak yakin banget gue gak bakalan nyerang gitu. Timo yang baru, iya. Tapi jadi makin annoying sih menurut gue. Karena tahunnya tuh kayak mainin trompet gitu. makin menyebalkan. Dulu aja menyebalkan, sekarang lebih menyebalkan lagi menurut gue.
it fluctuates between about 1.5 to 2K between the two teams, which BLG will be happy enough with considering how the early game went. Faker lying in wait here to see if Knight oversteps. Knight just wants to push out the wave and then get himself back to base.
Little Demon.
Pulling the wave across a little bit here, but with
Skinnya dia,
will
Little
start
Demon.
to push this one towards T1 again.
Ruja!
Baron in 2 minutes on the Cloud Drake.
Itu lihat tuh. Mereka tidak yang initiate untuk maju gitu. Mereka lebih mengutamakan creepingan. Biarpun yang kalau misalnya orang-orang kayak kita yang main pasti tuh dihajar itu si Jax-nya.
Whenever you're retaking the opposite side of the map, you have to be so careful clearing out those wards.
Bener-bener yang nggak sembarangan maju gitu loh. Mereka tuh bener-bener yang kayak ya ini dulu. Kalau ada skill yang bisa gue keluarin yang ini, ya gue keluarin skill yang tidak membuat gue susah gitu loh. Kayak Poppy dia nggak main asal maju, dia yang dikeluarin yang skill pukul ke bawah. Kalau kita yang main mungkin kebanyakan rata-rata kayak begitu tuh, yang disundul. Padahal nggak ada tembok nggak ada apa, dia menyundul aja. Akhirnya bukannya bikin bisa teman jadi ngebantuin yang enak, malah jadi makin jauh tuh si musuh yang disundul sama Poppy. Teman jadi susah ini buat bantuin nyerang. Biasanya kan gitu kan.
So now BLG have the impetus to put a bit of pressure back down onto the map.
I mean, Faker recognized the TP came out of mid, immediately pings back.
Faker di mana? Oh, di bawah.
Says someone has to come and catch this. It's Bin that's going to be forced to go back to base to head towards bot because he's the one that has his TP available. They're going to send Knight now over to the top side of the map. But the problem is you've now got your TP-less mid laner on the top side with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So with the push they've been able to get on bot, Faker gets a quick base off and he's already back out onto the map. T1 are going to have to set up for this Dragon, and I feel like BLG's just going to force to concede it.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing and some Kaisa ultimate follow-ups. And so they do have everybody hovering on top side. They were thinking about trying to finish off that outer tower. They don't want to overextend too early for it though.
I think they should commit to it though.
Statusnya si Keria baru kayak gitu ya, tapi kayak udah tebel gitu tadi. Aduh, tadi perutnya kena minion jadi nggak maju.
That Fimble in a Cosmic Drive combination is causing a lot of headache for Bin.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower.
Perutnya kena minion mode posisinya terlalu, padahal udah maju tapi ternyata masih kurang maju. Itu kayak kesalahan kalau kita yang main deh. Gue waktu itu pakai siapa deh gitu mode. Ibarat gue udah mengarahkan skill gue nggak ke arah minion, tapi ternyata minionnya masih kena.
Elk just finishes his Ginsu's as you say that statement, Betty. There is 2 items on the Kai'Sa, but she scales up so well as the game goes on. When they get towards the
Pakai
time
Braum
when
loh kalau
W is
nggak
just
salah. Jadi
artillery
udah
more than anything
ngarahinnya
else.
tuh agak ke kiri. Ternyata skillnya tuh terlalu lebar, jadi akhirnya minionnya kena juga. Ya gue kalau pakai Braum yang skill yang pukulnya itu. Nautilus juga tuh. Waktu itu kalau nggak salah Nautilus apa Thresh gitu gue lupa. Jadi musuhnya tuh mestinya si yang kaitannya si Thresh itu nggak kena, tapi entah kenapa hitboxnya termasuk kena. Padahal kalau akhirnya begitu kena hitboxnya, si yang kaitan kailnya dia lempar itu posisinya itu terlalu kayaknya nggak mungkin gitu, terus akhirnya tiba-tiba jadi belok ke kanannya gitu. Mestinya nggak kena, tapi ternyata hitboxnya masih menganggap itu kena. Soalnya jadi talinya jadinya tuh lurus jadi belok gitu kelihatannya, jadi aneh.
For Elk, for On, for Shun, for Knight, it's their first time here in a Worlds final. It's fallen short a couple of times in the past for T1. Obviously, they were here last year. They've been here 3 years in a row. Weren't able to win it in 2022. But in 23, they dominated Weibo. They dominated the LPL. Managed to take down 4 teams in that year, and now 3 teams in that year. Now alongside that top esports, looking to add BLG as a name to that
Kalau
list.
kita
So
belum tentu
BLG
bisa
have not
dapat
lost a
semua
best of 5
semua
versus
minion
T1.
yang
They've
tadi
just haven't
nempel
played
di
them
tower itu
at
tadi.
Worlds before, and here we sit 23 minutes in on
Kecuali
a
memang
knife
jago
edge
creepingan ya.
between these two titans.
Reminder how close BLG was without Knight. The whole idea behind bringing
Bener-bener
Knight to
yang
this roster was to help push
sampai
them over the edge,
setiap
to
ada
give
trailer
them that
untuk
last bit of power needed
musiknya
to get them to where they are today. They ultimately
World
built this roster to get to
2010
this
berapa
point
lah gitu.
against, as Azale
Dari
said
yang
over there,
berapa
possibly the
tahun
greatest
kapan.
roster that the league has ever seen in history. with
Faker itu selalu ada gitu. Sebagai bos terakhir yang dia ini harus dikalahkan gitu biar baru bisa gue dapat pialanya. Ibaratnya tuh kayak gitu loh.
Two back to back. And we get the side lanes traded. Jax on bottom side, Galio on the top side. Mid lane waves traded back and forth as we just build and build to this crescendo of pressure in our final game.
Ini momen yang nggak saling maju dadakan ini. Iya. Nggak cuma dilompatin sih, harus dihancurkan. Karena temboknya Faker ini masih benar-benar yang sangat tinggi, sangat besar dan sangat tebal.
Both now fighting for vision. Resets come through for Zeus. He's making his way back out onto the map. Has the arm guard, a crucial pickup, providing a little bit more durability and just
bener-bener yang sangat hati-hati banget. Gak ada yang main asal masuk. Sejak 3-2 itu belum ada yang nambah kill lagi anjir.
Elk not yet completed that Nash's tooth, meaning he's not quite at the point of that consistent poke that we often see from the Kaiser.
Creepingan aja tuh tadi.
He's almost there. Has the blasting wand, has an Antome as well. Gumayushi on the other side, sitting on a Zeal alongside his IE in the Essence Reaver.
Ini mereka sangat ini banget, hati-hati. Nggak main asal masuk dari tadi.
As soon as the team starts snowballing, it's a Drake into a Baron into.
Sejak 3-2 itu belum ada yang akhirnya nge-kill lagi soalnya. Yang berusaha masuk pun tadi udah ada tapi gagal, nggak dapet kill. Karena mungkin mereka merasa kalau gue push, gue kalah. Gue nggak bisa. Jadi makanya dia nggak lanjutin untuk nge-pushnya.
Because of the Rage Blade being completed for Kaisa, you can actually burn through Barons and neutral objectives very quickly. And so that's why we just saw these last like 30 seconds, 40 seconds of T1 really trying to make sure that they will have an early alert system if BLG try and do a cross-map play on them.
Been ticking over to level 15. Zeus sticking around very deep in the bot lane because he's got full information as to where all 4 of the members of BLG are. Poke back and forth over the control wards.
Modelnya gitu tuh. Udah ngumpul aja tuh mereka nggak ada yang maju-maju. Sampai ada yang beneran yang berani masuk dulu. Baru.
Control ward still sitting in the inventory of Carrier, but crucially none left for BLG. I'm sure On would love to get a quick reset off, but I don't know if he's going to be given the time to do
Carrier
so.
padahal sebetulnya mungkin bisa masuk tadi, cuman nggak tidak yang akhirnya. Dapat. Gila. ADC-nya attack speed-nya ngaco dan damage-nya ngawur. Sakit banget damage-nya.
Just back away, clear out their own jungle, but On went in on Zeus and T1 immediately collapsed.
Again, T1, they're so
confident.
Like they've got the Galio ult to back them up.
Attack speed-nya cepet dan damage-nya sakit banget. Nggak lihat creepingannya udah 300. Lihat nih creepingannya ADC-nya yang nomor 2 dari bawah. 300 men udah. Itemnya udah jadi 3, 4 mas sepatu. Let's go T1. Let's go T1.
Ever present in the arena as well.
You have to believe that T1 are very confident in their team fight and their strong setup here.
I mean, why wouldn't you with how strong Gumayushi is?
And so that's why maybe you see BLG wanting to whenever they see anyone, because they do kind of feel that unspoken mounting pressure facing them.
You can feel as well, just kind of
Itu nggak F1 aja.
how T1 is
F1,
slowly
F1,
but surely
F1.
beginning to gain more
Balapan.
control. BLG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto
Perutnya
their side.
Gragas tuh kalau kena minion
T1
nggak lanjut sih ya,
of course, this game
berhenti
is
ya.
far from over just yet. That deciding fight is yet to happen. All summoner
Gue
spells
pikir tuh
are
perutnya dia tuh
available.
kayak
Everyone on
yang
the rift,
majunya
TPs
Galio.
included.
Kalau majunya
The
Galio
next
kan
dragon still
kena
a ways
minion
away.
kan tetap
T1
jalan kan.
secured.
Minionnya yang
T1
mental gitu.
from BLG,
Mental
the Baron becomes a very scary point of
apa namanya?
contention for both sides.
Pukulannya Galionya tetap jalan, minionnya mental gitu ke atas. Kalau
Professional League of Legends is going to be condensed down.
bukan itu yang ini yang Arctic
Big
Arctic
fight now
kalau
to
nggak salah.
break open the entire series and determine the world champions.
Itu gue nggak nyangka tuh kalau akhirnya ternyata Gragas dikeluarin skin KDA. Biarpun jatuhnya dia sebagai fans ya, kan kalau nggak salah kan judulnya gitu, bukan yang kayak bener-bener anggota KDA gitu. Kalau nggak salah ya gue lupa. Tapi ya literally KDA. Gitu.
Very close here.
Anjir segitu nggak tuh sama support tank? Anjir! Anjir! Let's go!
The hero's entrance was true to its name as Faker in T1's dire moments descends from the sky and T1 turned the
Siapa yang bilang? Gua sih. pakai Galio kayak gitu terus nggak bisa dapat kill. Nope.
BLG had started out so well, they killed Gumayushi. They had them on the run, but the turn from T1 was better.
the flank that comes in from Bin to follow up the engage from Jun. And crucially, you're going to see a charm come through from Knight that forces Gumayushi's flash. You
Ayo dong, replay dong. Replay dong, gue pengen lihat. Nah, gue pengen lihat ulang. Nah, kayaknya tadi ada yang kelewatan gitu.
Because he has no choice, he has to in this situation. And in the charm from Knight there forces the flash from Gumayushi.
Oh,
Bin sees the
oh.
angle, so he flashes, sidesteps the knockback.
Oh, Jacknya di bawah ya.
To get the kill. And at this point, you think the fight is over.
Exactly. Then they're on the chase. Knight goes.
Siapa yang ngira kalau bakal masuk lagi mereka?
Doesn't have the range on his charm.
Ada yang tele ternyata mereka nggak jadi ke atas.
But just as they're teleporting and Bin has to walk back to the fight, that's when T1 turned.
Such fantastic play and such confidence. The TP, the awareness from T1 to realize that that TP was a mistake and then to create the collapse, to turn it in there.
Sebetulnya gue nggak kedip, cuman ada momennya yang kayaknya menurut gue kelewatan gitu tadi. Masih dapat gak tuh? Masih dapat gak tuh? Oh! Let's go! Let's go! Faker! T1 memegang piala kelima kayaknya ini guys. Unkillable Demon Lord, Unkillable Demon King masih dipegang sama dia kawan. Fakernya full AP, Fakernya full AP. Menang guys, menang, let's go, let's go, piala kelima. Piala kelima. Yes, 3-2, bener. Hai. Woo!
3 World Finals in a row for this roster. 2 of them victories, Thaddeus. Crazy accomplishments from this entire T1 roster. And just the way
Gue yang senengnya apa? Di saat Faker udah mau mati kayak tadi, temen-temennya langsung datang bener-bener yang sangat memperhatikan map, situasi, keadaan gitu.
such a legendary resurgence from T1.
Nggak kayak dulu lah ibaratnya.
And an incredible performance.
Please keep that roster together again.
Dulu karena apa? Covid ya. Salamannya pakai fist bump gitu. Akhirnya sampai sekarang fist bump kepake terus. Diborong semua sama Faker sama T1. Gue pengen lihat live chatnya. Hmm. 761.000 yang nonton.
To the World Championship, to making it all the way to the final, a full 5-game banger.
Gue nggak masalah orang-orang yang kayak gue dukung BLG gitu ya, gue dukung T1 ya. Tapi maksud gue kadang orang-orangnya sendiri tuh suka yang agak toxic gitu loh. Penonton pendukungnya gitu, maksud gue kayak ini begini lah itu gitu, padahal ya udah, maksudnya namanya pertandingan turnamen, ada menang ada kalahnya gitu maksud gue. Ya kalau memang akhirnya T1 yang kalah ya udah, gue nggak masalah gitu, biarpun memang kita sebagai pendukungnya pengen tim kita menang gitu kan. Let's go, dia ngangkat lagi tahun ini. Ya, Faker bilang piala ini buat kita. Piala ini buat aku sebagai pendukungnya. Enggak, gue gak bakal megang juga sih, enggak. Cuma aduh.
T1's 5th World Championship.
Yes!
And they will race it once more.
Winner chicken dinner.
Owner Faker Gumayushi Carrier. Remember the names, legends, all of them.
Ini benar-benar yang dibilang legend never die ya. Still not dead. Yang paling kecil ya, Bang Keria itu paling kecil Om.
He transcends esports. Faker is one of a kind to say the least as he raises that trophy for the
Beratnya kayak apa itu ya? Iya, Keria lucu banget tadi, sampai dibantuin sama Gumayushi aja. Oke deh, sampai di sini aja. Kalau mau lanjut nontonnya silahkan. Kalau masih yang pengen menunggu endingnya atau gimana gitu ya, silahkan. Aku akhiri di sini ya. Oh pas nih, kelar.
챔피언으로 생각했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Anjay. Oke, di close ya. Mantap guys, mantap. Goks. Akhirnya yang ditunggu-tunggu sudah menang, sudah selesai. Udahan Pak, ngantuk Pak, nggak kuat saya Pak. Nggak kuat Pak, saya Pak, nggak kuat Pak. Aduh, gua menganggap remeh ininya live streamnya. Gua seinget gue soalnya waktu yang tahun kemarin tidak yang semalam ini gitu loh. Malamnya paling kalau nggak salah sampai jam 12-an gitu. Seger nggak sempet tidur kan. Iya lu sempet tidur, gue belum. Oke deh, ya thank you yang udah nonton bareng. Akhirnya T1 menang. Yang kelima kalinya yang pasti. Gokil lah. Oke, ya thank you. Sampai ketemu di hari Senin. Besok gue libur dulu. Besok juga gue kakak sama adik gue datang. Jadi ya ngumpul-ngumpul keluarga dulu lah besok itu. Oke, thank you. See you guys on Monday. Bye-bye. Thank you.